My Classmate is an Elf from Another World. Volume 2, by Wagahara Satoshi, translated by Yuki Kitsuniko, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Watanabe Fuka is so cute that everyone acknowledges it. Her gentle and quiet demeanor was undeniable, but in truth, she was a fiercely independent person. That was Oki Yukuto's assessment of Watanabe Fuka's personality. Do I really come across as that stubborn? It was mid-June, and Yukuto and Fuka, both second years at Minami Adabashi High School, were working under the sun in the gardening club, the kind of weather where sweat wouldn't stop. While helping Fuka, the gardening club president, pull weeds from the flower bed, Yukuto had been asked what he thought of her personality. I wouldn't call it stubborn exactly. It's more like, once you decide on something, you jump right into action before thinking about it. You only stop to reflect when you run into trouble. Well, I won't say you're completely wrong. Fuka puffed her cheeks a bit, clearly not entirely satisfied with his answer, even though she seemed to accept it. Still, she couldn't quite put her dissatisfaction into words and grumbled under her breath, just low enough that Yukuto couldn't hear. It's not like you don't think things through. It's just that when you decide something is worth doing or should be done, you don't care if it strays from societal norms or standards. Well, yeah, that's what makes you feel so independently minded. When you say it like that, Oki-kun, it actually doesn't sound so bad. Weird, huh? So if she says it's not bad, does that mean she didn't like the term at first? Maybe it's the spiky way the kanji and independently minded look, or maybe it just doesn't sound very cute as a phrase. As Yukuto watched her complicated expression, lost in idle thoughts. HMPH. Whoa. He was suddenly struck by a chill. Twisting his body on the soil, he barely dodged in time as a dirt-covered shoe sole swept past the space he'd just been standing in. Izumi-chan, what the hell? That was dangerous. Startled, Fuka spun around and saw Kataki Izumi standing there, wearing gardening gloves and holding a fresh bag of compost. She had just missed kicking Yukuto in the back and now stared down at him with cold eyes. If a senpai's looking at Fuka-chan with pervy eyes, he needs to be punished. You can't punish him for that. Oki-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I dodged it by a hair. Izumi-chan, if a club member deliberately tries to injure someone during activities, the entire club could be shut down. Wait, that's the issue. Victim and perpetrator simultaneously shot the same retort. Standing before them, wearing a school-issued jersey embroidered with Watanabe and puffing her cheeks, was the elf herself. With her pale golden hair, long ears, and vibrant green eyes, Watanabe Fuka stood as the epitome of the Minami Adabashi Gardening Club president, hands on hips, commanding her members with firm authority. Speaking of club suspensions, it made me think. The gardening club was only recently promoted to full club status, but doesn't the photography club risk being demoted back to a hobby group due to a lack of members? Ignoring Fuka's scolding completely, Izumi said it with a breezy tone. And if I had actually injured our club president, the photography club would have been suspended too, right? Yukuto tried to argue back, desperate not to lose ground. It was just a failed attempt. And besides, there wouldn't be a problem if you just kept quiet, senpai. Hard to believe there's someone out there in Ryo-era Japan using such a textbook bully logic. Her cold eyes burned with an overwhelming, obsessive love for Fuka, and Yukuto involuntarily gulped. Fuka couldn't let such nonsense slide. Izumi-chan. Wait, Fuka-chan. Izumi-chan. I'm sorry, senpai. I won't try to sneak attack you again. Why does that phrasing make it sound like you'll just attack me from the front next time? Yukuto winced at how likely it sounded she'd just kick him from a different angle. Izumi-chan, you're also a member of the photography club. You need to show proper respect to your club president. Yes, ma'am. Did that sound respectful to you at all? Fuka's elf ears twitched at Yukuto's jab. Oki-kun, you can't fix everything bad about Izumi-chan all at once. You have to praise the small improvements consistently. That's how we'll guide her step by step toward being a decent human being. Fuka-chan, I don't think that's something you say while hugging me. Izumi cut in with a snarky comment, but Fuka just ignored it and moved on. Anyway, about why the photography club won't be demoted to hobby status. Oh, you're the one explaining it. Club presidents are informed of the relevant school regulations. For a student extracurricular to be recognized as a full club, it has to meet a few criteria. Obviously, the activity itself needs to be approved by the school, but also it must have at least 6 total members, or at least 2 members per grade. If that's not met, the club is given a grace period of 1.5 years if they accomplish some school-recognized achievement within the school year before or after the member shortage. Sounds complicated, but that means since Senpai placed in that photo contest, the photography club's safe until at least the second semester next year. Correct, though fewer activities mean less club funding. And since all the third years in the photography club graduated, leaving you as the only member, the club can't help it. So you'll remain a recognized club until you become a third-year Oki-kun. So that's how it works. I always thought, like in manga, the student council would swoop in and immediately start shutting things down. I guess I didn't have to force myself to dual club after all. That's true and not true. At first, I thought it was unfair how Izumi-chan was the only one dual clubbing. Fuka glanced sideways at Yukito, then quickly looked away again, her face slightly red as she gave a vague smile. But in the end, I think it all worked out. Izumi, noticing the glance, tensed with suspicion and looked ready to kick Yukito again at any moment. By the way, Oki-kun, what about the photos for today? As far as the gardening club goes, once we spread the compost Izumi-chan brought, we're done. How about this, Kataki-san? Want to practice the composition where you center the subject today? Yukito asked as he reached for the camera case, resting on the edge of the flower bed, and handed it to Izumi. I'm still kind of scared of that camera. But you joined the photography club even though there's someone in it you hate so much you want to kick them, right? And there's already another contest coming up. Senpai, seriously, this is exactly the kind of thing I mean. Grimacing, Izumi carefully took the case from Yukito and gently pulled out the camera. It was an ordinary, slightly old-fashioned film SLR. Fuka-chan, could you help out? Sure, just a little okay. Izumi handed the camera to Fuka, who peered through the viewfinder for just a second. At that moment, a faint sound like thin glass cracking echoed from somewhere, and for an instant, Fuka's entire body seemed to glow faintly. It was early summer, and with the golden light of dusk, it was unclear whether that glow was real or just Izumi's imagination. Fuka returned the camera carefully to Izumi, who nervously peered through the viewfinder at her. How is it, Kataki-san? Do you see anything? Fuka-chan looks like she's glowing just a little maybe. What about you, senpai? Still unsure, Izumi handed the camera back to Yukito. When Yukito looked at Fuka through the viewfinder. This level of clarity is perfect. He couldn't understand how Izumi had been so unsure. To Yukito, Fuka was clearly shining, her entire body glowing brilliantly. She wasn't physically glowing, of course, but through the lens of that camera, the light that only the photographer could see, the radiance of an exceptional subject, was visible. The same light had appeared in the award-winning photo Yukito took for the Tokyo Student Usual Life Photo Contest, using the camera left to him by his Japanese father. That light, it turned out, was linked to something that didn't exist in Japan or even on Earth, something called magic. The camera, imbued with elven magic, had the power to pierce through the concealment magic woven into Watanabe Fuka's being. Section: When Yukito confessed to the girl he liked, she revealed she was actually an elf. That was the bizarre reality that hit Oki Yukito. A second year at Tokyo Metropolitan Minami Adabashi High and the sole member and president of the photography club, Yukito had asked Watanabe Fuka, his classmate and the gardening club president, to model for his contest entry. She readily agreed. Watching her sincerely dedicate herself to club activities, Yukito blurted out the feelings he'd kept hidden, and she accepted them. Or so he thought, until the gentle, traditional Japanese girl Fuka transformed into a beautiful, golden-haired elf. Yukito was the only one who could see her that way. When he looked through the camera, she appeared as the same old Watanabe Fuka. After talking things through, they agreed to reset their relationship and continue trying to understand each other. Fuka would keep modeling for his photos. But even then, Yukito struggled to figure out how close he should get to the truth of the elf. Then Kataki Izumi, Fuka's childhood friend and the only other person who could see her true form, appeared. Having known Fuka's truth since they were little, Izumi was irritated by Yukito's half-hearted attitude and openly hostile toward him. Ironically, This only fueled Yukuto's desire to understand the elf even more. Fuka responded to that sincerity by inviting both of them to her homeland, the otherworldly realm of Nash Riviera. It was there that Yukuto and Izumi discovered something shocking. Fuka couldn't see her own elven form. According to Fuka's mother, Ryoka, the camera Yukuto used had originated from Nash Riviera, and, when charged with magic, could break the concealment spell that plagued all elves, but only within photographs. Thanks to that revelation, Yukuto, Fuka, and Izumi began to reflect on what her true form really meant. What it meant to be with someone who didn't even know what she truly looked like. It all started with that single photograph taken in mid-June, the only image in existence that showed Fuka's true form. Section. Looking good, Fuka-chan, so cute. Try leaning forward just a bit more. L like this. Perfect, right there. Now put a finger under your chin and stick your tongue out a little, like you're being playful. My tongue, like this. Yes, Fuka-chan, you're adorable. The sweat trickling down your neck, gah. Izumi's enthusiastic voice was suddenly cut off by a muffled thump. Senpai, did you just hit me on the head? Yukuto had dropped a foldable reflector, flat, onto the top of Izumi's parted bangs. Next angle. Kataki-san, can you not shout things that damage the photography club's reputation? But Fuka-chan looks seriously adorable through the viewfinder. Don't you want to try all kinds of poses with her? Where the hell did you pick up that sleazy gravure photographer routine? This is a student photo contest, not some sketchy magazine shoot. Suggestive poses are a no-go. Suggestive. Poses that are too staged and artificial. If you keep making her pose like she's in an idol photo book, you might get banned from future contests. What, so now you're anti-idol photo books? That's not what I'm saying, and Watanabe-san, can you stop posing like that already? We're done. Yeah, this contest isn't about that kind of thing, and also us. Unable to handle it, Yukuto averted his gaze from Fuka's overly dramatic pose, which Izumi had instructed her to take. It's just too much. She had hiked up the legs of her jersey pants to mid-calf, unzipped the top just below her chest, undone the top button of her blouse, and was sitting on the flower bed's edge, arms firmly crossed under her chest and legs loosely splayed out. If a gorgeous elf like that sat there like that, no high school boy could handle it. Oh, really? I see him. Fuka seemed surprised by Yukuto's reaction. She blinked, then slowly released the pose with a somewhat pleased, somewhat reluctant expression. Senpai, don't tell me you were looking at Fuka-chan just now with pervy eyes. You're the one who told her to pose like that, Kataki-san. Don't try to kick me. As Yukuto tried to keep Izumi from launching another full-force kick with her soul aimed at him, he fought desperately to keep his face and emotions from turning red, glancing up at the now standing Fuka. Kataki-san, in idol gravure photos, which part of the 5W1H do you think is emphasized the most? Obviously the who. Idol gravure is all about that idol being photographed in all sorts of situations. This might be the first time I've heard you two actually talk like photography club members. Fuka clasped her hands in front of her and watched them with sparkling interest, glancing back and forth between them. In their photography club, the 5W1H principle was a foundational guideline, just like in English composition, used to think about which aspect the photo focused on. When, where, who, what, why, and how. Exactly. Idol gravure is all about personalization. If someone else tries the same pose, the theme completely falls apart. That's why it doesn't work for the upcoming contest. I dunno, really. Grumbling, Izumi pulled out her phone, tapped around, and shoved the screen in Yukuto's face. Then what's wrong with just sending in a photo of Fuka-chan looking ridiculously adorable in her uniform? Problem solved. Student Uniform Photo Contest. That was the contest Yukuto and Izumi had decided to enter as members of the photography club. It was similar in style to the Tokyo Student Usual Life Photo Contest, where Yukuto had previously won a runner-up award, but this one had a nationwide scope and required the theme of uniforms. There are tons of problems. And why is that? On the surface, a photo of Fuka-chan being ridiculously cute in uniform, as Izumi put it, did seem to fit the contest theme. But Yukuto shook his head sharply and said, because the only people who'd think that photo is ridiculously cute are you and me. Why? Fuka flinched like she'd been hit with a jolt, her body trembling as her eyes widened. Huh. Izumi gave Yukito a deadpan stare, then began scraping her foot across the ground like a bull, clearly ready to kick him again. Wait, senpai. Are you seriously about to say you're the only one who understands Fuka-chan's cuteness? I said you and me. And apparently there are at least 20 more on campus, so we're not totally alone. What are you even talking about? Some kind of secret fan club or something? I don't really get it either. The point is, we can't assume everyone shares our view that Watanabe-san is ridiculously cute and charming. Ooki-kun, I meaned. Excuse me, Fuka-chan's cuteness is national level okay. Even so, it doesn't work. To people who don't know Watanabe Fuka's personality, that picture would just look like some cute girl imitating gravure poses. Wait, what? No matter what kind of cute outfit we put her in, the photo's emphasis is overwhelmingly placed on the who. So there's no clear justification or necessity for the school uniform, and that weakens how well it matches the contest theme. I still don't get it. What's so wrong with a cute girl in a school uniform? It's totally fine if we think it's a good photo. Personally, I think Watanabe-san would look cute no matter how we photograph her. But if you look at past winning entries, it's clear that the judges probably won't see it that way. Yeah, I guess you're right. Izumi scrolled through the contest's official page and found several winning photos from last year listed on the homepage. So it's these overly obvious, youthful vibe kinds of shots that win, huh? Last year's grand prize photo showed 3 high school girls carrying different instrument cases, holding umbrellas of various colors, but wearing the same matching scarf, walking up a snowy slope in the middle of town. The judges' commentary read, a one-of-a-kind image capturing not just quietude, but a fierce passion and bond pushing through adversity. This hill is one you'll never climb again, no matter how much will or money you throw at it as an adult. You think someone just happened to snap a photo that perfect. I bet the photographer totally made them pose. There's nothing in the contest rules that says you can't pose your subjects. Still, the blur of the car in the foreground gives the illusion that this was a moment caught by chance from across the street. Even if they were posing while waiting for just the right car to pass, it doesn't feel staged. The sense of time, the implied story, the curiosity about what's inside the instrument cases, whether they're in a snowy region, whether practice is hard, or if this winter might be their final tournament, it all draws the viewer in. That's what makes it such a good photo. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's why it's hard to win, with just a photo of Watanabe-san's cuteness alone. If that's your angle, you need to bring in themes and background that show more of what makes her special. I think the reason the usual life photo contest worked out was because we managed to do that. Ugh, this is so frustrating. I can't believe Senpai beat me with logic. So just being cute isn't enough for Fuka-chan, huh? It's totally fine if you just want to take personal photos with the theme of cute Watanabe-san. If you showed me something like that and said it was your theme, I'd probably agree she looks cute and say it's a great photo. But to convince people who don't know her, we need stronger elements that bring out her charm, huh? While Yukito and Izumi were deep in passionate debate, there was a heavy thump nearby. They turned to see Fuka collapsed on the ground, face buried in her hands, squirming in the dirt. Fuka-chan. Watanabe-san, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? I am fine. I'm fine, so please, can Oki-kun just be quiet for a bit? She writhed like a worm tossed onto hot asphalt, hands over her betread face. No matter how tightly she covered herself, the muffled groans slipping between her fingers couldn't be contained. Neither Yukito nor Izumi could do anything but swallow hard and watch. Eventually, her writhing stopped. She glared through the gaps in her fingers, her eyes utterly unfocused but locked onto Yukito. Oki-kun, are you doing this on purpose? Wait, os. Caught completely off guard by the question, Yukito froze. No, I wasn't trying to. It's just we were talking about photography. And I mean, honestly, I do think that, yes, that. He finally realized he had been repeatedly calling Fuka cute in a roundabout but unmistakable way, and the boiler in his brain promptly exploded. While Fuka lay collapsed on the ground, Yukito stood frozen, bright red in the face and stiff like a statue doing a tiny, ready pose, like something out of the third-generation Atani Onijino Ediziman character sketches by Taoshu Seisha Rakuhitsu. HMPH. Ow. Irritated by the scene, Izumi finally landed a clean kick to Yukuto's rear. Section. With Yukuto short-circuited and Fuka's back and butt now coated in dust, they didn't manage to take any more photos afterward. The single shot Izumi took of Fuka with Yukuto's magically imbued camera wouldn't show its results until it was developed. Haya, seriously, you two, both of you. On the walk home from school, Fuka pressed a chilled bottle of rooibos tea from the convenience store against her flushed cheeks, not just from the heat. That's exactly the kind of thing Oki-kun does, geez. As she pressed the bottle to her forehead, her fingers brushed her bangs and found something out of place. It was a grain of sand, likely picked up while she was rolling around on the ground. Thinking she'd have to wash her hair thoroughly and toss her jersey in the laundry too, Fuka slipped the bottle into her school bag and took out her phone instead, switching to the front-facing camera to check her bangs. Oki-kun, honestly. She still felt slightly flushed, maybe from the setting sun, maybe from something else. The embarrassment came flooding back. Not spotting anything wrong with her bangs, she exited the camera app, only for something else to catch her eye. Oki-kun. Her lock screen showed a photo of herself and her mother. A photo Yukuto had taken. A true image of herself and her mother, what they really looked like. The original had been shot with that analog film camera, then scanned and resized for her phone wallpaper. It was, in effect, the first time she had ever seen her true self. The elf version of her that reflected how she felt inside, but which looked nothing like the plain Japanese girl who had just appeared on her phone's camera screen moments ago. Hey Oki-kun. Despite having flopped to the ground from joy earlier, Fuka now felt a faint wave of self-loathing for even thinking this. Still, she couldn't keep the question from forming in her mouth. Which one do you like? When he and Izumi had gotten so excited and called her cute, which me were they talking about? Her pace slowed slightly as she walked, phone still gripped in her hand. It hadn't been long since Yukuto's shocking confession. And no doubt, learning that she was another species must have been even more shocking for him than the confession itself. Up until that moment, the Fuka he found cute had clearly been the ordinary Japanese girl she saw in the mirror every morning, the one that showed up in her front camera. But now, Yukuto couldn't see that version of her at all. So when he called her cute now, was he talking about the version his eyes saw now, or the one captured in that photo? This is stupid. Why am I even thinking about this now? If she actually asked Yukuto something like this, it would probably only make him uncomfortable. Shaking her head as if to rid herself of the spiraling negative thoughts, Fuka quickened her steps. But just then, her phone rang. Huh, Mom, you're here today. The screen showed a call from her mother, Ryoka. Fuka's mother, Watanabe Ryoka, was an administrative officer in the elven village of Ilef, which governed the eastern Great Forest, and she only stayed at their home in Japan during breaks from that role. She hadn't said anything about coming back today. Hello, what's up, Mom? I wasn't expecting you back today, so I didn't prepare dinner or anything. What's wrong? Her mother's voice over the line was colored with unease, deep, dark unease. I'm already out of school, so I'll be home in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. I'll be there soon. Her steps sped into a near run. Ryoka was one of Ilef's top warriors, strong in both body and mind. Since Fuka was little, she couldn't remember ever seeing her mother sound so worried. By the time Fuka got home, she was practically sprinting. What she found in the living room was a sight she couldn't recall seeing before, her mother sitting at the dining table, nervously sipping tea, sunk in anxiety. I'm home, Mom, what's going on? Are you okay? Ah, Fuka, welcome home, I just made some tea. Want a cup? I'm good, more importantly, what happened? Something serious. On the phone, Ryoka had said there was something she needed to say face to face, and asked Fuka to hurry home. It had to be serious. 1,000 dark possibilities rushed through Fuka's mind. Maybe there was an accident or illness in the family, or a disaster in Ilef, something she couldn't resolve herself, but something the elves of Sanalf needed to be informed of. Did something happen in Ilef? Or did something happen to someone in the family? No, it's okay. Nothing life-threatening happened to anyone. Ryoka was clearly trying to reassure her, but the heaviness in her voice had the opposite effect. It's just something a bit troublesome came up, and it might affect you too, so I thought I should let you know early. I took the afternoon off to wait for you. A bit troublesome. Her mother had never once taken off work for something a bit troublesome. And more than that, the woman who was usually so assertive hadn't made eye contact with her daughter once since this conversation started. Even though nothing had been said yet, Fuka's anxiety was at its peak. Just tell me already. This isn't something we can talk about over dinner, right? Well, Ryoka hesitated, so unlike her usual self. Then finally, in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, she said it. It happened. Huh, what? I'm saying it happened. I got caught. What are you fidgeting for? Did someone do something to you? I'm telling you. Ryoka finally snapped, shouting in a burst of volume like she'd resigned herself to the worst. Someone saw it. Saw what? That photo. Wait, which A. Time stopped. The weight of her mother's rushed, half-mumbled confession didn't hit Fuka immediately. Her mind couldn't process it fast enough to grasp the gravity of the situation. But then her instincts kicked in, and she knew this was bad. Really bad. So bad she felt the blood drain from her face, a cold sweat forming, her legs starting to shake. Mom, please tell me you're joking. That photo. You don't mean that photo, do you? Who saw it? What photo are we even talking about? Just say it clearly. Under her daughter's barrage of questions, Ryoka clenched her teeth and slowly began to explain. The other day, when Oki-kun and Kataki-san visited Ilif, remember how the camera broke the Lost Paths magic? That incident triggered a government audit. They sent in a monitoring team. And then, it all unraveled from there. Unraveled? That has nothing to do with it. Sure, that camera is a little suspicious, and yeah, how the magic got broken is still being investigated, but there wasn't any proven link. We weren't even sure it was the camera. If no one said anything about it, how did they even connect it to that photo? Someone did say something. Someone in the village guard told them a human from Earth recently brought in some weird device. Wait, oh no. Fuka froze. Back when Yukito first visited Nash Riviera, an unexpected accident caused Fuka to lose consciousness, and he and Izumi were unable to return to Japan. Izumi had tried to reach out to Ryoka and Ilif for help, but their path had been blocked by the Lost Path, a magical defense mechanism that prevented uninvited outsiders from entering the village. In the end, Yukito's camera, through its viewfinder, had displayed the true path and revealed it, prompting the guards of Ilif to rush in and surround them. After that, the human administrator in charge of the floating prison island dispatched a monitoring team. And well, the village had no choice but to tell the truth. AA monitoring team, this got that serious. The floating prison island was under the jurisdiction of the Demon Lord Countermeasure Coalition, an organization formed by humans in Nash Riviera. All elves were bound by laws set by the coalition, including those regarding Demon Lord subjugation. That's why even the smallest signs of rebellion among elves couldn't escape the monitoring team's notice. Their official title was the Special General Audit Corps for Demon Lord subjugation, though most just called them the monitoring team. Anyway, the guards on duty that day had their lockers and belongings randomly searched. Their phones were confiscated, and when they checked my phone, they found the photo. That photo. So now I'm under suspension. Wait, the audit was like a random middle school bag check. And why was that photo on your lock screen? You're the one who sent it to me. You use it as your wallpaper too. Well, yeah, but still. Anyway, all of us who remained in Ilif are now being interviewed and observed. At worst, we're facing suspension. But the real problem is you and Oki-kun. At the mention of Yukito's name, Fuka's face tightened. Are they coming here too? It's already clear the camera was brought in by you and your classmate. But I don't know what form the audit will take here. To be honest, there hasn't been a single recorded audit of an Earth-based elf from Ilif in over 20 years. So maybe they'll just send someone to instruct you. But the truth is, every country's situation is different. I mean, yeah. But do you really think the audits in Japan, and say, Venezuela, are gonna look the same? Venezuela? You mean like the place people say has the worst crime rate in the world? I doubt they'd lump us in together. You say that, but Fuka, could you even point to Venezuela on a map? Know its capital, name the country to the east of it. Why are you suddenly so into Venezuela? Of course, I don't know any of that. Most of the coalition bureaucrats I've met just lump the entire Earth together as the other world. I've had people casually say stuff like, Earth's pretty dangerous, huh? Without a clue. HMPH. All right. Now, it's not like they're going to storm in fully armed or anything. But no one can predict what kind of inspection you and Oki-kun might get. And of course, they're not going to tell us ahead of time, so that's why Fuka. Even though she looked exhausted, Ryoka's eyes suddenly blazed as she stood up, leaned over the table, and grabbed Fuka by the shoulders. You are doing your part in fighting the demon lord, right? He. Fuka winced. The only reason she didn't look away was, you understand, right? Assume the walls have ears and the doors have eyes. Keep yourself sharp. Okay, I got it. With her mother glaring so hard she could have turned into a demon lord herself, Fuka could only nod obediently. But every elf was raised with stories about the monitoring team's thoroughness, almost more famous than fairy tales. Back in her room, Fuka collapsed onto the tatami floor and clutched her head. How am I even supposed to explain this to Oki-kun? Then she glanced toward the closet that led to the grasslands near Ilif. Better close that for now. She wedged a floor wiper handle between the sliding doors and locked the portal to the other world with a pathetically makeshift latch. So, that's what happened. Fuka didn't even wait for the next day. She couldn't wait until dinner. She called Yukito on video chat and told him everything, every last detail, before getting down and literally bowing to the ground on screen. WOW, a government audit? Sounds intense. First of all, can you maybe lift your head? Yukito, for his part, had panicked when her call suddenly came through. He flailed for 2 rings, sat down at his desk for no reason, nervously swallowed, adjusted his t-shirt to make sure the collar wasn't all stretched out, then finally tapped the call button, only to be greeted by the top of Fuka's bowed head filling his screen. When Fuka finally lifted her face, she looked completely drained, and Yukito found himself feeling sorry for her. So, what should I do? Like, if someone asks me about Nash Rivera or the camera, should I just answer honestly? That part's okay. I don't think the audit team would skip over me and go directly to you or Izumi-chan. There's no data on either of you on my phone or anywhere else that could identify you, and that would go against the rules about not causing trouble for Earth's people. So if anything does happen, it'll happen to me first. Don't worry. You can't just say, if anything happens, it'll happen to me, and expect me not to worry. Even Yukito couldn't stay calm in the face of Fuka's ominous phrasing. So you really don't know what could happen, not even in any old records or something. I really don't. It's been so long since a dispatch-stationed elf like me was ever audited. No one in Ilif even remembers how it goes. Dispatch-stationed elf. He hadn't expected the elves' employment categories to sound like a temp agency. But sooner or later, someone will definitely make contact with me directly. So, if you notice any unfamiliar people hanging around me, don't worry too much. I'll tell Izumi-chan the same thing. How could anyone not worry after hearing that? And since it all started with that photo and your camera, you probably shouldn't bring it to school for a while. Worst case scenario, even if nothing happens to you personally, if they decide that camera is somehow linked to the Demon Lord, they might confiscate it under preventive measures. That's seriously overstepping their authority. Demon Lord subjugation is absolute justice in Nash Rivera. Fuka gave a lonely smile as she said it. But it's okay. I've been slacking a bit lately, so if I start seriously taking part in Demon Lord subjugation again, I probably won't face any penalties. Wait, you're not saying you're going to drop out of school or anything, are you? No, nothing like that. I'll still go to school. Just, I might not be able to help the photography club as often, and I might end up with plans I can't tell you or Izumi-chan about. I really hope it won't come to that, though. Watanabe-san. But just in case, if you ever see me talking to someone you don't know, it might be an audit team member in disguise. So please don't worry too much. I don't know every single person you talk to, so I wouldn't just jump in on a conversation with someone I don't recognize. Right. But still, I mean, I might not be able to do anything, but if there's ever something, anything, I can help with, please tell me. I will. Thank you, Oki-kun. Fuka smiled gently as she said that. That smile also proved that his words hadn't really helped her at all. Demon Lord subjugation. It had come up a few times during their call. But when someone like Fuka, a member of Sanalf from a world where the entire planet was united against the Demon Lord threat, said she was going to focus on that mission, There was obviously nothing a regular high school guy like Yukyuto could actually do. I'll try not to burden you, Oki-kun, but if things really get bad, I might have to rely on you. Okay? Sorry for calling so suddenly. Yeah, we'll still see each other tomorrow, right? Don't worry, I'll be at school. Sorry for making you anxious. See you tomorrow. Fuka waved and ended the call with a smile. Man. Yukyuto slipped his phone into his pocket and slumped over his desk. He'd been nervous about the call, and it had definitely worn him out. The content had been shocking too, sure, but what shook Yukyuto the most was, it's been so long since I saw her like that. The Fuka who had appeared in that video call had been the Japanese Watanabe Fuka. Whether digital or analog, her image passed through machines still triggered the concealment magic and always appeared in her human form. Yukyuto's usual camera was a film camera. When he looked through the viewfinder, he saw the elf, but the printed photo always showed the human girl. And now, just like before, she'd appeared on screen moving and speaking in that form, the same girl he had once fallen in love with. He hadn't fallen for her looks alone, but once he had fallen for her looks became something he loved too. That was the truth. Their emotional bond had only grown stronger since he'd learned the truth about her. He believed that wholeheartedly. But that's exactly why seeing the Japanese Watanabe Fuka again, so casually and suddenly, hit him hard. In other words, he'd compared her. Elf Fuka and human Fuka. His heart had made the comparison before he could even stop it. Ugh. After all that talk about wanting to keep taking photos of her true self, here he was conflicted again. And right when she was facing such a difficult situation, no less. He sank into a pit of deep self-loathing. He wanted to be honest, to stay sincere toward Fuka always, and the least he could do now was to respect her wishes. Don't bring the film camera to school. Don't interfere if you see her talking to someone unfamiliar. Section, he'd made up his mind, so why? Watanabe censure is popular today. Why yeah. The next day at school, every single break, someone came to talk to Fuka. Even during lunch, it didn't stop. It was rare to see her sitting at a table with classmates, eating cafeteria sandwiches. Although most of the girls surrounding Fuka were from her own class, there were occasionally girls from other classes or even first years with different colored ties. But Fuka's usual lunch routine was to sneak off to the gardening club room to eat in secret, in order to recover the magic power consumed by her invisibility spell. However, from what Yukyuto had seen, Fuka only ate about 1/10 of her usual amount during lunch. He started to worry whether she was really okay. Then, during the short break between 5th and 6th period, Fuka dashed out of the classroom. She was probably trying to make up for the food she missed at lunch. I think she'll be fine, but still. Apparently, the invisibility spell consumed a huge amount of magic, and if an elf's magic ran out, they could die. It's not like missing one meal would kill her on the spot, but if this kept happening every day, it might be a real problem. It's not like eating together would solve anything either. There was no way all the unfamiliar girls around Fuka today were part of some inspection squad sent by Nash Rivera. And even if Yukyuto wanted to help, he couldn't exactly ambush her in the clubroom and start force-feeding her high-calorie foods like foie gras. If Fuka were willing to make a scene, she could just whip out her stacked lunchbox and start gnawing on a whole apple in front of everyone. But if she were capable of doing that, she would have done it from the start. Besides, that kind of display might just shift the kind of people who swarmed her, turning her into a food fighter icon or something. More than anything, they'd promised not to intervene unless she sent out an SOS. Yukyuto watched nervously as Fuka returned to the classroom, her mouth moving as if she were chewing. She gave a little wave to reassure him and returned to her seat. That's not reassuring at all. The moment she sat down, Yukyuto noticed that her face was plastered with stray grains of rice, like a messy kindergartner. She must have scarfed her food down in a huge rush. You, Fu-chan, what happened to your face? Hi. Do I have something on me? I guess I was still a bit hungry after lunch. The girls seated near her pointed out the rice clinging to her face, and Fuka blushed as she picked off the grains with her fingers and popped them into her mouth one by one. Oh gosh, this is so embarrassing, sorry, nom. Whoa Fu-chan, that's kinda hot. The girl behind her muttered in a low voice, smirking. Yukyuto couldn't deny he sort of agreed, but that aside, he had issues with the nickname Fu-chan. Plus, there could be stealthy Watanabe fanboys lurking anywhere, and he didn't want to provoke them. More importantly, Fuka's stomach wouldn't last if this became a daily thing. It kinda was, though. Shut up. If Yukito heard it, then obviously Tetsuya did too. And since their seats were close, anything they said reached Fuka's elven ears. A conversation that began with "that was kinda hot" was the last thing Yukito wanted. Oh, right, earlier, I asked around about why Watanabe-san's so popular today. Huh? Seriously? You curious, Don't give me that creepy laugh, just tell me already. What's with the desperation? Tetsuya was clearly teasing Yukito, who was unusually on edge because of the weird incident that had been predicted just the day before. Looks like you're kind of the cause. The me is how? Yukito was completely baffled, but Tetsuya just shrugged, looking equally puzzled. I heard it from someone in the next class. Hey Yukito, you know about Tachitoku? No, never heard of it, Tachitoku. Is that even Japanese? Apparently it stands for Tokyo Area Anonymous Board. It's a subsection of some big anonymous forum, with sub-boards focusing on specific areas like Itabashi and Narima. Okay. And there's this thread on the Narima board titled Local Beauties or something. What? Yukito's expression darkened at how sketchy the conversation was becoming. And someone posted it there. The photo of Watanabe-san from the contest you entered. What the hell? Yukito couldn't help shouting, drawing attention. He quickly lowered his voice. I was super careful picking a cut where her name wasn't visible on the tracksuit. Yeah, well, anyone who knows her personally or recognizes our school's uniform could still figure it out. Figure it out? Yukito had known the dangers of being identified online through message boards, but he never imagined Fuka could be caught up in that mess, especially because of him. His blood ran cold. Well, I don't know if it'll make you feel better, but the thread barely has any active users. I doubt it'll go viral or anything. Plus, the photo quality was pretty low. Wait, so you saw it too? Yeah. I figured you'd bring it up, so I got the URL. Here. Tetsuya handed over his phone, and sure enough, the award-winning photo of Fuka from the Tokyo Student Usual Life Photo Contest was there. The only place the photo could have come from was the contest's portal site, which didn't allow direct downloads. The cropping and aspect ratio were slightly off from what Yukito remembered, and the resolution was grainy by today's standards. Someone must have screenshot the display and trimmed it down to just the photo. So, someone from school saw it, showed it around, and people were like, "Isn't this the girl from the photography club's award?" Then they put two and two together. Your photo, Watanabe-san, all that. Next thing you know, everyone's talking about how cute she is again. I can't put my finger on it, but that's a really uncomfortable way for this to spread. Yukito was no stranger to the internet. He'd seen photos of random girls go viral, often with nasty captions. The whole Nash Rivera debacle Fuka was dealing with also started with a photo he'd taken, spiraled through a series of events, and ended up causing a firestorm on their end, while the situation hadn't developed into anything dangerous. And the mood of the crowd, along with Fuka's own behavior, suggested that the post on the anonymous board was more complimentary than harmful. Yukito still couldn't shake an ominous sense of unease. I mean, yeah, things like this can go sideways and blow up in no time. And at the very least, it means someone at school saw that board and is the type to spread it around. That's not all. Someone went to the trouble of cropping that image and uploading it. There could be another person involved. If that's the case, that means there might be two people on campus doing careless stuff like this online. That thought alone gives me the creeps. And also, never mind. Yukito bit back the words before they could escape. If Tetsuya hadn't picked up on it yet, then this was a question Yukito couldn't afford to raise. Why was Fuka's photo posted on the Narima Ward board, specifically? Yukito was the only one named in connection with the photo. If info about Fuka or Yukito leaked publicly, it would either have to come from recognizing the school jersey in the photo or from someone who knew Yukito had received an award. So if someone outside of Fuka's or Yukito's circle stumbled upon the photo online and tried to identify her, the natural place to post would be the board for Itabashi Ward, the location of the school. But instead, it had been posted to the Narima board. And Fuka's house wasn't in Itabashi, it was in Narima. If Yukuto's hunch was correct, even knowing her full address wouldn't help most people find her home. But could he really brush that off as coincidence? Well, thanks for telling me. Sure. Yukuto returned Tetsuya's phone and turned to face the blackboard. Man, just dealing with this whole defeat the demon lord thing is already enough for me. He muttered under his breath, head in hands, just as the bell rang to signal the start of the next class. The buzz in the room died down, and so did his conversation with Tetsuya. But Tetsuya, watching Yukuto's back curiously, muttered softly to himself in the same tone Yukuto had just used. Wait, why do you know about defeating the demon lord? Section, hey Yukuto. Sorry, I'll explain after club. Wait, hold up, he's gone. As soon as 6th period ended, Yukuto ignored Tetsuya's call and bolted from the classroom. Obviously, he was headed to the gardening club to meet up with Fuka and check on her condition. Per Fuka's instructions, he'd left his usual camera behind. But today, he was carrying a standard DSLR model left behind by an upperclassman in the photography club's archives. Fuka hadn't told him to come or not to come, but since he was supposed to give Izumi some photography pointers, he could use that as a cover. As he approached the entrance closest to the garden plots, he ran straight into Izumi, wearing her usual deadpan scowl. "Oh, senpai, what the hell is going on?" That was her opening line, but even without explanation, it was clear what she meant by that. "How much do you know, Kataki-san? About the anonymous board and everything. You mean about the photo being reposted on some local anonymous board without permission, right? I probably know as much as you do." Seriously, who's the moron who did that? I can't believe they used that photo for something like that. Given how hostile Izumi usually was toward him, Yukuto hadn't expected this reaction. What's with that face? I mean, well, I figured you'd be mad at me from the start, just for taking pictures of Watanabe-san. The photo's not at fault here. Sure, I'm not thrilled that you took it like you were practically licking her with your eyes, but the photo itself turned out really well, and even Fuka liked it. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean I'm so stupid I can't admit when something's good. And again, what's with that face? It's just, I didn't expect you to praise the photo that sincerely. I guess I'm kinda happy about it, unexpectedly so. What? I mean, that is. Flustered and blushing slightly, Izumi slapped the hem of her skirt with both hands in frustration, then glared up at Yukuto with a piercing stare. Don't get the wrong idea. That doesn't mean I approve of you taking pictures of Fuka-chan. I'm just saying, if a photo turns out good, I'll admit it's good. Got that? She was practically grinding her teeth, clearly desperate to take back what she'd just admitted. Got it. Hearing you say that means a lot. But for now, let's go check on Watanabe-san. That's not what I meant. Not wanting to get kicked from behind again, Yukuto quickened his pace toward the garden plots and came to a complete stop, both breath and steps frozen by the sight before him. Izumi, who'd been closing the distance to scold him again, ran into his back with a thud. Hey, senpai, why'd you freeze up, huh? But when she followed Yukuto's gaze forward, she gasped too and froze in place. What is that? The gardening club's flower beds were once part of a rose garden built in the Showa era. They'd recently planted various flower and vegetable seeds, but nothing beautiful had bloomed yet. Still, both Yukuto and Izumi saw it, a rose in full bloom. Beautiful people create an aura around them, regardless of gender. And right now, Watanabe Fuka was standing by the flower beds, smiling and chatting with a third-year boy neither Yukuto nor Izumi had ever seen before. And this was no ordinary boy. Even from a guy's perspective, Yukuto could tell at a glance, this guy was in a whole other league. He stood a full head taller than Yukuto, with long legs, refined features, and a build so well-defined that his muscles were obvious even through his dress shirt. A man with a physique so flawless he could have been sculpted was chatting and smiling alongside an elf of otherworldly beauty. Together, they looked like the cover of a manga or a promotional movie poster. It was just too perfect. Almost unreasonably perfect. Of course, just because Fuka was talking with some unfamiliar good-looking guy didn't mean they were close or anything. That would be jumping to conclusions. Still, ever since that video call last night, a foolish little devil had taken root in Yukuto's heart. Now it was whispering, louder than ever, planting seeds of malice and doubt in his mind. What if someone saw me next to that guy and thought I didn't measure up? He had once compared elf Watanabe Fuka to human Watanabe Fuka, an act of unconscious mirroring that now twisted back at him. Even though he knew it was stupid, his instincts as a guy screamed that he had already lost, defeated by this stranger before even doing anything. Then, as soon as Fuka noticed him, she shouted in a panicked voice, "Ah, Enno, this isn't what it looks like." It was exactly the kind of line someone guilty of cheating would blurt out. Yukito nearly collapsed to his knees. Whump, but before he could, Izumi sneak attacked from behind, jabbing her knee into the back of his legs, sending him sprawling to the ground with a thud. What the hell, Kataki-san? HMPH, pathetic. Hello, Watanabe-senpai, thanks for all your hard work. Izumi instantly put on a sweet, polite act as she greeted the unknown guy. But Fuka, seeing Izumi's face, looked stricken and quickly tried to explain. W8, Izumi-chan, it's not like that, you've totally misunderstood again. What do you mean, senpai? I haven't said anything yet, have I? I only just met Amami-senpai today. He didn't come here to see me. Amami-senpai, wait, Amami, don't tell me. Oh, you know who I am. The tall boy, Amami-senpai, finally spoke. His voice was unexpectedly soft and androgynous, yet carried a smooth huskiness that only enhanced his air of elegance. If I'm not mistaken, you're the captain of the boys' volleyball team, right? The one who led them to nationals in the spring tournament last year. Wow, I'm flattered. You freshmen know all that. It was just a lucky break. Everyone worked hard, and things happened to line up. It wasn't all me. It was obvious he meant it. His humility was real, and that somehow made it even more infuriating. But yeah, I did come here to see Watanabe-san, in a sense. I figured talking to her would be the fastest way to get what I'm after. So, what exactly were you talking to her about? This photo. Amami showed Izumi his phone. On the screen was that photo, the one of Fuka that had been circulating all day, the very one that had been plaguing Yukito and Izumi. Noticing Izumi's growing scowl, Amami quickly waved his hand. Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to hit on Watanabe-san. I wanted to meet the person who took this photo, and I thought she might introduce me. Hi. Izumi instinctively turned to Yukito, blinking in surprise. Yukito blinked too, stunned to suddenly be the topic of discussion. Oh, so that's him, huh? Following Izumi's glance, Amami seemed to realize that Yukito was the photographer he'd been looking for. I was just asking Watanabe-san about how the photo came to be. She told me she was genuinely happy with how it turned out, and that she was proud to have been the model. Amami-senpai. I told you not to say that. Fuka blushed furiously and turned away, avoiding eye contact with Yukito. So yeah, don't worry, I'm not here to flirt with her. No one said that. Izumi replied awkwardly, though the fact that she'd definitely been thinking it made her voice trail off. Actually, I came here to invite him. Can you stand? Still recovering from his fall, Yukito reflexively took the hand Amami offered and was pulled to his feet. That grip alone nearly made him feel like surrendering again. But this time, he was more confused than anything. Everyone else had fixated on Fuka when they saw the photo, so why was this guy coming for him? Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Ryo Amami, Class 3A, captain of the boys' volleyball team. Today, I came to formally request a project from the photography club. I'm Yukito Oki, second year. When you say request, do you mean you want someone to take pictures of your club activities? That's the gist of it. That's totally fine. Our upperclassmen have done that before too. But if it's for the volleyball team, why didn't you go through Tetsuya, Kamiyama Tetsuya? Oh, you're in the same class as Komitetsu. I didn't know that. But even if I did, this project is something I wanted to keep a secret from the other club members until the moment we start shooting. It's more fun that way, gets everyone hyped. I see. His grand way of talking and dramatic gestures made it clear he was planning something big, though Yukito still wasn't quite sure what. Then Amami leaned in just slightly and smiled slyly. I want your help to defeat the Demon Lord. Chapter 2, Watanabe Fuka isn't used to the vibes of sports clubs. The sharp squeak of rubber soles scraping against the gym floor and the thud of volleyballs striking the floor and players' bodies echoed throughout the space. Hey, don't stop moving. Don't flinch, freshman. Keep your eyes on the ball. The day after Oki Yukyuto and the photography club received a request from the boys' volleyball team captain, Amami Rio, to lend their strength in defeating the Demon King. The gym they were invited to was charged with the boys' team's intensity and noise. This way, and keep it quiet. Guided by a beckoning Amami Rio, Yukyuto, Izumi, and Fuka, carrying school bags, slipped past the practicing volleyball players and quickly ducked into the equipment room. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen an athletic club practicing this seriously up close before. Fuka, hand to her mouth and eyes wide, listened intently to the sound of balls bouncing beyond the door. A loud thump suddenly struck the metal door, and she jumped, recoiling a step away. Nice, that's the kind of hunger I want to see. Don't worry about the mistakes. Just keep pushing to level up for the Demon King battle. Rotate. Don't lose that energy. The ball that made the sound was probably the result of a failed play. But the voice of the coach, Mr. Gajima, was bright and encouraging, as though praising the mistake. Hearing this, Fuka exchanged a glance with Yukyuto and then cautiously asked Rio. Even the teacher's calling it Demon King subjugation. Yeah, our opponent to beat if we want to go to nationals is Sakurahana, the affiliated school of Mabuchi University. They've kept Tokyo's volleyball teams in despair for years. They're the ultimate Demon King. Mabuchi University affiliated Sakurahana High School. In the world of high school volleyball, they are the undisputed champions of Tokyo. Even during the last spring high tournament, where Minami Itabashi High made it to the best four, Sakurahana remained a dominating force. They've made it to the nationals in all three major high school tournaments, Spring High, Inter-High, and National Sports Festival, for 15 consecutive years, and have even been national champions. Their overwhelming strength and reputation earned them the nickname Demon King High from other boys' volleyball teams in Tokyo, twisting the initials of Mabuchi, Ma, and Sakurahana, O, into a fitting title. Minami Itabashi High's boys team faced Sakurahana in the Tokyo semifinals and lost by just one set. Still, placing third in Tokyo and pushing the Demon King to the brink earned the school a lot of recognition in the last spring high. We'll be facing Mao again in the summer tournament. That's why Coach Gajima and all of us are doing everything we can right now. That's why we asked you guys from the photography club to help. Rio had requested 3 types of photos from the photography club: headshots for a new roster, practice shots, and candid off-shots if possible. The idea was that having photos taken by an award-winning club would boost morale for the upcoming summer Inter-High and strengthen the team long-term, at least in the minds of Captain Rio and Coach Gajima. I see, but I still don't quite understand how taking photos during club practice at such a critical time is supposed to help strengthen the team. And also, what is it, Oki-kun? Nah, it's nothing. Yukyuto felt a faint twinge of doubt about why Fuka was tagging along with the photography club as if it were natural, but he didn't mind being with her, so the thought quickly vanished. All right, Kataki-san, could you set up the lighting equipment we brought? Sure thing. Perhaps because they were in front of Rio and Fuka, Izumi unusually followed Yukyuto's instructions without complaint and began setting up basic lighting gear on tripods to properly illuminate the subjects. By the way, Amami-senpai, weren't there fewer people than usual? I think I only saw freshmen besides the coach. Though the equipment wasn't complex, Izumi assembled it skillfully from memory and asked Rio. The second and third years are out running. Our team system is for the first years to do court practice first, then the upperclassmen come in later. Really? I always thought in sports clubs, upperclassmen usually practice first. When Yukyuto asked, Rio lit up with a big grin and eagerly responded. Oki-kun, are you thinking of that stereotypical image, where the underclassmen just pick up balls all day in baseball or tennis clubs? Well, yeah. Yukyuto flinched at the sudden pressure. That's pretty much it. I don't really know the details about our school's baseball or tennis teams, but that's how it was in middle school. I see, so maybe you felt a little unfairly treated as an underclassman. Were you in a sports club in middle school, by any chance? Really, Oki-kun? Senpai in a sports club? No way, can't imagine it. Yeah, I was in the volleyball club in middle school. No way. For real? You're joking, right? Fuka and Izumi had completely opposite reactions. Fuka's gaze was full of pure curiosity and admiration for Yukyuto's unspoken past, while Izumi's held a suspicious glint. It's true. That's how I became friends with Tetsuya. No kidding, so why'd you end up joining the photography club in high school? I am kind of curious about that too. I've never heard you talk about it. Glancing briefly at Ryo, Yukyuto averted his eyes awkwardly. Honestly, I just wasn't very good. My middle school volleyball club had a lot of members, and the competition for spots was fierce. I wasn't especially strong or skilled, so the only matches I played in were in the B-class tournaments, the ones for people who didn't make the main lineup, and even then, just a handful. I see. Fuka and Izumi waited for him to continue, but Ryo nodded slightly, as if he already knew where this was going. Of course, I still think I'm better than a total beginner, and I still enjoy watching games. But I had this image that high school sports clubs would be way more intense, and I didn't have the confidence or ability to keep up. So I joined the photography club, something I'd always been interested in and wasn't available at my middle school. I guess I get that, but why didn't you ever mention it before? I don't regret quitting volleyball and joining the photography club at all. But depending on how you look at it, it might seem like a story of failure, and also. Yukyuto hesitated for a moment, then gave a sideways glance at Fuka before quickly looking away. As a guy, saying I quit because high school sports clubs looked too intense kind of feels lame, you know. As an adolescent boy who had fallen for a girl, the fact that he wasn't in a sports club, or worse, had dropped out of one, was something that, regardless of society's lofty ideals, left him feeling inferior. At the very least, there was definitely an atmosphere in the world that made him feel that way. That's why Yukyuto had wanted to keep this from Fuka if possible. And yet, ironically, he ended up having to confess it right in front of Amami Ryo, the team captain and ace who had taken his club to the national level. But thanks to that, I got to meet you, Oki-kun, and now you even take pictures for me. It might be complicated for you, Oki-kun, but I'm really glad you joined the photography club. Whether she realized what was going through Yukyuto's mind or not, Fuka plopped down beside him and said that as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As he took the camera he planned to use today out of his school bag, Yukyuto suddenly felt embarrassed and found himself unable to look Fuka in the face. I see. If Watanabe-san feels that way, then maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Yup, I think so too. Kataki-san, are those two dating? No, they're not. Seriously, not at all. While Ryo watched Yukyuto and Fuka with a faint smile, Izumi started giving off an aura so cold she might as well have turned into a snow woman on the spot. Alright, what were we talking about again? We were talking about how taking photos helps the team, and why the first years practice on the court first in our volleyball club. Sensing the shift in atmosphere thanks to Izumi, Ryo quickly steered the conversation back on track. For example, ball collecting in baseball, what do you think that's for? Chores, and drilling in the hierarchy, right? Izumi's blunt take wasn't wrong, and Yukyuto couldn't help but partially agree. I won't deny that some schools or clubs need that kind of structure. But ideally, that ball collecting is supposed to build leg strength and teach the basics of ground ball handling. If a kid joins the team eager to play baseball, and he's made to feel like he's just being used for errands, then that club has no future. Ryo paused significantly before continuing. That's what Coach Gajima and I believe. The photos we're having you take today are meant to help the first and second years, who aren't regulars yet, feel like they're needed in the club. We don't want them to go through what you did, Oki-kun. What I did? You said you didn't think you could keep up with high school sports clubs, right? That's pretty common. But think about it. The people who still join anyway are the ones who worked hard for 3 years in middle school and believe they can keep going in high school. If you treat them like they're just first years meant to serve their upperclassmen, they'll burn out fast. Yeah, I can see that. If they've worked that hard to be here, I want them to keep pushing, to fight for a spot on the regular team. Even second and third years who aren't regulars yet are in the same boat. What they need is a quick, objective way to see that they're valued members of the team, that they look cool doing it. And that's what photos can provide, or so we believe. Ryo spoke with passionate conviction. Videos always catch the flaws too, and reviewing them takes time. During practice, you're already painfully aware of your shortcomings. So instead, if you see a photo where you look cool, you might think, maybe I'm not so bad, and that helps boost self-esteem. Wow, no pressure or anything, Yukito said with a wry smile. He understood Ryo's logic, but it was Yukito and his team who had to take the photos. But as someone who quit, I get where you're coming from. You really care about the first years, Amami-senpai. Of course. Even if our second and third years are strong now, if we don't train the next generation, our team's level will drop fast. Of course, older students are stronger. It's only natural. But if we establish a culture that focuses on training the first years, the club will maintain its strength over time. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like this culture is something you and your coach just started. Didn't the second and third years complain about having to wait for the first years to finish using the court? Despite never treating Yukito like an upperclassman, Izumi seemed surprisingly curious about team hierarchy. Ryo grinned proudly and nodded. Having the first years use the court first also means they're responsible for setting it up. Ah, so they naturally end up doing the grunt work. Exactly. And because the upperclassmen use it after, the first years won't cut corners. Plus, in our team, we have a 15-minute observation time during the switch. Both groups watch each other's practice. Observation time. Yeah, each day has a theme, and we use that time to observe what our teammates are doing well or poorly. After that, we do a single-set match before switching. That's our boys' volleyball club's routine for the first half of the year. In the second half, the third years retire, and some strong first years start standing out, so things shift again. Wow, you've really thought this through. I always thought sports clubs were just upperclassmen treating the underclassmen like slaves by default. You don't hold back, do you? Ryo could only laugh awkwardly at Izumi's unfiltered comment. Maybe not slaves, but yeah, some clubs do rely on heavy-handed top-down control to maintain order. Some people might think our way is too soft. And a few years ago, even our club had upperclassmen who ruled with an iron fist. Who knows, maybe in the future, the more Spartan method might end up producing better results. But the past is the past. The present is now, and the future is the future. The past is the past, and now is now. Fuka, of all people, found herself deeply drawn into Ryo's words. The future is the future. Yeah, and for the very near future, we need the photography club's help. We want you to take headshots for the team roster, action shots during practice, and some casual off shots when practice isn't going on. Got it, we'll do our best, right, senpai? I'll help out however I can too. Fuka chimed in like a full-fledged member of the photography club. Just then, a buzz of activity stirred outside the prep room. Okay, so after observation time, we'll run one set. Today's lineup is Kamiyama-kun, Kato-kun, Shimizu-senpai, and... Amid the murmurs, a clearly projected voice rang out. It was a girl. Looks like they're back, let's go. With a voice more energetic than anyone in the photography club, Ryo stepped forward like a hero, pushing open a castle gate, flinging the prep room door open wide with both hands. The heavy metal door flew open with enough force to be a bit dangerous, proof of Ryo's training, and every eye in the gym turned toward Yukito and his group. All right, everyone, attention. Despite their unorthodox entrance, the entire gym straightened up the moment they saw Ryo and shouted in perfect unison. Captain, good work. As if rehearsed, the team shouted their greetings in unison with such force that Fuka looked like she might be blown away by the sheer pressure of their voices. Ha! Oki-kun, Watanabe-san, and Kataki-san. Among the noise, Tetsuya, clearly having just finished a hard run with sweat on his brow, spotted Yukito and Fuka. Captain Amami. Who are these people? The suspicious-looking voice likely belonged to the girl who had spoken first. She had long hair tied up neatly in front and back, wore glasses, a tracksuit top and bottom, and held a notebook and pen. A stopwatch hung around her neck. It didn't take much to realize she was the boys' volleyball team manager. Hey Skawa, we've scheduled something irregular for today. Coach Gajima is already informed, so I'll be counting on you. Irregular, you say? Behind her large glasses, the girl referred to as Heiskawa stared at Yukito with growing suspicion. She especially seemed to be glaring at Fuka. You're Watanabe-san from the gardening club, right? From Class B. Oh yes, that's right. Captain, what business does someone from the gardening club have here? Heiskawa, Watanabe-san is here to help the photography club. Photography club. And these three are guests I personally invited. Coach Gajima is aware, so your current attitude is a little out of line. When I'm responsible for managing the team schedule and wasn't told anything, I think I'm allowed to act like this. Though she didn't seem particularly welcoming, Heisugawa didn't openly disobey the captain. After catching her breath, she straightened up and turned squarely toward Yukito. I apologize. I'm Yui Heisugawa from Class 2F. I'm the manager of the boys' volleyball team. You're Oki-kun from Class B, the head of the photography club, right? Ah, yes, that's me. Sorry for being rude. But this is a critical time for the club, and sudden schedule changes can be disruptive to the team, so I hope you'll understand. We're not even sure what we're doing yet, but Captain Amami says this is good for the team's future, so we're here to help however we can. If that's true, then I'd like to believe it too. So, Captain, what exactly are you asking the photography club to do? Despite Heisugawa Yui's still somewhat frosty tone, Ryo stood confidently before the team and began his announcement. Before that, listen up, everyone. Thanks to our performance in the last Tokyo Spring High Tournament, the boys' volleyball team has been granted its own official homepage by the school. Wah! Even Yui, who had maintained a stoic expression, couldn't hide her surprise. Getting a dedicated publicity page on the school's website was a major sign of institutional support. It would elevate the club's prestige and help recruit future members. What's more, since the club would manage the page themselves, they could handle external communication directly without going through the school, though they would still carry the school's name and the responsibilities that came with it. Currently, at Minami Itabashi High, only the karate club, which consistently places in regional tournaments, and the brass band club, which made nationals once over a decade ago, had dedicated homepages. This meant the volleyball club had just secured its place in the school's history. We've asked the photography club to take photos for this site. Over the next few days, they'll be dropping by during practices, so make sure to treat them well. And yes, we'll do our best. Showered in respect and thunderous voices, Yukito and Fuka gave an awkward bow on reflex, while Izumi just nodded with a smug grin. Before we get to that, today we'll be taking new bus shots for the team roster. These won't be public, but if we make it to nationals, they'll be submitted to the tournament officials, so treat this like you're getting your ID photo taken. And yes, the homepage will be public. If anyone doesn't want their photo displayed, let me or Oki-kun from the photography club know after we've taken your roster photo. And yes, Yukito was a little impressed by the consideration. There are a lot of people out there who don't like having their photo taken. Everyone has their own reasons, but as someone who dabbled in photography, Yukito believed it was essential to respect the wishes of anyone who declined. In fact, someone like Fuka, who willingly agreed to model for a photo contest, was a rare find. In that case, I'll say this now, please don't include me in any photos outside of the roster. I prefer to stay behind the scenes. Yui, the manager, promptly raised her hand and declined to be photographed. Huh, really? Ryo looked genuinely surprised. Heisugawa, I think your management is the backbone of this team, so I was hoping to make a page for you. Yeah. You really think that? I mean, Clearly not expecting such praise, Yui widened her eyes, blushed, and visibly panicked, even though she'd been the first to decline a photo. Happy. Izumi, silent up to now perhaps because she was an outsider and a first year, gave a small nod and smirked as she watched Yui's reaction. Even so, if I'm going to be featured, it should be on something like a rotating member of the day spotlight page. Is that so? That's a shame. I was imagining how great you'd look in a photo. Please don't say things like that. I really don't want to be featured. Happy. Watching Yui turn her face away again, Izumi smirked even more. Anyway, if that's the case, then time's short. We should start the roster photos now, right? Ah, wait a second. Yukito raised his voice at that moment. If it's okay with everyone, wouldn't it be better to take the roster photos before practice? Everyone's sweating quite a bit now, and I figure people might want to fix their hair or something first. Ryo didn't respond. He didn't even look at Yukito, just kept staring straight ahead. Amami-senpai. Can you hear me? Also, everyone's outfits are kind of all over the place. If these photos might be submitted to a tournament, shouldn't they be unified? Amami-senpai. You're right. Seriously. When Yukito glanced over, He saw that even Coach Gajima had the same look on his face as Rio, and he became convinced that the two had planned today's whole situation just to surprise the team. Hasegawa Yui gave them a suspicious glance, looking between Rio and Yukito, while Tetsuya and the other volleyball members started to fidget anxiously. So Yukito gave it a bit of thought, then addressed Rio in a way that everyone could hear. How about this? I've only recently taken over the photography club, and this is actually the first time we've officially accepted a request from another club. I only have one other member with me today, and she's not fully used to the equipment yet, so we'd like to treat this as a practice shoot for us. And maybe for you all, it could be practice for being in front of the camera. Practice for being in front of the camera. Yes. Yukito nodded, then looked around the gym and pointed to a wall with a relatively plain background. For now, how about we use that wall over there? Anyone here regret how their student ID photo turned out? At his question, the members looked at each other in confusion. I totally regret mine. Tetsuya raised his hand immediately. I thought I looked way cooler than that, but I ended up looking like a total zombie with dead eyes. With Tetsuya kicking it off, a few others started echoing similar complaints. If we're making a nationally recognized team roster, I want to take proper photos. That means paying attention to lighting, background, timing, all of it. And I'm sure none of you want to look weird in the final shot, right? Totally. I want to look cool. Tetsuya enthusiastically supported Yukito's suggestion. So for today, I'd like to use this time to help the photography club learn everyone's names and faces and collect reference shots. What do you think? Oh, sounds good to me. Also, I don't think we should hand over the raw images right away. Some post-processing will be necessary. If we have some sample data ready, it'll make it easier to discuss with Amami-senpai and Hasegawa-san later. Wait, Mei. Why? Yui looked startled by her sudden inclusion. Why? You're the team manager, right? Of course, the final say goes to the captain or coach, but since Coach Gajima doesn't teach my class and I might have trouble aligning with the third-year schedules, it helps a lot to have a same-year point of contact. Oh, well, but I'm not really. Yui's face rapidly turned red, and she began to panic. Is that something to get that flustered about? Even Izumi couldn't help but point it out. Yui's reaction was clearly over the top. Because I've never exchanged contact info with a boy outside of club activities before. That's your reason. Izumi looked completely dumbfounded. And besides, Oki-kun and Watanabe-san, aren't you two, dating? No, that's. Why is that misunderstanding so widespread? Yukito and Fuka both flushed red. Izumi looked outraged and, You cute, we need to have a little chat later, yeah. Tetsuya and several of the volleyball club boys started emitting a low, dangerous aura. Could it be? Were some of the rumored 20 secret Watanabe fans in the school actually members of the boys' volleyball team? Think about that photo that won the contest recently. There's no way you can take a picture like that without a deep trust between the photographer and the model. Really? Hasegawa-san, do you think so too? Don't be fooled, Fuka-chan. That was just because Senpai's camera skills are decent, not because there's any trust or anything romantic going on. I see. So if I'm reading this right, Kataki-san, you're secretly in love with Oki-kun and see Watanabe-san as your romantic rival. Amami-senpai, 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 Amami-senpai. Even if you're a third year, there are things you should and shouldn't say. That's absolutely out of line. Me, in love with senpai, I'll have you know I've pledged eternal devotion to Fuka-chan. Oh, really? Because unless I misheard, you did admit that Oki-kun's camera work was pretty good. Yukito, not only are you suspiciously close with Watanabe-san, now you're getting cozy with Kataki-san too. Actually, come to think of it, when did Kataki-san even join the photography club? No one told me that. Amami-senpai, do I really have to exchange contact info with Oki-kun? If you really insist, I'll do it, but I don't even know where to start with all of this. Do you seriously hate the idea of exchanging contact info with me that much? Oki-kun, do you want to exchange contact info with Hasegawa-san that badly? Watanabe-san, focus. This is about our clubs collaborating on a project, okay? Just as multiple strange fires started breaking out all over the place. All right, everyone, calm down. Chill, stay. Coach Gajima, who'd been watching silently until now, finally stepped in. But This is all because you and the captain didn't plan anything. He was immediately met with a massive collective rebuke from everyone except Rio. Why? You don't have to yell at your teacher like that. In a very uncoach-like way, Gajima shrank back in genuine fear under the student's intensity. Section. Watanabe-san, I'd like to test the lighting setup, so can I get a sample shot? Could you stand straight against that wall over there? Sure, like this. Thanks. All right, Kataki-san, go ahead and look through the viewfinder and try shooting with the focus centered around Watanabe-san's collarbone area. Okay. Collarbone. Not the face. For the roster photos, we need bust-up shots. If you shoot from directly in front of the face, the top half of the frame ends up as empty space, and it won't capture below the collarbone. Even those photo booths at arcades or ID machines usually have the default camera position slightly below eye level. Ah, I see. That's why they're set up like that, got it. Like this. Surprisingly obedient compared to her usual behavior, Izumi followed Yukuto's instructions and captured a few shots of Fuka, framed accordingly. Senpai, here's what I got, but doesn't Fuka-chan look kind of fat? Isn't her face huge? She handed the digital SLR camera, which had a Minami Itabashi High School Photography Club sticker on it, over to Yukuto. The monitor showed a bust-up shot of Fuka in her human form, standing naturally, but Izumi didn't seem fully satisfied with the result. That can't be right. Right. Fuka, clearly shocked at being told her face looked big, stared wide-eyed. No, it's not that you've gotten bigger, Watanabe-san. Sorry, but I actually had you pose this way to demonstrate what not to do for the rest of the team. I'll delete it afterward, I promise. Yukuto reassured the clearly displeased Fuka, then showed the photo to the line of third years. When people tell you to tuck your chin for ID or yearbook photos, this is why. Since the camera lens is slightly below eye level, it creates a slight upward angle. That makes your chin or cheeks look puffier, and sometimes your nostrils more visible. But on the other hand, he then exaggeratedly pulled his chin back. If you pull in just your chin, you end up unconsciously pushing your chest forward, which flattens the skin and fat between your chin and neck, making your neck look thick or your face longer. Your eyes tilt upward too much and you end up looking zombie-eyed. I mean, I don't even need to take a photo. You can already tell my face looks weird, right? Haha, that's hilarious. Kataki-san, we're being serious right now. Izumi amusedly snapped a shot of Yukuto's contorted face, earning a gentle scolding. To avoid weird facial angles while standing, try this. First, engage your diaphragm, imagine pulling in your stomach. Then, instead of puffing out your chest, lower your shoulder blades downward. Then slightly pull your chin back. Lifting your diaphragm helps you straighten your spine, and lowering your shoulder blades defines your neckline. That way, your chin and neck don't get squished. And make sure to look directly at the camera lens with just your eyes. Watanabe-san, could you try that? Okay, so I pull in my stomach and drop my shoulders. Ah, right there. Your shoulders are going backward, which makes your ribs stick out too far. Fuka had instinctively moved her elbows behind her, causing her chest to puff out. Try pulling your elbows straight down, not back. That'll help you feel the shoulder blades moving. Yes, that's it. Now pull your chin in just a little, Kataki-san now. All right. On cue, Izumi snapped another photo. Now if you compare this one with the first. Also, Kataki-san, could you delete that goofy one of me in between? Ah, what a waste. Reluctantly, Izumi complied and deleted it, then showed the two bust-up photos of Fuka side by side to the volleyball members. Whoa, seriously. No way it makes that big of a difference. Even though both shots were taken with the same composition, the second one clearly aligned more with Fuka's natural image. Basically, if you don't do this much, the photo can end up looking totally different from how you perceive yourself in the mirror or in real life. Watanabe-san had trouble adjusting her shoulders just now, but that shoulder blade movement isn't something you do normally. It takes practice to get used to. Yukuto paused, glancing toward the net strung across the gym. But volleyball players should be good at moving their shoulder blades. Those who are good at setting, spiking, and blocking often have that shoulder control down. That insight came from someone who'd once played volleyball himself, even if he had quit. That said, just relax today. For now, we'll do some trial shots against the wall Watanabe-san stood by. Kataki-san and I will alternate, so please line up in 2 lines. When it's your turn, tell Watanabe-san your year, class, and name. Fuka's role today was to note down the student names and photo numbers as Yukito and Izumi took the shots. Kataki-san, can you set up the reflector board and the white umbrella on the lower left to light the face from that angle? And then, when Yukito turned around, all the third years had lined up on Izumi's side. He couldn't really blame them, but he also really didn't want to understand. As he hesitated, unsure how to scold a bunch of upperclassmen. If you're wasting time like this, the second half of you get an Oki-kun's line now. Heisugawa Yui cut through with a firm, unapologetic order. Grumbling a little, the students finally split into even lines. Thanks, Heisugawa-san. Yukito felt an odd sense of admiration for how she didn't flinch at all, even with upperclassmen. You too. Heisugawa frowned and glared at Yukito. As club president, don't just go along with Amami's carelessness. You need to plan things properly in advance. I'm still not convinced, but if you don't act firmly, then nothing will move forward, right? Why, yeah, you're right, I've got no excuse. When the president's unreliable, the members are the ones who suffer. That comment carried a heavy weight and personal truth. And I still don't fully understand how much thought went into all this, but I don't believe Captain Amami would do anything that isn't for the club's benefit. So, still blushing slightly, Heisugawa held out her phone to Yukito. After club today, let's exchange contact info. That'd be a huge help. I think it'll mostly be a group chat with Amami-senpai and the 3 of us. All right, then let's wrap this up quickly. I've got other appointments later, and we'll need to rearrange the future schedule too, so I'd like to discuss that as well. At that moment, Fuka, who had been standing beside Izumi, dropped the notebook she was holding with a flop, but Yukito didn't notice. All right then, keeping in mind what we talked about earlier, we'll take 3 shots per person, 1 by 1. After each shoot, please give your class and name to Watanabe-san in the middle. From there, things progressed smoothly. Just as Yukito had expected, the older students had better control over their shoulders. For most members, as long as the photos weren't going to be submitted to the national tournament, their shots were perfectly fine for the roster. Okay, third year class A, Seidu-senpai, which kanji is that for Sai? Ah, got it. This one. This is the 4th most common kanji for the surname Seidu. Next is Hiroda-senpai, which Hiro. Oh right, the one with the Mizu, radical, and yellow. Sawamura-senpai, which Sawa. Due to certain circumstances, Fuka had become unusually well-versed in Japanese surnames, and she made sure to double-check potentially tricky kanji. It was surprising how many players on the boys' volleyball team had names that needed that level of detail, but regardless, the shoot continued without issue. All right, I'm up next. Hit me from any angle. Now it was the turn of team captain Amami Rio, who had lined up in Yukito's queue. Okay, please stand there, Let's have you try sitting in that chair first. Sure thing. When the subject was significantly taller than the photographer, the standard procedure was either to raise yourself or lower the subject. Actually, let's have you stand. I'll get on the stool instead. Rio's legs were long, and sitting on the cheap metal gym chair caused his knees to rise, throwing off the posture of his upper body. That's weird. Oki-kun. What's wrong? The other line had apparently finished, and Fuka, holding the notebook with the names, approached from behind, clearly interested in Rio's final shoot. I don't know, the focus just won't lock in right. Sorry, senpai. Could I have a moment? Take your time. Even while waiting, his voice had that cool, pleasant tone. Yukito refocused the lens, but no matter what, Rio remained blurry in the viewfinder. That's odd, did the autofocus just break on me? Man, Kataki-san, sorry, could I borrow your camera? Sure, what, something broke? Thanks, not sure, just seems like the autofocus is acting weird, This one too. Even through the viewfinder of Izumi's camera, Rio appeared blurred. That's really weird. Kataki-san, when you were shooting, did it give you any problems? Not really. Autofocus just means the thing that locks in the focus, right? It worked totally fine. Seriously, that's not good, sorry, senpai. Let me try taking a few anyway. Whoa. Yukito had hoped the autofocus would kick in once the shutter was pressed, but after 3 or 4 shots, digital noise distorted Rio's image, like it had a mosaic filter over it. Wait, what the hell is this? Everything had gone fine up until now, but suddenly, things weren't working. Fuka, Izumi, and even Heisugawa, who had been watching quietly, moved closer, along with Tetsuya, who had already finished his shoot. Hey, sorry, Tetsuya, can I try taking a few of you? Sure. He was standing nearby anyway, so Yukito took a few shots. And this time, the autofocus functioned normally, and Tetsuya appeared sharp and clear. Or so it seemed. What's going on here? While Tetsuya appeared clearly, the depth of field was strangely distorted. Fuka and Heisugawa, who were standing on either side, were completely out of focus. The Fuka that was blurred beside Tetsuya was in her human form, but regardless, the camera was definitely acting up now. Sorry, senpai. I think the cameras just started malfunctioning all of a sudden. Really? Like how? Is it because I'm too handsome and I'm glowing too much? Only someone like Rio could say something like that and not sound obnoxious. No, it's like, I just can't get it to focus. If I force the shutter, the picture won't come out right at all. Oh no, that's the only camera you've got today. Can't you just use another one, even if it's a test? Then I guess I'll just try using my phone. Hold up, senpai. Cameras don't just start acting up like that out of nowhere. Give it here. Just as Yukito was about to settle for using his phone camera, Izumi snatched the DSLR out of his hands, stepped down from the stool, and pointed the lens at Rio herself. Look, it's working just fine. Wait, seriously. Seriously, Amami-senpai, please stay still. All right, all good. Here, senpai, see for yourself. Whoa, for real, what the heck? The camera's display clearly showed a perfectly sharp image of Rio. Maybe your camera skills are just bad. Izumi grinned teasingly, but Yukito had known her long enough to expect that. So, he flipped back through the photos he'd taken earlier and brought one up. No matter how bad I am, there's no way I'd get something like this. You're right. Even Izumi, still in tease mode, winced at the photo. The wall behind was in perfect focus, but Rio appeared as if blurred out with a mosaic filter. And Tetsuya's photo came out weird too. Maybe the camera's just getting old. Our club's dry cabinet is ancient, and we don't really maintain the gear thoroughly. The tragedy of an underfunded club, Still, even when the camera is messed up, Fuka-chan ends up like that. She glanced at the blurred Fuka in the background of Tetsuya's, shot with a tinge of sadness, muttering softly so only Yukito could hear. Well, it worked in the end, so it's fine, right? Anyway, what about Heisugawa-senpai? I. Caught off guard by the sudden call-out, Yui fumbled her words. Rio, now standing up, nudged her forward. Come on, just get it over with. That's an order from your captain. See, calling it an order. I get that you don't want off shots, but this is for the roster. Everyone's required. You're a club member too, Heisugawa. Get in there and get your photo taken. Even then, she was still hesitant. Hey, stop wasting time. Chop chop. Fine, I'll go okay. Just stop pushing, Captain. Heisugawa, her cheeks flushed, was gently nudged forward by the captain and stepped into the subject position. Okay, lighting's all set. Oki-kun, take Heisugawa's photo. Ah, yes. See, could you give me just a sec? Yukito, who had been adjusting the other camera while Izumi handled the shooting, nearly dropped it in a rush. What are you doing, senpai? Want me to take it? Why, yeah, sorry, please. Just make sure her glasses don't reflect too much. Yeah. All right then, Heisugawa-senpai, you're getting a bit too much light. Could you shift a bit to the right? All right. Heisugawa followed Izumi's instructions without complaint, though she glanced over at Yukito, still fumbling with the camera, with a somewhat conflicted expression. In the end, even Coach Gajima was photographed by Izumi. Despite the chaos, the whole shoot wrapped up in under an hour. Good work, everyone. I'll take these photos back, make adjustments, and later I'd like to consult with Coach Gajima, Amami-senpai, and Heisugawa-san on the future shoot schedule. Thanks again for today. Thanks for all the help. Sorry for the hassle, Oki-kun. Some of it was my lack of planning. Looking forward to working with you. All right, team, line up. Thank you very much. Thanks. Overwhelmed by the sports team-style yell to the very end, Yukito and his group packed up the gear and exited the gym. I'm wiped. This used muscles and nerves that gardening never touches. At the gym's exit, Izumi shook out her arms while groaning. She usually did a fair amount of manual labor in the gardening club, but holding up heavy camera equipment in a fixed position for so long had been exhausting in a completely different way. The photography club's cameras are kind of old, so they're big and heavy. Stretch out afterward, it'll help. They're old, I wouldn't have guessed, but yeah, they did act up a bit earlier. Heisugawa leaned in close to examine the camera, hanging from Yukuto's neck. Fuka, standing beside her, let out a subtle gulp that only Izumi heard. Yeah, I only know because my senpai told me, but it's a model from over 10 years ago. That old. And it still works. Of course, compared to newer models, the specs don't stack up in a lot of areas. But for everyday photos, there shouldn't be a problem, shouldn't anyway. With DSLR cameras, the biggest performance difference over time tends to be in the autofocus function. Other differences include lag when powering on, increased noise in high-sensitivity shooting, or difficulty sourcing memory cards and slower burst shooting. Issues more related to handling than image quality. In fact, depending on the situation, photos taken with older cameras can sometimes have more character than those taken with brand new models. Based on Yukuto's experience and what he'd been taught by his senpai, and more importantly, by his father, who had once been a professional photographer. As long as you weren't enlarging photos beyond A3 size, there was no real need to obsess over having the latest tech. I see. Izumi and Heisugawa echoed each other unintentionally. Kataki-san, I explained all of that yesterday when I taught you how to use the camera. You say way too much at once when you start talking, senpai. I can't remember it all. Fuka, standing just behind Izumi and Heisugawa, looked like she wanted to say something, but Yukuto couldn't see her expression from where he stood. Well, I don't know much about cameras, so I'm just looking forward to seeing the results. That was when Ryo, who had been silently listening to the camera nerd out from behind, finally chimed in with a chuckle. Sorry. I guess I just went full otaku mode. It's fine, I get like that about volleyball or club stuff too. It's the same, right? The same, huh? I'm not sure. I think so. It just means you've got passion and experience when it comes to cameras and photography. And because you have the skills to back it up, you were able to win that photo contest with Watanabe-san's shot, right? Then, suddenly, he brought up the contest photo Yukuto had taken of Fuka. That photo, was it taken with this camera? No, that one. The question came so naturally that Yukuto nearly answered without thinking. He glanced at Fuka for just a moment. But given how much had already been said, trying to dodge the question now would be worse. That photo was taken with a film camera. A film camera? I've never even touched one. Ryo didn't react as if it were strange. I've used one, Heisugawa chimed in unexpectedly. Just one of those disposable ones you buy at convenience stores, though. But with film cameras, unlike phones or digital cameras, you can't check the pictures after taking them, and you have to pay to get them developed right. I get why you'd use one, Oki-kun, but why you Heisugawa? Well, that's because the capta, She stopped mid-sentence, eyes going wide, and quickly recovered. They go in and out of style, you know, among girls. That feeling of not knowing how the photo will turn out, there's a thrill to it. And the designs are cute. Still doesn't really make sense to me. Oki-kun, you've used one. Yes. What Heisugawa-san is referring to is technically a lens-attached film, not a camera. Senpai, that's one of those corrections nobody needs. You sound like that kind of nerd. You're in the photography club too. I'm just answering the question. Wow, excuse me for living. Anyway, whether it's a film camera or a disposable one, the lower resolution compared to modern mirrorless cameras actually gives them a soft, unedited look that people like. That's why I used one for the contest photo. Of course, that wasn't the only reason, but it wasn't the right time to get into that. I see, so you're not using that film camera for this shoot. It's really not suited for sports. And if we had to develop film and then show it to the seniors for confirmation, it would just waste time and money. True enough, still kinda disappointing. Ryo said it casually, but for Yukuto, it was enough to bring back the current complicated state surrounding Fuka. I kind of wanted to see the camera you used for that shot. Once this project is wrapped up, if there's a chance, I'll bring it. Anyone who showed an interest in that camera had to be treated with a bit of caution. That's exactly why, if Ryo was genuinely interested in cameras and photography, it made Yukuto feel oddly guilty instead. Well, You're gonna be helping us take down the Demon King, so I guess it's not fair for me to push too hard. Sorry. No, it's fine. At the end, Yukito exchanged contact info with Hasegawa, and he and the others left the gym, seeing off both Ryo and Hasegawa. Section. Seriously though, do you really think that was legit? In the gardening club's clubroom. Dim, cool, and carrying a faint scent of soil and mold, Izumi lowered her voice as she leaned in toward Yukito and Fuka. Like, who actually cares what kind of camera a photo was taken with? That Amami guy is totally suspicious. What if he's one of those Kansetai or whatever? Of course, the matter of a human audit squad being sent from Nash Rivera to investigate Fuka had already been shared with Izumi as well. First of all, he's a good-looking guy who just happened to get real friendly with Fuka-chan way too fast. And now he's all buddy-buddy with Senpai, playing the cool, understanding upperclassman act? No way. He's totally trying to make you two drop your guard and slip up. Hey, calm down, Izumi-chan. Also, what does that even mean, wearing his handsomeness like a hat? Because he can, that's what makes someone an Eichmann. All Eichmann think they can throw on their handsomeness like a cloak and lure girls in like it's nothing. That's why you can't let your guard down, Fuka-chan, they're all predators. That's the most unhinged anti-Eichmann rant I've ever heard. For the first time in my life, I think I might want to stand up for the pretty boys of the world. Yukito brushed off Izumi's ridiculous, handsome equals guilty, logic and shared his thoughts instead. Well, I think it's right on the edge. It's rare, but there are people who have shown interest in cameras just from seeing a photo. Seriously. One of them is none other than Watanabe-san. Wait, what? Why? Izumi-chan, I told you before, right? About how Oki-kun took that photo of my chrysanthemum exhibit for the festival. At the time, I didn't ask about it right away, but later I realized it was the kind of photo I could never take myself. So I asked him what kind of camera he used and how he got that shot. I think that's what he meant. Doubly, what made you think that? I think it was because it had been a while since I'd seen a physical L-size print photo. You don't see many photos on paper nowadays, right? Ah, yeah, that's true. Maybe only when you do Puricura at the arcade. Yeah, and come to think of it, I haven't done that in a while either. Let's go do one again sometime. Without Senpai. Yukito was casually excluded, but he had no interest in crashing their girls-only outing to a photo booth anyway. More than that, he was just surprised that Fuka even did Puricura at game centers. He'd only ever tried those print sticker machines a handful of times himself, so now he found himself curious about when and how often Fuka had gone. In my case, it really was that Oki-kun had beautifully captured something important to me. That's why I got curious. Okay, I guess I get that. But isn't this different? Amami-senpai hasn't even seen the photos yet. I think Amami-senpai really cares about his club's future. If he thinks Oki-kun is seriously helping with that, then it's not weird for him to want to know more about his work or what he's done before. When you put it like that, I guess that makes sense. Still, what I'm more curious about is Hasegawa Yui-san. Didn't she seem really close to you, Oki-kun? Even if Fuka wasn't throwing around accusations like Izumi, the idea that if someone from Nash Rivera were secretly sent to monitor them, the most likely candidate would be Ryo. So for Fuka, the one being audited, to suspect Yui instead was both surprising and worth taking seriously. Close to me, huh? Kataki-san and I were focused on the shoot, so maybe you noticed something we didn't from being a bit more removed. Did Hasegawa-san really seem that close to me? You seriously didn't notice, Oki-kun? For someone she just met, Hasegawa-san was definitely trying to get closer to you. Really? I didn't get that vibe at all. She was acting all weird and coy when you two exchanged contact info, and she kept leaning in way too close to your camera. I didn't see wait, Fuka-chan. She also looked super flustered trying to talk to you, and couldn't even meet your eyes. Don't you think maybe Hasegawa-san's actually into you? Wait, what? She's into me. If Hasegawa-san's really one of the auditors, does that mean she skipped right over Watanabe-san and targeted me, or worse, my camera? Where am I even supposed to start with that? Watching Yukito and Fuka heatedly spiral, Izumi frowned in disbelief. It's not confirmed yet, but Oki-kun, you really need to keep your guard up around Hasegawa-san. I might have misjudged the situation. If she closes the distance all at once, it could be bad. Yeah, got it. I probably won't have any reason to meet with a Amami-senpai or Hasegawa-san alone unless I go to the volleyball club directly. But I'll stay on alert. Good, make sure of it. Especially with Hasegawa-san, don't be alone with her. If Oki-senpai and Hasegawa-senpai actually hit it off, I wonder if that snapped Fuka-chan out of it. Izumi-chan, did you just say something dangerous? Nope, didn't say anything at all. Come on, this is serious. Please be careful not to end up alone with Hasegawa-san, okay? There's no way a first year like me can control that. I've already got my hands full just doing what senpai asked me to. If you think it's important, you take care of it, Fuka-chan. Mufu. Mufu, really? Look, I'm not trying to be mean here, but doing this kind of thing is stressful in its own way. You've got to be careful dealing with someone else's stuff, you know. Izumi glared sideways at Yukito as she spoke. What do you want me to do? I'm making sure you get to do whatever you want, aren't I? Anyway, Mufu. There's nothing weird about getting a photo request from another club. As for Amami-senpai or Hasegawa-san being suspicious, that's still just our speculation at this point. We only just heard from Watanabe-san's mom, and neither you nor I are in any position to fight back if something does happen. For now, we have to act normal. Mufu. With Fuka now only speaking in Mufu, and no real progress being made by huddling any longer, the group called it a day. By the time they stepped out of the gardening club room, it had gotten darker than expected. All right, I'll text you later tonight or tomorrow morning with the shoot schedule. Depends on how much progress I can make editing the photos. Okay. Got it. You and Izumi-chan be careful heading home. I'll message you if I hear anything new from my mom. They waved each other off, and Yukito parted ways with Fuka and Izumi, walking his usual route home with a bit more tension than usual. The road from school to home, while a little off the main streets, was still well trafficked. According to Fuka, the audit squad wasn't some violent gang. Even if they were after the truth about the photo of Watanabe and her mother's true forms, it was unlikely they'd kidnap Yukito or steal from him. And really, if they were that dangerous, Fuka's mother would never have left him unprotected in the first place. Still, I've never met any of the humans from Nash Riviera. The only ones he'd met were elves from the village of Ilif. They all looked human, more specifically Japanese, but none of them were anything other than elves of San Alf. Fuka's hometown, Ilif, was on a floating prison island. All elves were confined there, which meant the ones keeping them there were, by necessity, non-elves. It wasn't hard to guess humans made up the majority of that group. I really hope it's not someone who casually looks down on elves or sees this world as inferior. Trouble was clearly coming, but with no idea where from, the vague uncertainty was intensely stressful. And I still have no clue who posted that photo of Watanabe-san on that forum. At least today, thanks to time passing, there were fewer rubberneckers on campus trying to catch a glimpse of Fuka. Her usual classmates, who had grown closer to her since the photo incident, were still around, though. And they were just as plausible suspects as Ria or Hasegawa, if Yukito chose to suspect them, which made it all the harder, since they also didn't seem suspicious at all. I don't know all of Watanabe-san's past connections. It'd feel wrong to doubt her friends or acquaintances. I'm tired. Waiting at the crosswalk, Yukito took out his phone. I really don't want to cook tonight. I've still gotta edit photos and match them to the roster file. Sorry, Mom, but maybe you could eat out or wait, huh? What the? His screen, untouched since the meeting with the volleyball club and the garden club strategy session, was now flooded with missed calls and line messages, all from his mother. The timestamps matched exactly with the time they were meeting in the clubroom. He'd had his phone on full silent mode so it wouldn't disrupt anything, and now it had come back to bite him. The last message read, "Call me the moment you see this and come home." Short but clearly urgent. He called her immediately. She picked up in less than a second. "What were you doing? I called you so many times." The first thing out of her mouth was a scream, loud enough that Yukito yanked the phone away from his ear. It was harsh, but the panic in her voice was unmistakable. He also heard what sounded like a lot of people moving around in the background. Trying to stay calm, he asked, "I was at club, had my phone on silent. Sorry, what happened? Are you home now?" Yes, I rushed back, listen. What she blurted out next was so far beyond Yukito's imagination, he froze in place. W8, seriously. That's why I'm freaking out. There are things only you know, just hurry home. Gee, got it, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. He ended the call just as the crosswalk light turned green and instinctively broke into a run. He had to get home, fast. But even as he ran, his thoughts were spiraling. The anxiety that had been simmering already was now a boiling storm, tightening his chest and making it hard to breathe or move properly. Still, drenched in sweat, he pushed himself forward. Then, just as he turned the last familiar corner, "You've got to be kidding me." In front of the house, a police car with its red lights spinning, a van-type patrol vehicle, and a scooter from the security company they'd hired after his father passed away were all parked. At the entrance, his mother stood with a grave expression, pointing at something as she spoke to the police officers. I'm home." Yukito approached cautiously and called out. At once, both his mother and the officers turned to look at him with startling intensity, making him instinctively take a step back. "Are you the son? Oki Yukito." "Yes, I was at school just now, Yukito. Get inside. Now. It's not just your room, your father's room especially. There are things only you would know." "Okay, but..." Urged by both the police and his mother, Yukito stepped into the house. Even as he saw what looked like a full forensic team bustling around inside, he still couldn't fully believe it. No way, someone really broke into our house. The flashing yellow light on the security panel by the entrance, the one that indicated a breach, was the cold, unflinching confirmation of that very reality. Chapter 3, Watanabe Fuka makes up her mind. Burglary? No way. Fuka fell silent after saying that. "Wait, seriously, is your family okay? You live alone with your mom, right, senpai?" Even Izumi looked serious for once, dropping her usual teasing tone. "We're okay. Thanks. It happened while no one was home, and the security company we hired responded right away, so aside from a broken window, there was no real damage." "I see. I guess you could call that a silver lining, even though it's not really something to be happy about." Izumi looked visibly relieved, but Fuka still looked pale, like the breath had been knocked out of her. "Anyway, that's why I didn't get around to editing the volleyball club photos yesterday. I've got to go apologize to Amami-senpai and Hasegawa today, too. So, Kataki-san, no photography club activities today, just focus on gardening club." "And no. You don't need to apologize, Oki-kun." The breath Fuka had been holding back burst out in a loud shout. Fuka-chan. I'll go apologize to Amami-senpai and Hasegawa-san. Oki-kun didn't do anything wrong." Hold on, what's going on all of a sudden? I don't think having you apologize will make things better for them either. I'll explain everything properly, to your mom too." "My mom? Why? What are you even planning to explain?" "That I'm an elf." Yukito was surprised by Fuka's outburst, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he'd suspected she might react this way. "Because, there's no way this wasn't the work of the audit squad going after your camera, right?" "We can't say for sure." "Oki-kun, you told me before, right? That you're confident in how well you can pick up on the details in my voice." Oh yeah. What's that about? That's not something you can just say and... "Izumi-chan, could you please be quiet for a moment? This is serious." "But I'm being serious too, MFF." Izumi was silenced by a palm to the face, and even she obediently shut her mouth when she heard the uncharacteristically firm tone in Fuka's voice. "Oki-kun, you thought so too, didn't you? I could tell. The way you talked just now, it was like you knew I'd think the same thing." "Yeah, I guess." He hadn't consciously put his feelings into such specific words. But hearing her say it, he realized she was right. "Me too." Fuka muttered, her face flushed with anger and tears forming in her eyes. "I'm pretty confident in how well I can read your voice, too." Watanabe-san. That's why I understand what you were thinking when you brought this up. You could have kept quiet. But instead of trying not to make me worry, you chose to share the information and worry about it together with me, right? Because some part of you couldn't fully dismiss the possibility that this was the audit squad from Nash Riviera. "No, that's not exactly." Yukito grew flustered from her overwhelmingly sincere interpretation. I didn't think that far ahead. Probably, I just didn't want to lie, that's all." Yukito averted his eyes, not out of guilt, but because meeting her gaze while saying this felt too embarrassing. "I did kind of imagine you might react this way, which is why part of me didn't want to bring it up. But, well, my dad, Your dad?" "Yeah, he passed away, but he was a nature photographer. He traveled overseas a lot, sometimes to pretty unsafe places. And before every trip, he would always tell me and my mom exactly where he was going and what the risks were. Even in nature photography, the risks varied by location. Mountain or sea, country or hemisphere, tropical or frigid, dangerous animals, and so on. He always made sure to share every possible negative scenario with the family. And every time, my mom would ask what precautions he was taking. I guess that's partly because she worked in insurance, but I really came to understand that sharing negative information does make people worry. But if you also explain how you're prepared for those risks, it actually helps put them more at ease. I was one of those people who felt more reassured that way. So, that's kind of it. Oh, Oki-kun, what do you mean, that's kind of it? Well, I didn't want to make you worry. But more than that, keeping quiet about something this serious felt like I was saying I didn't trust you, and I didn't want that. I get that, I really do, but that's not what's important right now. Hi. When he looked up, Fuka had turned to face the empty clubroom wall, fidgeting with her hands in front of her chest, her face bright red. So, does that mean you were doing for me what your dad did for your mom? For a moment, he had no idea what she was asking. But then he looked to the side and saw Izumi giving him a glare so intense she looked like some dark overlord, like the demon king of judgment, and the realization hit. He'd just invoked the memory of his dad doing something for his mom, and now he'd said he did the same thing for Fuka. Which, when you factor it all together. Ah, wait, no, that's... He finally understood that he had just spoken to Fuka with the same philosophy a husband might have toward a wife. That's not what I mean, us. His body temperature skyrocketed, and with every stammered word, Izumi's eyebrows and eyes climbed to angles steeper than the world's steepest slope. F-word pen leches 37.45%. I just meant it as an example. Really? Our situation is so unusual, you know? I just thought that we shouldn't hold anything back, not even the little things, because sharing information is important and, He knew full well he was just spouting excuses, and the more he spoke, the further his words strayed from his actual feelings. That confusion must have been visible in his eyes. Fuka, her blush fading just slightly, took a firm step closer. Fuka-chan. Izumi's scream couldn't catch up to the speed, at which Fuka raised her right index finger and pressed it against Yukuto's lips. MMMPH. I think I understand. Something had just touched Yukuto's lips. Something that wasn't food, drink, cutlery, lip balm, a toothbrush, a handkerchief, a towel, a mask, a tissue, a finger used to grab potato chips, a pillow or cushion he'd face-planted into, or the inner side of a shirt while changing clothes. It was Fuka's finger, the index finger of the girl he'd fallen in love with. Can you understand that I understand? Ugh. He couldn't speak, he couldn't move his mouth. It felt like doing so would be a terrible offense to her. I was really happy, so knowing all that. Her finger pulled away. Can I keep misunderstanding things just a little? Only then did Yukuto realize he had been holding his breath. Even after that moment passed, his mind couldn't fully process what had just happened. Right now, it seemed he had been touched by the finger of Elf Watanabe Fuka. FFF Fuka-chan. Before Yukuto could fully make sense of what had happened, Izumi, her face just as red as theirs, jumped between them. Hiya, Izumi-chan. That's cold. Holding an alcohol sanitizer spray in her right hand, Izumi spritzed Fuka's finger, then skillfully pulled out a sanitizing wipe with one hand and began scrubbing Fuka's finger like she was sharpening a blade. Ow ow, Izumi-chan, that stings. What were you thinking, Fuka-chan? If you do something like that, my pupils will dilate, I'll have nausea and trouble breathing, and I'll fall into a coma. Meh. Is Oki-kun supposed to be a poisonous mushroom or something? To me, he's now more dangerous than a fire coral mushroom, an enemy to be feared and despised. Calling the president of your club a toxic mushroom would normally be unthinkable, but Yukuto, overwhelmed by Fuka's actions, could only assume that Izumi had been just as shocked watching from the sidelines. It felt entirely reasonable. Even the sudden mushroom metaphor didn't seem out of place. Why did it even come to this? Wasn't this all about a break-in at Senpai's house? You're both acting like it was the elf audit squad's doing, but that hasn't been confirmed. Yeah, but the timing is just too. Exactly, that's called bias. Sure, it's way too much of a coincidence for Senpai's house to get broken into out of nowhere, But you can't say for certain it couldn't have been a coincidence, right? Even as she lectured, Izumi kept polishing Fuka's finger with the disinfectant wipe. I get why Fuka-chan feels responsible, and I know Senpai didn't bring this up to make anyone feel bad. But still, everyone just calm down. As of now, Fuka-chan is the only person from Nash Riviera we've seen in front of us. Fuka-chan's mom said the audit squad might come, but we don't know what kind of people they'll be or what they'll do. Amami-senpai and Hasegawa-senpai might be suspicious, and yeah, Senpai's house got broken into, but we haven't seen anything concrete yet, have we? Right. Why yeah, you're right. Izumi-chan, my finger's starting to hurt. Fuka-chan, you said it yourself, if the audit was happening, they'd come for you first. I think the same. So if someone just broke into Senpai's place out of nowhere, that's not an audit. That's illegal activity. But Nash Riviera's laws are different from Japan's, and they know the boy I'm close to has the camera that took that photo. So maybe they wanted to seize that first. Don't start building some brain-dead conspiracy theory like you see on social media. There's no proof, none, that confirms any of this, right? Why yeah. And what if Senpai's mom, or Amami-senpai and Hasegawa-senpai, have nothing to do with any of this? Unlike me and Senpai, Fuka-chan's appearance can only be seen by Japanese people, either in person or in photos. Are you really going to go up to them and say, "Actually, I'm an elf from another world"? If you do that, Izumi bared her teeth as she turned to Yukito. Do you even realize what that could do to Senpai's situation? His mom might start thinking he's not okay, and Amami-senpai and the others might reconsider working with the photography club. If you're okay with all that just for some peace of mind, fine. But even if there was some conspiracy like you imagined, do you really think that would make Senpai or me any safer? Izumi's clear and logical reasoning left Fuka flustered. Eventually, she sat down slowly. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't thinking clearly. You think. And Izumi-chan, my finger really does hurt. Anyway, I get it. No photography club today. Senpai, go apologize to Amami-senpai and the others. And don't go near Fuka-chan at school today. I'll end up in respiratory distress if you do. The poisonous mushroom theory about Yukito seemed to still be going strong. Alright, got it. Sorry, Watanabe-san, for saying weird stuff. It's okay. Please give my regards to Amami-senpai and the others. Go already before I stop breathing. Unable to bear the sight of the still blushing Fuka and Yukito, Izumi let go of Fuka's finger and shoved the dawdling Yukito out of the gardening clubroom. Geez, what are you even thinking? Fuka-chan. F-way. WWW, what are you doing? What do you mean, what? I was just... Fuka looked confused as she moved to put the very same index finger that Izumi had just finished scrubbing into her mouth. She scrubbed so hard, of course it hurts. I didn't have a band-aid, so I just kinda licked it. You licked it, even though it wasn't fully disinfected yet. Huh, disinfected? What do you mean? And with that, Izumi collapsed to her knees as if she'd suddenly lost the ability to breathe. Fuka, confused by her overly dramatic reaction, gave her a puzzled look. Then she remembered what she had just done with that finger, with Yukito moments ago. Ha-ha. Her face exploded in red as she dropped to her knees, both hands covering her burning face. Still covering her face, Fuka let out a soundless groan of agony, while Izumi trembled on her knees, head tilted back, eyes rolling white in shock as if in a full-blown seizure. The scene looked like the two of them had just downed an entire poisonous fly agaric mushroom between them. Meanwhile, Yukito, who had been booted from the gardening club room, couldn't walk straight as the events from just moments ago kept replaying in his mind like a broken record. The eyes of Elf Watanabe Fuka looking directly into his own, and the touch of her finger pressed firmly against his lips. Those sensations lingered like a burn, radiating heat. If someone close to him saw his face right now, they might find his wide, dilated eyes deeply unsettling. But even as that thought occurred to him, his whole body refused to obey rationality. No. And then, right before the stairs leading to the third-year classrooms, Yukito suddenly crumbled to his knees, as if he too had just ingested a toxic fly agaric mushroom. He barely managed to spin himself around and slump onto the stairway landing. What just happened? Even when he closed his eyes, even when he opened them and looked down at the linoleum floor and the tips of his indoor shoes, The image was seared into his vision like overexposed film. Fuka's face, branded into his mind like a flash of light. I was happy, so knowing that, I'll let myself stay mistaken. What had that meant? What kind of misunderstanding was she talking about? He racked his brain, trying to recall the context just before those words. I said something that only made sense between my parents, and then he had done something toward Fuka that, until now, only existed in the dynamic between his mom and dad. Does that mean what I think it means? Just before he learned the truth about her being an elf. When he had confessed to the Japanese version of Watanabe Fuka and she had accepted, it had been bothering him. She had accepted his feelings. But even then, he still didn't know, how did she feel about him? She had agreed to start dating him. That much was clear. So he knew she must have had some positive feelings toward him. But did she actually love him? That part was still a mystery. We were going to take it slow, get to know each other better, that kind of level, I think. I was happy. What had made her happy? He talked about his parents' relationship, and how that informed his behavior, and then. So, can I keep misunderstanding? Wait. The image of Elf Watanabe Fuka, etched into his vision, suddenly overlaid the memory of Japanese Watanabe Fuka, who had confessed to him by the flower bed. And that touch on his lips, like a lightning strike, rewrote it all for a brief moment. Wait, no way. If this was all a misunderstanding, it would be far too painful. It was the kind of foolish assumption every teenage boy makes. And given that his confession had technically been accepted, it could even be seen as arrogant. I was happy. Wait, Watanabe-san, huh? I was happy. Wait, is this no way? I was happy. Watanabe-san, does she actually like me? What are you doing here, Oki-kun? Whochoyachasike, cough cough. A hand suddenly smacked his hunched back, and Yukito let out a scream, flying into a coughing fit. Yikes, what? Did I scare you that badly? I wa Hisgawa-san, what are you doing here? Yukito, feeling like his heart had nearly leapt out of his throat, saw Hisgawa Yui standing there, just as startled, shrinking back in confusion. I just came back from talking to a mommy senpai. What do you mean, what am I doing here? Don't come any closer, your face is terrifying, creepy. He couldn't deny it. His thoughts were definitely creepy, even to himself. And while it was his fault for startling her, hearing a girl call him creepy still hurt. But actually, this is perfect. I wanted to talk to you about something. Hi. To me. Yui glanced around suspiciously, then cautiously stepped closer. Is it something important? I guess you could say that. It might cause a bit of trouble, actually. Come with me. Now. Hi. Suddenly, Yui grabbed his hand and began dragging him forcefully. Wait, Hisgawa-san, what are you? Just come on. Unable to resist her unexpectedly strong grip, Yukito found himself pulled toward a space beneath the stairs at the west end of the first floor. It was a dim, rarely visited corner of the school, with nothing but a fire hose cabinet and classrooms used for specialized subjects like art and shop. So, what is it? What do you mean what? That's my line. Why'd you drag me all the way here? You said it was something important, right? So I figured we'd need a place with no people around. This was the only spot I could think of. Unless, is it something you can't even say here? We don't have much time before the next class, but if it's now, the volleyball club room in the club building should be empty. We could be alone there, just the two of us. Alone? Wait, what? Why would we need to be alone? Why, you said it was something important, right? So, isn't it obvious? Yui folded her arms in front of herself, almost as if hugging her own body, and took a step back from Yukito. Her face was faintly red, and though she turned her head away, her eyes stayed locked on his face. Could it be that Hisgawa-san's actually going after Oki-kun? Just then, Fuka's warning from earlier flickered through Yukito's mind. You can't let your guard down around Hisgawa-san, Oki-kun. I might have underestimated her. If she closes the distance all at once, it'll be big trouble. Just as Izumi had said, there was still no clear evidence that anyone they knew was part of Nash Riviera. But even so, Yui was still a possible suspect. There was a chance, however small, that she was trying to lure him somewhere secluded to extract information. Hurry up and say it already. You said you had something important to tell me. Yui's tone was curt, but also felt like she was probing him. It's not that big of a deal, really. Yukito felt a bead of cold sweat form on his back as he mentally mapped out their positions. He was near the hallway exit. Yui was backed into the corner beneath the stairs with no easy escape. From behind him, the light shone in just enough that he could see her clearly, but she would see him in silhouette backlit. If something were to happen, he had the advantage. Not that a regular human like him could really fight off a Nash Rivera audit officer, but at the very least, he was positioned to run. It was a small, tactical advantage, one that gave him the tiniest bit of reassurance. I can't make it to the volleyball club shoot today. I see, and... Yeah, that's it. That's it, huh? That's it. Huh? Yui, who had been watching him closely, blushing with anticipation, now blinked in confusion, caught off guard. I thought it was something important. It is important. I mean, we only just started this project yesterday, so I figured I needed to properly inform you and Amami-senpai, since you're the manager. Well, yeah, that makes sense, but that's really all. Yeah. Not just me, Kataki-san and Watanabe-san won't be coming either, so I'd like you to tell the volleyball team. I think we'll be back on schedule starting tomorrow. Ahem. Got it. Despite how suggestive her tone had been earlier, her response was surprisingly flat. What kind of conversation were you expecting? Well, I mean, with how intense you looked, all worked up and breathing hard, it really seemed like, that kind of talk. What kind? I mean, okay, yeah, maybe I did have a weird look on my face, but still. He supposed that, from an outside perspective, it probably did look that way. But he had no idea what exactly Yui had imagined. But yesterday you seemed so fired up about the club shoot. Did something happen? Yeah, there was kind of a lot going on at home. I didn't get a chance to edit the bust-up photos, and because of that, I've got to leave early today. It's a lot going on. You did hear about our Demon Lord subjugation mission, right? Is it really that serious? Yui's expression turned slightly more stern. Did she think he was skipping out? Well, sort of. Actually, there was a break-in at our house yesterday. What? A burglary? Yeah, the police were there pretty late, so I wasn't in any condition to do editing. And since the window's still broken, I've gotta head home early today. Why you should have told me that first. With something like that, should you even be at school right now? It's okay. My mom took half a day off to stay home this morning. She's been helping the police with their investigation and getting the window repaired. I'm switching out with her when I get back, just to house sit. Oh, that must have been rough. In that case, it can't be helped. I'll let Mr. Godu know. That would really help. What about Amami-senpai? About that, he's absent today. What, he's out? I just found out myself. I went to his classroom for something and was told he wasn't in today. Is he sick or something? I grilled him over line just now. You grilled him? Yep. Turns out he's been going to an orthopedic clinic. I was totally shocked. Wait, an orthopedic clinic. Did he injure himself or something? Apparently not too badly. He says he accidentally jammed his finger at home and decided to play it safe and go in for a check. But the place was packed. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Yeah, I hope so too. Who knows what he was doing? He's always up to something. His hobby is cooking, but he's kind of obsessive about it. One time, he baked pizza for the entire team. He baked pizza, not like ordered it in. Nope. He said he saw it in a video and wanted to try. He made the dough from scratch, filmed the whole thing, and even spun the dough around like a pro. Impressive, with all the club stuff going on. I can't believe he had the time. He's got good hands and a sharp mind. When he sets his mind to something, he just does it. He's even patched up torn jerseys and uniforms for the team. And he's great at guitar, too. At a time like this, Yukito hadn't expected to be reminded once again just how impressive Ryo Amami was. Most of his hobbies involve using his hands, so I really wish he'd be more careful. When he brought your photography club around, I honestly thought he was finally getting into cameras, too. I see. Well, anyway, I think he knows this is a crucial time for the team, which is why he didn't let his guard down and went to the hospital. No one knew how he jammed his finger or how bad it was, but being cautious and going to a doctor was a very athlete-like mindset. Amami-senpai's really serious about this whole Demon Lord subjugation thing, huh? In this case, the Demon Lord referred to their rival, Mabuchi Yamadai-affiliated Aoka High School. Yeah, that's right. Amami-senpai has always been like that, always dead serious about defeating the Demon Lord. Yui said this with conviction, then seemed to realize she'd gotten too fired up and quickly shook her head. You were someone the club president personally brought in because he thought we needed you for that mission. So, well, I do trust you somewhat. I mean, we've barely started anything yet, but I looked through the photos you've taken so far, and I figured, yeah, you've got real talent. Really? Yukito was caught off guard by the unexpected praise for his photography. I saw the photo that won that recent contest and the one that was on display at last year's culture festival. I'm not exactly an expert in photography, but they were good. Really good. Thanks. But the Culture Fest photo, how did you see that? The photo was still in the photography club room, but it wasn't on public display. Since Yui hadn't shown much interest in the club before, he wondered where she'd seen it. The contest photos posted outside the photography club room, right? As for the Culture Fest one, Kamiyama-kun showed it to me. Tatsuya did. You're in the same class, right? He apparently checked out all the photos you took for the club. He might not look it, but he's pretty thoughtful when it comes to his friends. Yukito didn't know what kind of image Tatsuya had in Yui's mind, but hearing her praise his friend still made him happy. And knowing that Tatsuya had looked at his photos without saying anything meant a lot to him. Seeing those, I kind of regretted saying I didn't want to be photographed the other day. I guess I wouldn't mind being in a photo now. Yeah. If you change your mind, just let me know anytime. I think Amami-senpai would be happy too. Really? Well, I'll think about it. Yui gave a small smile. Yukito thought, silently, that her expression would photograph beautifully. Anyway, sorry for dragging that conversation out. Once you've got things sorted and can stop by the volleyball club again, just message me. I'll be waiting. Yui gave him a light pat on the shoulder as she passed and started walking off with a breezy stride. Hey! But as soon as her foot touched the stairs, she let out a startled squeak. Geez, Watanabe-san, you scared me. What are you doing standing in the dark like that? Watanabe-san. Yukito followed Yui's gaze, and there, standing stiff as a statue in the shadows of the staircase, was Fuka, staring down at them. Watanabe-san. She looked a little scary. WL, I'll be going then, SCU Oki-kun. Flustered, Yui hurried up the stairs, clearly unnerved by the intense presence radiating from Fuka. Oki-kun. Why yes. Whether it was fate or mischief, Yukito had the distinct feeling that only Fuka's right green eye was glowing with a sharp, piercing light as she looked down at him. Yui should have seen her in her Japanese appearance, but maybe she too had sensed that chilling aura. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. After what I did earlier, I went looking for you, but then I saw you talking to Hasegawa-san, and I thought I shouldn't interrupt. Oh, I see. So, was there something else? Oki-kun, why are you pulling away from me? Why won't you look at me? From Yukito's point of view, it was just that after what had happened in the clubroom earlier, it was hard to face her. But to Fuka, it seemed like something very different. Well, I mean, it's almost time for class, and I was just worried Watanabe-san. Oki-kun, I think I need to do some reflecting. Somewhere in my heart, I guess I assumed things would work out even if I didn't do anything. Is that so? Yukito had no idea what she was talking about, but unlike earlier with Yui, this time he was even more cornered, physically speaking. I was relying on you, Oki-kun, and ignoring the parts I didn't understand. But that can't go on. Staying the same just means slowly falling behind. And if I stay like this, when the audit squad really does show up, I won't be able to face them, or you. So that's why. Before he realized it, Yukito had been backed up against the wall. His back hit the hard surface, and in front of him stood Elf Watanabe Fuka, looking up at him seriously from slightly below eye level. Oki-kun. I've decided. I'm going to take the Demon Lord subjugation seriously. The sudden declaration completely derailed his ability to comprehend what was happening. Then again, he'd barely been able to keep up with anything she said all day. Still, one thing was clear. The Demon Lord Fuka referred to wasn't Mabuchi Yamadai-affiliated Aoka High School. The Demon Lord from Fuka's mouth could only mean the unidentified one that all elves from Nash Riviera had been searching for over the years. Why are you suddenly so serious about the Demon Lord? What could have possibly triggered this conviction? There was no event since yesterday that explained this newfound resolve. Unless she was still obsessing over the burglary, which, as Izumi pointed out, was too much of a stretch at this point. Wait, Watanabe-san, you mean the demon lord from Nash Riviera, right? Not Aoka High or anything. Of course, I'm not on the volleyball team, remember. That wasn't the issue. Why so suddenly? Watanabe-san, don't tell me. Was she planning to disappear? To leave them behind, him and Izumi, and go searching across Earth for the missing demon lord? Watanabe-san. Oki-kun. You're not planning to leave, to go somewhere far away for the demon lord, are you? For the sake of defeating the demon lord, please help me study my weakest subjects. A. First up, English. Wait, what? And world history too. I can't afford to fail the finals again. Wait. I'm really bad at remembering katakana. Wait. What did you just say? I said I want to do something about my weak subjects so I can defeat the demon lord. I don't understand a word you're saying. Honestly, this is harder to understand than when you first revealed you were an elf. I told you before, right? That I suck at English and world history. I've heard about English. World history is news to me. Because I'm bad at memorizing katakana. I really hate to say this, but is that okay for an elf? Also, just so we're clear, English isn't written in katakana. I know that. Know that, huh? Fuka's face turned beet red, eyes starting to tear up, and she leaned in even closer to Yukito. Please, Oki-kun. I know I'm asking for a lot, but this isn't something I can ask Izumi-chan to help with. Please, help me with my demon lord subjugation. Her face and voice were dead serious. And Yukito, confident in his ability to read Fuka's voice, understood without a doubt she was completely serious. Okay, before we address anything else, there's one thing I really need to ask. Yeah, go ahead, ask anything. Why can't you talk about this demon lord subjugation thing with Kataki-san? Because Izumi-chan is a first year. I can't ask her to teach me stuff that's covered in the second-year curriculum. The sheer practicality of that reason made Yukito feel dizzy. And just then, oh, the bell. The chime announcing the start of first period rang out across the school. Chapter 4. Watanabe Fuka has drastic highs and lows in her strengths and weaknesses. When the wind blows, the Cooper prospers. A Japanese proverb used to describe how seemingly unrelated events can become tangled in unexpected ways and lead to surprising outcomes. Please, Oki-kun, I can't anymore, I really can't take any more. Nope, you were the one who said you wanted this, Watanabe-san, so we're going all the way. Don't say that I'm at my limit, I really. But let's be real. These days, there probably isn't a single shop that deals only in wooden buckets. Look over here. You never said anything about not wanting to do the bottom, right? That's not true. It's not like I wanted it to end up like, not there, please not there. Doesn't matter what kind of noises you make. Look, both the top and bottom are completely red now. In that case, I propose a new proverb for the modern age. All of question 2 was a complete wipeout. And the reading comprehension was a disaster too, so you misunderstood the choices. The top option clearly says Tom doesn't like it, but the bottom one doesn't say he hates it at all. They're total opposites. You see what I mean? We need to start from the beginning and reanalyze this. If this were the real test, you'd be failing big time. If a burglar breaks into your home, you end up teaching an elf how to study. Collapsing with a soft groan, Fuka buried her teary face in the old folding table after her test sheet was marked with a big, red X. Wanna take a break? Yes, please. Sound okay? I've burned through all my energy, so something sweet, please, lots of sugar. Got it, just a sec. Yukito stood up, left his room, and headed downstairs to the kitchen to brew some tea. Outside the second-floor hallway window, the sky had already dimmed into twilight. I didn't even notice how late it got. We started late because of how sudden everything was, so I only meant to have a quick break, but after tea, it might be best to call it a day. Compared to the old Edo-era proverb, the chain of events that led Yukito to end up tutoring an elf after a break-in was actually much simpler. If Kataki-san finds out Watanabe-san was at my house this late, I might not live to see tomorrow. Section. That afternoon, after being dragged to the stairwell by Yui and told of her resolve to defeat the demon lord, Yukito didn't get another chance to speak with Fuka until the end of the school day. Not only was the impact of the photo posted on that online message board still lingering, but during every break, Izumi stood guard at the classroom door with a murderous glare. She was always panting hard, like she'd sprinted straight from her own classroom. While part of him admired her effort, Yukito also understood that something had happened that drove Izumi to act like this, which made him feel guilty enough to blush whenever he remembered what happened with Fuka. Naturally, even after school, Izumi was waiting in the hallway before Yukito's class had even finished homeroom. The moment dismissal was called, she barged in and practically abducted Fuka. Her persistence was impressive, to say the least. "Yukito, what did you do? What the hell did you do?" Izumi's hostility toward Yukito was obvious even to bystanders, and Tetsuya, who understood the dynamics between the three, ended up interrogating Yukito more like a threat than genuine concern. As for Yukito himself, he'd already resigned himself to the day being a complete loss. He headed home obediently, switched places with his mother to take over house-sitting, and responded to a second round of police questioning. Then, just before 5 o'clock, he received a message from Fuka. "I'm sorry about today. I said and did a lot of weird things." It stung a little to have Fuka herself call it weird, but Yukito figured if he tried to brush it off or joke, it might just dig a deeper hole. He was about to reply with a simple, "It's fine" sticker when, "Can we talk for a bit? On the phone, I mean." She sent another message just before he could reply. She had a point. That conversation by the stairs hadn't clarified much, and Yukito was curious to hear more. He tapped the call button, and Fuka picked up after a single ring. "Hello, Oki-kun? It's Watanabe. I'm standing in front of your house right now." Fuka's voice over the line sounded like something out of an urban legend. "Wait, in front of my house? Like my house?" Yukito, thrown off by the sudden situation, gave a confused reply. "That's right, in front of your house." She sounded a little out of breath. "Wait there." Leaving the call connected, Yukito rushed to the front door. And there she was, Fuka in her uniform, school bag puffed out, forehead glistening with sweat, phone pressed against one of her long ears. "Sorry for showing up out of nowhere, Oki-kun, but we couldn't talk at all today, so." "I don't mind, but what's going on?" "I told you, remember? About the Demon Lord. That's why I want to study with you." "Right, but I don't see the connection. What does studying with a guy like me have to do with defeating the Demon Lord?" "I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm not exactly a genius or anything." That was Yukito's honest truth. Sure, he had subjects he was good at, but he wasn't top of the class, and he had subjects where he barely passed. "I think you're still better than I was on my midterms." "I mean, I wouldn't know." Since moving up to second year, they'd only had the midterms in late May. And Yukito didn't recall having any kind of detailed conversation with Fuka around the time the tests were handed back. "I know it's sudden and I'm really sorry, but can I come in? If possible, I'd like to talk with you, just the two of us." "Yeah, that's fine." Even though he found her behavior a bit strange, hearing her say "just the two of us" in that voice, Yukito couldn't stop himself from instantly letting her in. "Thanks for having me. Sorry, I ran all the way here, so I'm kinda sweaty." Dropping her surprisingly light school bag in the entryway, she fanned her face with one hand while tugging the collar of her blouse to let some air in. "GH." That unexpectedly sensual gesture of hers, along with the breeze stirred by her fanning hand and blouse, carried a faint scent of forest, something distinctly elven. Yukito nearly gulped audibly and quickly stepped out of his shoes to put some distance between himself and Fuka, almost as if fleeing. "Oki-kun, what's wrong?" "And no, you know where my room is, right? Head up first. I'll bring something to drink." He tried to keep his voice from trembling as he motioned for Fuka to go ahead, but she shook her head. "Before that, Oki-kun, can I see the window the burglar came in through?" Oh yeah, sure." The break-in happened through the large living room window on the first floor. The broken glass had already been cleaned up, and there wasn't anything particularly out of place. "Excuse me." As Fuka entered the living room, she gave a small nod and immediately noticed the window with the shutter closed unnaturally. After confirming it visually, she stepped in front of it, raised her right hand, and said, "Noitenevi pimik." She murmured the words like a quiet incantation. At that moment, her entire body glowed faintly, and a light the same color as her eyes gathered in her open palm. Green motes of light swirled beautifully before her hand for a moment. Then, As she pressed her palm forward with force, a gentle breeze stirred at her feet, and a green shimmer, like a square layer of hard wrap, briefly flashed across the window before vanishing. It's only a small precaution, but I put up a magical barrier on the frame. Nothing should be able to get through now, Oki-kun. When Fuka turned around, Yukito had once again instinctively put distance between them. Ah, sorry. You just used magic so suddenly, it kind of surprised me. His face had gone red again. Ah, I'm sorry. I just thought making sure your house was safe had to come first. All right. Izumi-chan said what she did, but there's still a chance it was someone from Nash Riviera, however slim. I embedded a code like a magical ID to identify the caster. It also acts like a warning, like saying, if you're planning anything, come through me first. Yukito was surprised that the spell had such a layered function, but even more than that, he was struggling not to react to the forest-scented breeze the magic had stirred, which once again filled his nostrils and got his blood racing. There's also a bigger spell I can use to enclose the whole house in a ward, but it doesn't allow selective openings for things like doors or windows. So once your mom comes home, I'll wrap the house in a full barrier. Fuka then stepped out of the living room and slung her bag over her shoulder. So, may I go up to your room again? Go ahead, I'll bring the drinks. Thank you so much. With a slightly flushed face and light steps, Fuka made her way up the stairs. Yukito returned to the kitchen and started preparing the cold brew tea. As he did, he let out a deep sigh at the shocking realization of what this might mean for the near future. Wait, am I going to have to introduce Watanabe-san to my mom? The very thought of Fuka and his mother meeting made his brain start running simulations of possible outcomes, which led to the cold brew tea ending up slightly oversteeped. However, once they actually began studying, Yukito, who was by no means top of the class, quickly realized that Fuka's academic situation was much more dire than he had expected. Just as she had claimed, her English was especially disastrous. She was tripping up on middle school level grammar. Yukito wasn't about to brag about his own English skills, but he did usually score around 70 on tests. Seeing Fuka struggle with problems that should have been easy if you just knew the vocab made the situation feel that much more critical. Even setting aside all the other complexities, if she failed enough subjects and had to repeat the year, they wouldn't be in the same grade anymore. So Yukito ended up relearning her weak points himself using her textbook and reference materials, while helping her review the midterms and work through the problem sets she'd brought. By the time they finished, it was already past 6 in the evening. Fuka had said she also wanted to review world history, but if they started that now, it'd be well into the night. Yukito still didn't fully understand the truth behind her "defeat the demon lord" comment either. Plus, he'd have to start preparing dinner for himself and his mother soon. We'll wrap up English here, ask about the demon lord thing, and call it a night. He filled a glass with cold tea, poured milk into a small pitcher, then remembered Fuka's request. Since sugar wouldn't dissolve easily in cold tea, he grabbed a bottle of honey instead. After placing everything on a tray, he headed upstairs. You still alive? There was Fuka, curled up in the exact same posture as when he'd left, unmoving. Her long ears, her most elven feature, were twitching like a beached fish. Not alive. She groaned as she lifted her head, her face twisted in an expression he'd never seen before, one completely devoid of her usual beauty. Do you really think I can avoid failing English on the finals at this rate? Wait, that's your goal. I figured you'd already guessed, but I failed both English R and English G on the midterms. Seriously. He had figured it was a weak subject for her, but he hadn't imagined it was that bad. I'm not amazing at English either, but should we make this a regular thing? I mean like study sessions, together. Fuka looked so thoroughly worn out that Yukito blurted out the suggestion without thinking. Then halfway through, he realized he sounded kind of full of himself and trailed off awkwardly. Regular study sessions with Oki-kun. Surprisingly, color returned to Fuka's face, and her expression lit up. But English uwag. And just like that, her face twisted into a mix of bitterness, frustration, and dread. Study sessions with Oki-kun, but English. We haven't even touched world history today. A world history. As Yukito set the tea on the desk, carefully avoiding her open notebook, She reached for it with a hand trembling so violently it looked like she might crush the glass. Yeah, well, it's not something we have to do, and we've both got other stuff going on. Yukito tried to backtrack, thinking it might have been too sudden a proposal and unsure what kind of internal calculations Fuka might be making. But she quickly shook her head and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Oki-kun, it's not that I don't want to study with you. I was the one who asked you today in the first place. It's just. Then, once again, her face scrunched up like she had a mouthful of butterbur sprouts, bitter gourd, and sardine guts all at once, and she looked down. I just hate English so much. It's that bad. Yukito sat down beside her and handed her the milk pot and honey bottle. I don't even know where to start because I don't understand anything. Just opening the textbook gives me a headache. Don't you think, as Japanese people, we should aim for a future where we can communicate using only native Japanese? That's a bit extreme. He wasn't too shocked. Tetsuya had once said something similar about math, but hearing it from a blonde-haired, green-eyed elf from another world did make it oddly funny. That's why I sometimes feel murderous toward people who say things like, if you just learn the vocabulary, you can read the passages. Yukito suddenly recalled that he himself had said almost the exact same thing earlier. But you're Oki-kun, so you get a pass. Thanks. Well, I get it. I really struggled with English in middle school too, but what about world history? History subjects are like, just memorization. Hey. No Oki-kun discount for that one. All right. I'm not great with katakana either, you know. Fuka took a large sip of tea. I already learned the history of Nash Rivera, so everything just gets jumbled up. That makes sense. Like I get all the European kings mixed up. Henry, Chagatai, Karl, Franklin. Chagatai was Mongolian, and Franklin's probably American. Wait, Chagatai. That one gets mixed in. Was Chagatai from this world's history? I just said it randomly. She really was getting them mixed up. And when they start adding the second or the third, they just start multiplying. They're not multiplying exactly. I mean, yeah, they had heirs, but still. And you know what else is super annoying? Those questions where it's like, while this person was doing this in France, what was happening in China? That kind of thing. Oh yeah, those come up sometimes. They all blur together. Yeah. And it's not like I'm actually good at Nash Rivera history either. At that, Yukito couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. So basically, I do want to study with you, Oki-kun, but I'm caught in a terrible dilemma of not wanting to study the subjects I suck at. Well, we've still got time until finals, so just think about it casually for now. Why yeah, I guess I really do need to try. I mean, if I'm going to take down the demon lord, it should at least be kind of fun. She was still mumbling under her breath, clearly traumatized by English and world history. But Yukito caught the words demon lord and decided to prod a little. Hey, Watanabe-san, can you finally tell me how studying connects to defeating the demon lord? I still don't really, Just as it felt like he might finally get an answer, his phone started ringing. What the heck, right now? What's wrong? Sorry, I've got to take this. It was a call from his mom. As a second-year high school boy, he obviously would have preferred to prioritize the girl in his room over a call from his mom. But considering it was the day after a break-in, keeping in close contact with family was the responsible thing to do. He excused himself to Fuka and stepped into the hallway to answer. Hello? What's up? Did something happen? Oh, Yukito, have you started making dinner yet? Not yet, I was just thinking I should. Are you eating out? No, actually, don't get mad, okay? I'm in Totori right now. Totori, what? Why? Remember I had an early shift. I got dispatched to handle an emergency at the Sannin branch and flew out of Hainda. I missed the last flight back. Wait, but it's only 6, right? There should still be flights, shouldn't there? The last flight from Totori Airport to Hainda is at 6:45 p.m. And the last train from Totori Station to Tokyo is at 6:40. But technically, I'm in Kurayoshi City right now. I have zero sense of geography in Totori. I have no idea where that is. Just think of it as a place where there's no way I can make it to the airport in time by car or train. What is someone from an insurance company's Tokyo HQ doing in a place like that, especially now of all times? There was damage to a prefectural cultural property. The Sannin office lost the one person qualified to handle cultural insurance last year and never replaced them. Wait, there's insurance for cultural properties. Companies do all sorts of surprising things. Did you know a famous moving company actually handles transportation for museum exhibits? I've heard of that, but this really isn't the time for trivia. Anyway, I'm really sorry, especially with everything going on. I already spoke to the detective from yesterday and asked for extra patrols. No, it's fine. I wasn't too worried about that. Really, you're not forcing yourself. If I rush to Osaka right now, I might just barely be able to get home tonight. Hearing her concern, Yukito shook his head, knowing she couldn't see it. No, I swear I'm fine. If you rush and miss the last train, you'll just be in trouble too. Since it's work, I'm guessing you've got a place to stay lined up. More or less, yeah, you really do sound okay. Honestly, with an elf from another world putting up a magical barrier on the house, he felt confident not even a tank could break in, let alone a burglar. I'm a guy after all. Really, don't worry. What's the plan for tomorrow? You staying there or coming back to Tokyo? Depends on how things go tomorrow. Today was already a bit of a mess. But I'll definitely be back the day after tomorrow. Got it, I'll call if anything happens. I've got the detective's number, so really, don't worry. Okay, good luck with work. Bye, phew. Yukito hung up and let out a long, complicated sigh. Thanks to that, Yukito had successfully avoided the sudden event of introducing Fuka to his mother. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about a company that would send an employee out on a distant business trip the day after a break-in. You okay? What happened? I heard something about Totori. Apparently, he'd been loud enough for her to hear from inside the room. It's not a big deal. Just a call from my mom saying she won't be coming home tonight because of work. A. B. But it's the day after a break-in. I thought the same. But well, work is work, and the police investigation's already done. Even if Mom were here, it's not like there's anything specific for her to do. I guess that's true, but still. Besides, even if she were home tonight, she'd just go off to work again in the morning anyway. So it's kinda inevitable. I mean, unless they catch the burglar, we can't just stay on full alert forever, right? That's true. But well, sorry to lean on you like this. But you're putting up a barrier, right, Watanabe-san? So I figured I'd be fine even if I'm alone. Oh, right. Since it's confirmed Mom won't be back tonight, maybe you can cast the barrier right when you leave. Wait, hold on. If you put up the barrier, what happens when I leave for school tomorrow? Can I get out from the inside? About that. Fuka looked a little uncertain and started thinking hard. Oki-kun, there's something I'd been thinking about before I came over today. What is it? Well, it's because I wasn't doing very well that things got delayed. And now it's gotten pretty late even though you wanted to talk, right? Oh, that's right, you probably shouldn't be heading home too late either, right? You haven't even eaten dinner yet. And since your place and mine are on opposite sides of the school, I could give you a ride. You had kind of a big bag, but I've got a bike with a basket, so if we put it in. Wait, Oki-kun, stop, just stop. As if casting a spell, Fuka flung both arms out to halt Yukito, who had begun rambling in a mild panic, realizing how dark it had gotten outside even though it was still early summer. Hugh, stop. Seriously, stop, Oki-kun. I already stopped. Okay, so Oki-kun. What is it? She lowered her arms. At least it seemed like no magic was coming his way this time. You know how we talked about how the break-in might not have been from Nash Riviera, but we also can't rule it out. Yeah, that's why you used the barrier, right? Exactly. But you just asked if you'd be able to leave the house after I cast it, right? The thing is, you can't. Huh, seriously? Then how am I supposed to get to school tomorrow? Well, as a backup plan, I was thinking I could come over early and let you out. But if that was the backup, then surely she had a better idea. But if that happens, and it's a big if, okay. What if the break-in really was by a surveillance team from Nash Riviera, and they were after your camera? And what if they haven't given up yet, and they try again now that your mom's away and you're alone? I mean, yeah, that's possible. So, to protect you, and to protect the safety of the Oki household. Fuka's face turned bright red, and her voice began to falter as she forced the words out. Would it be okay if I stayed over tonight? TT. That flushed face, trembling voice, and upturned eyes pierced straight through Yukito's brain and heart. TTT. Because, if I stay, there won't be any barrier malfunctions. And I can fight better than your average Japanese person, so I'm confident I can handle a petty thief. Anyway. She hastily dragged her school bag toward her and pulled out, of all things, a portable toothbrush set. And with a voice squeezed from deep within her chest, the beautiful elf looked Yukito straight in the eye and asked, "Would it be okay if I stayed over tonight?" Section. His first regret was that he had decided to use this day's dinner to clean out the leftovers in the fridge. "You made all this yourself, Oki-kun." If Fuka had said that under normal circumstances, it would have made him genuinely happy. But tonight's dinner was a full parade of leftovers. Sure, he had recooked the rice from yesterday, but the kinpira and pickled side dishes had already been made using leftover ingredients, and now those leftovers were being served again. The main dish was a frozen fish fillet, random pieces his mom had picked up at some point. And unfortunately, instead of easy picks like salmon or Spanish mackerel, the only things left were merluza and a super spicy rockfish. The kind of options where it's hard to even ask your guest, "So, which would you like?" When he did ask, Fuka looked a bit uncertain for a moment, but, "I'm not really sure, can I try half of each?" She once again said something incredibly dangerous for Yukito's heart. It worked out okay in the end, but it was still a meal built entirely from leftovers, and it didn't sit right with him to serve that to such a premium guest. It's amazing. It's like a real traditional Japanese set meal. Yukito didn't exactly know what a real traditional set meal was supposed to look like, but Fuka seemed happy as she sat at the table, nervous yet smiling. As for Yukito himself, he was struggling to process the absurdity of this reality. A female classmate was in his house, sitting across from him at dinner, and they were completely alone. It wasn't that he couldn't taste the food. In fact, if anything, his senses were too heightened, and he kept asking her whether the food was too salty or too strong, repeatedly. And then, as someone who knew Fuka Watanabe's secret, he made one critical mistake. They'd both finished the spicy rockfish around the same time, struggling through it. Fuka said it was tasty, but then started fidgeting in her seat. Then, as if steeling herself, she spoke. "I know it's shameless of me to ask, but if there's more rice, could I please have a second helping?" Yukito had been wondering what she'd do after finishing all her side dishes, but it hit him all at once. He'd only served her the same portion he'd usually give himself and his mom. And now sweat erupted across his entire body. Of course she'd still be hungry. This is the girl who polishes off an entire lunchbox during lunchtime. Wait just a sec. It's fine. I actually made quite a bit of rice. Hold on. I think I have something left over. Sorry. Fuka's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, but seeing that only made Yukito panic even more. I totally blew it. I didn't think it through at all and ended up making her feel self-conscious. He dove for the fridge. One egg left. A slightly dried-out opened pack of imitation crab wrapped in plastic. Some frozen edamame. He threw them together, seasoned with chicken broth and sesame oil, and quickly whipped up a scrambled egg stir-fry in a small pan. He then piled a generous serving of rice into a bowl and slid the impromptu mock tenshinhan in front of Fuka. "Sorry to make you wait, but I hope you like it. It looks tasty, right?" With a dreamy look in her eyes, Fuka stared at the edamame tenshinhan and then began devouring it with single-minded determination. It felt like it had been a long time since Yukito had last seen Fuka eat with such gusto. Phew, that was delicious. Hee. Fuka polished off the massive bowl of impromptu tenshinhan with shocking speed, and now smiled in quiet satisfaction. You've got a grain of rice on your mouth." No way." Panicking, she quickly brushed her fingers along her lips, then licked the rice off her fingertip. And that single gesture sent Yukito's blood pressure soaring. Whoa, Fuchan kinda made that look kinda sexy just now. His heart was pumping blood at a completely abnormal pace, and apparently his brain was working overtime too, because it dredged up a casual, inappropriate comment a classmate had once said during a similar moment at school. The nickname Fuchan still didn't sit right with him, but on that particular point, he had no choice but to agree wholeheartedly. Would it be okay if I helped clean up?" No, it's fine. We just rinse the dishes real quick and toss them in the dishwasher. So really, just relax." "Okay." Fuka nodded obediently, and like a first grader on the first day of school, placed both hands neatly on her knees and sat upright, clearly fidgety and unable to fully relax. Yukito quickly loaded the dishes into the dishwasher with practiced efficiency and hit the start button. Just like that, cleanup was complete. So. But just as he tried to speak, Fuka did too, and their voices overlapped completely. Oh, what is it, Watanabe-san? No, it's okay. You go ahead, Oki-kun. It's really nothing big. I wasn't going to say anything urgent either. And so their polite back and forth led to an awkward and completely uncoordinated collision. Please, Oki-kun, you go first. Come on. All right. I was just gonna ask if you wanted something to drink after dinner. I've only got tea or barley tea, though. Ada. Then I'll have some barley tea, please. However, there was only 1 glass's worth of barley tea left. Yukito poured it for her, but couldn't pour any for himself. Huh, what about yours, Oki-kun? Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. There was nothing else he could say. So, what was it you were going to say, Watanabe-san? Yeah. Well, since I've had dinner and all, I was thinking, is it okay if I go ahead and set up the barrier? She said it almost like she was offering dessert after dinner, but come to think of it, that was the main reason she came over today. I already did a quick spot check earlier. Yukito didn't know spot checking was a thing you needed to do for setting up a magical barrier. If I set the barrier at the required size, Oki-kun's mailbox ends up just barely inside the perimeter. So I thought, if there's any deliveries scheduled for tonight, it might be better to wait a bit. I see. So the barrier would block stuff from being put into the mailbox. Yeah. If someone touches it from the outside, it gives off a bit of a shock, enough to paralyze them for a while. That's kinda terrifying. Well, it has to be that strong, otherwise what's the point of a barrier? Alright. I guess that makes sense, if that's the case. And if Mom's ordered something online that's scheduled for evening delivery, maybe we should wait until after 9 p.m. just to be safe. Got it, in that case, should we? Oh, right. You mean the Demon Lord thing, or do you want to keep going with world history? Actually maybe, Hi. No, it's nothing. I just meant, maybe we could do that a bit later, or that there might be another way if I'm casting the barrier at 9. Fuka started stumbling over her words again, looking off in a completely different direction, her tone flustered and evasive. That's right. She suddenly raised her voice. The volleyball club photos, don't you need to edit them? Oh. Her sudden topic shift felt completely forced, but Yukito had to admit, he'd been so wrapped up in everything that had happened today, he'd completely forgotten. He'd originally planned to work on those photos tonight, if not for Fuka's unexpected visit. Yeah, that's right. And since we've got the day off tomorrow too, I probably should. Wouldn't be fair to the volleyball club otherwise. It'll take some time though, so I might leave you a little bored, want to watch TV or something. Or if you'd rather use your phone, you're welcome to hop on the Wi-Fi. If it's okay, could I watch you do the editing? Watch me. The editing process, I don't think it's anything that exciting. That's because you're used to it. I'm a total amateur when it comes to photography. Since this was my first time actually being on the shooting side, I'm really curious about how the editing works. I see. Yeah, I guess people who are into photos on social media do this kind of thing intuitively. All right, I'll go grab the stuff from my room. Just give me a sec. Yukito headed upstairs and grabbed his DSLR from school, along with the old desktop laptop he used at his study desk. He unplugged its power adapter and, suddenly concerned that the screen and keyboard might look too dirty to show someone else, he gave the monitor a quick once-over with his handkerchief before heading back to the living room. Fuka, who had previously been sitting across from him at the table, had now moved to the seat beside his. Of course, sitting across wouldn't work if she was trying to watch him edit on a laptop. He really should have anticipated that, but somehow it hadn't occurred to him until just now. Yua, sorry to keep you waiting. Even at school, they'd never sat next to each other. So for them to be side by side at the dining table in his house was an entirely unprecedented event. Just a second, okay. Okay. He awkwardly plugged the laptop into a living room outlet and powered it on. It was an old machine, so it took quite a while to boot up. The silence during that wait was unbearably awkward. And once it was on, Yukito found himself wondering how his desktop wallpaper looked from Fuka's perspective, something that never bothered him before. Oh, is that Van Gogh? Is this the default wallpaper? Or did you pick it yourself, Oki-kun? I said it myself. I mean, I'm not super into Van Gogh or anything, but I saw Starry Night when I was a kid and I've liked it ever since. When she didn't react negatively, Yukito felt a subtle lift in his mood and had to work hard not to let it show on his face. I usually use this software for editing. Oh, I don't think I've seen that one before. You might have seen commercials for the latest version. They advertise how it can erase stuff from images using AI, like removing trees in front of giraffes or whatever. Oh yeah, I know that one. That's the one where the tree disappears in front of the giraffe, right? Yeah, that's it. But my PC and software are both outdated, so I can't do anything that fancy. I don't really go for heavy digital retouching anyway, so this is more than enough. Yukito connected the camera to the laptop via USB and began importing the volleyball club photos into the software. Oh, it's Kamiyama-kun. It already looks fine as is. It wasn't intentional, but one thumbnail stood out right away, an image of Tetsuya, which Yukito opened in the editing software. It is pretty good, yeah. Tetsuya always follows the points I mentioned during shoots. Still, adjusting just this one stat can completely change the feel of a photo. Oh wow, it makes the lines pop more. Yukito had adjusted the contrast. We used a reflector to manage the light on site, but we didn't have proper studio lights or anything. So sometimes shadows can flatten facial features. Just nudging the contrast a bit makes the subject stand out from the background. But go too far and, well, when he pushed the contrast too far, Kamiyama's face was overwhelmed by bright white light, and the black outlines became thick, like messy crayon strokes. So yeah, don't overdo contrast. Next, I usually tweak the saturation. This changes how vibrant the colors look. If the picture is already dark, you have to be careful not to make the colors look unnatural. Wow, I didn't know you could change the look so much that easily. Yeah, sometimes I mess around too much and end up undoing everything. There's also brightness and hue. Depending on whether you adjust contrast or hue first, the overall feel changes. But since Tetsuya's just wearing his regular gym uniform, if you overdo it, the whites blow out and his skin and hair look too dark in comparison, and the outlines against the background get muddy. So you've got to keep it balanced. All of that is textbook editing. But from here on, this is my personal answer to the request this time. Saying that, Yukito slightly cropped the image, enlarging it just a bit beyond its original resolution and trimming the edges. There are two types of bust-up portraits. One frames from the collarbone down and places the face in the upper half of the screen. That's the style used in promo headshots and artist profiles. Promo. Artist profile. I think promo means promotional materials, and artist photo is like for musicians and such. The other type is more like an ID photo, mouth near the center, showing everything from the shoulders up. In Tetsuya's case, if I go for the promo style, the bottom half of the image becomes just a blank white area due to blowout, so it's better to treat it like an ID-style composition. On the other hand, oh, it's Amami-senpai. Yeah, see how Amami-senpai's wearing the standard school-issued tracksuit? It's a pretty dark red, like Azuki or burgundy. The Minami Itabashi high school tracksuits were a deep, reddish color, somewhere between Azuki and maroon. When the original colors are already heavy like this, if you mess with the contrast or hue too much, it can wash out the darker tones or shift them into completely different colors. So first, I adjust the brightness to lighten the whole image, then tweak the contrast and hue. But I think I'll bring this up later. Even if it's for the yearbook, we might want to stop shooting in tracksuits or stop using the gym wall as a background. Otherwise, if I try to force the settings, the face might pop too much while the tracksuit fades out. As he explained, Yukito fiddled with the various settings, zooming in and out, but the results weren't very satisfying. And since no one was wearing their match uniforms, I'll have to assume this bib color for now. Oh, this one's Shimizu-senpai. She's got a small face, might look a little unbalanced if I crop it like a promo photo. Kataki-san's a bit off-center here, might be fixable with a crop. Her eyes are looking down. There's a few like that. We really need something to help guide their eye direction. Ooh, this one's good. Who's this? This one's usable as is. He had meant to explain everything to Fuka, but as he got deeper into the work, Yukito had unconsciously started to tune her out. Sorry, I got a little too into it. No, it's fine. Thanks to what you explained earlier, I kind of get what you're doing now. And even just watching from the side, I can tell the pictures are getting better, even with an untrained eye. Plus, Fuka leaned slightly on the table and smiled softly. I think watching someone focus on their work is really nice. Thank you. Now that he had found stability by retreating into his comfort zone, photo editing, it was completely shattered again. Whether she noticed or not, Fuka pointed at the edge of the screen. I couldn't figure out what this one does. What's that feature? That. Fuka was seated to his right, but the function she pointed at was on the left side toolbar of the screen, which meant she had to lean in toward him. So that one. His already frazzled heart rate spiked even higher. Her long elf ear brushed against his cheek, and a faint breeze from her slightly swaying hair carried that same soft forest-like scent. For a moment, his vision went white. That one lets you define a specific range, and then, adjust just that area's hue or contrast. I see, are you okay? Too close. He managed to stop himself from saying your face is too close, but it was a near thing. To be blunt, Watanabe Fuka's elven beauty was more than enough to make anyone's pulse race, especially someone who'd had even the slightest feelings for her. So with her face right between him and the screen, it was way too much for his poor heart. Hi. No, I mean it's just kinda close. In general. What does that even mean, in general? Even he realized how dumb that sounded. Sorry. Realizing what he meant, Fuka's eyes widened, and she quickly pulled away in a flustered panic. I guess I got too into it too, sorry. And no, it's fine. I mean really, feel free to keep watching. If anything's unclear, just ask, okay. A wave of awkwardness settled in, and silence took over. Yukito had no choice but to focus on his work. His heartbeat echoed in his ears. His eyes felt dry from being wide open too long. His breathing might have been getting a little ragged too. Even though she's right next to me, this is just embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to look at Fuka again. He kept at the editing, but it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. It felt like an hour, if not forever. After that eternal 5 minutes, he heard a faint voice, so soft it could have been a figment of his imagination. Oki-kun. Why yeah. His hand froze on the mouse. I'd like to ask something, a bit awkward. Sure. Earlier, when I leaned in too close, you kind of flinched and pulled away really fast, right? Huh. No, that was just. Is it, do I smell? Wait, what? I mean, I was doing all sorts of weird stuff this morning, and I worked up a sweat rushing over here, so, do I stink? One of the reasons Japanese is hard for non-native learners is the excessive number of homonyms. Even words that mean the same thing can carry drastically different connotations depending on the kanji used. And here sat one flustered teenage boy, totally unaccustomed to close contact with girls and utterly untrained in nuanced word choice. This might sound weird, but I don't mind the way you smell. Fuka, who had been blushing and avoiding eye contact just moments ago, now went completely pale and stared at Yukito with wide eyes. Wait, you mean I really do smell? Since when? Since when? Well, when you first put up that little barrier at the window, there was this whoosh and I kinda caught a whiff. So it's been that long. Why yeah, there was no smell before that, so I figured it was, part of the magic or something. Part of the magic? Wait, what kind of smell was it? What did I smell like? If I had to describe it, maybe like a forest. Like a scent that's very Watanabe-san-ish. Me-ish, a forest smell. Yukito had intended it to be a compliment, something that made his heart race and drew him to her. But Fuka's face turned completely blank, like someone had drained all the hue and saturation from her body. You mean like Nepenthes or Drosophilum lusitanicum? Sorry, I have no idea what those words mean, so I can't really say. Nepenthes is another name for pitcher plants, and Drosophilum lusitanicum is a sticky-leafed carnivorous plant. Both emit foul odors to attract insects or small animals. Yukito, unaware of any of this, had no clue she was referencing stinky bug traps and just nodded vaguely. Well, I don't know, but if Watanabe-san says so, then maybe it is that kind of smell. Like when you cast magic, this soft forest scent kind of wafts through the air. Bah. Hi. Bah th. What? Please don't come any closer. What? Fuka suddenly flung her arms out in a full-on defensive stance, catching Yukito completely off guard. I can't afford to make any more blunders in front of you, Oki-kun. What are you even talking about? I didn't say anything because it felt way too presumptuous if it wasn't necessary. But I had no idea I'd made you so uncomfortable. Wait, where was the uncomfortable part exactly? It wasn't uncomfortable. Why, you mean you like that kind of thing, Oki-kun? Where is this even coming from? Look, I respect your preferences, truly I do, and I'll do my best to be open-minded. But as a girl in the middle of puberty, I can't exactly fulfill niche tastes. When did I ever give off the vibe that I had niche tastes? Okay. I know it's incredibly rude of me to say this after you've already fed me, and I'm even trying to spend the night here. But I. Her palms opened wide like she was about to launch a magical fireball, and behind them, her face burned red-hot like a living flame. In a voice so small it might disappear entirely, yet somehow just as explosive as fire, she forced the words out, scorching Yukito's heart and boiling his blood in an instant. See, could I maybe use the bee bath? I brought everything I need with me. NGGH? Seeing the tips of her ears glowing crimson behind her outstretched arms, Yukito finally realized. He just stomped, on an emotional landmine of epic proportions. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, Watanabe Fuka breathing while asleep makes a unique sound. Oki Yukito was an ordinary, down-to-earth high school boy you could find anywhere in Japan. He wasn't the type to live a strict, ascetic lifestyle where he poured everything into his studies or his camera. Though he no longer played, he still enjoyed watching volleyball and other sports, and he'd enthusiastically follow events like the World Cup or the Olympics like any casual fan. He watched his fair share of movies, dramas, anime, manga, and novels. Some were ones he bought based on personal taste, while others he checked out because of friends or public hype. There were too many to count. And of course, among those, there were also titles that stirred adolescent impulses, as was typical. Let's see, this one's no good. And this one too. Yeah, all of Hayashida-senpai's photos are out. And Kishima-kun's, this one's borderline but nope. It wasn't technically R18, but there were still plenty of suggestive photos around. When he first invited Fuka to his room, he had to stash a good number of those things in the closet. This song's good, helps me focus. Let's see, this batch was taken by Kataki-san. Because of all this, Yukito found himself no longer able to accept a common rom-com trope with any sense of realism. He had headphones on and was editing volleyball club photos at full volume. Otherwise, he could hear Fuka doing something in the bathroom. A guy who tries to stop a girl from taking a bath is not a man. So Yukito had used up about as much energy as he would for a year-end deep cleaning to scrub the bath. He gave Fuka a quick run-through of how the dressing room, sink area, and bathtub worked in the Oki household, and then bolted to the living room without really listening to her response. Originally, the plan was to finish editing photos while she was bathing. But even though the bathroom was less than 3 meters away from the living room, he could still hear Fuka moving and talking to herself despite the door being closed. The sound of the door opening and closing, the sound of the shower spraying. Sound. In a normal house, sounds from the bath are audible outside. In contrast, many rom-coms frequently show the male protagonist barging in on a heroine changing or unknowingly walking in on her while she's in the bath, naked himself. No way he doesn't notice. What, is he deaf? The bathrooms and changing areas in rom-com protagonist homes must be as soundproof as underground nuclear shelters. Trying to drown out the sound of Fuka's shower from the living room, Yukito turned on the TV and even started the dishwasher, which he'd planned to run at night when the electricity was cheaper. But he could still hear it. Whether he wanted to or not, he could hear it. His ears were trying to hear it. The sound of Fuka showering, the sound of her scrubbing her hair, the faint splash of water as she relaxed in the tub. This is bad. Why the hell isn't our bathroom built like a nuclear shelter? He thought of retreating to his room on the second floor, but as the homeowner, it was his responsibility to be within earshot in case Fuka needed help. Still, if he kept sitting here in the living room, listening to the symphony of Fuka's bath routine, he was going to lose it. so he decided to focus on editing while blasting music through his headphones. That way, he wouldn't hear the everyday sounds, but if she called out loudly, he'd still be able to catch it. He had left plenty of bath towels and backup face towels where they were easy to find. The hairdryer was already plugged in and ready to use. He'd made sure the shampoo, conditioner, and body soap were all well stocked. He explained how to use the water heater remote and where to put the used towels afterward. Since it was early summer, he even set up a fan in case the hot water made her feel too warm, and he'd taken out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge for her. As long as she bathed like a normal person, there shouldn't be any reason for Fuka to need his help. Don't say I threw away my one and only chance for a lucky perv moment. This is what you call basic hospitality when welcoming a guest. Focus, focus, focus. Kataki-san really went all in with these. Nope, can't use this. This one too. Oki-kun. Even mine. Well, I was in a hurry, but yeah, this is no good either. Oki-kun. I'm done. I thought the uniform might be fine, but what if the non-regulars don't have them? No, surely everyone does. Oki-kun. A loud voice rang out right next to his ear through the headphones, making Yukito flinch and scramble to take them off. When he turned around, Fuka was standing there, holding the drawstring bag she'd brought from home with her laundry and toiletries, as well as the bottle of water he had prepared. She peered into his face. I'm done. Thanks for the water, too. Why yet? Watanabe Fuka's hair usually floated lightly, like it was swaying in the wind. But now, fresh out of the bath, her hair looked damp and sleek. That made her elven ears look longer and more prominent than usual. Why, you look nice. In your pajamas, I mean. Something he would never usually see, Fuka in her pajamas. A soft, light green set made from what looked like a smooth, comfortable material, short sleeves and cropped pants, loose-fitting. Why you think so? Thanks. After saying that, Yukito couldn't help but look away. Pajama fabric is meant to be soft and easy on the body. That's the whole point. Which is why her figure stood out so much more than it ever did in her uniform or casual clothes. And the faint warmth of post-bath skin, even the familiar scent of her shampoo and soap smelled completely different now. No, wait, it is different. There's something I've never smelled before. Are you wearing perfume or something? He caught a fresh, citrusy scent with a hint of sweetness, and when he asked, Fuka made a face that was somewhere between a pout and a smile. Oki-kun, you seem to have a pretty sharp sense of smell. Hi. I think it's probably the scent of my hair oil. It's not as strong as perfume, but what do you think? What do I think? What does she mean? What do I think? Is she telling me to sniff her? Does she really think a teenage boy can do that with a straight face? I think it's nice. I'm glad. Fuka nodded with a satisfied look, then glanced at the PC Yukito was working on. Still got a bit left. No, it's actually almost done. Really? It looks like you still have about half to go. Since the conversation had shifted to the photos, Yukito took the chance to switch his brain back into work mode. Yeah, I mean, ideally I'd edit everyone's photos properly, but with these ones, see, the ones Kataki-san took. About half of them have the eyes slightly off like this. You're right. They're not looking straight. Roughly half of the shots Izumi had taken had their subjects' gazes misaligned, either too high or too low. I could have sworn everyone was looking straight ahead when we took them. I wonder why. My guess is she probably tried to be really precise and took too long between shots. You've probably experienced this too, but keeping your eyes fixed on the camera lens is actually pretty tough. That said, there are a few photos where the eye lines off in ways that can't be explained by just that. If we standardize the uniforms, maybe I should angle the shots a little. It's a small difference, but sometimes making them look just slightly above the lens makes for a better photo, though that's more of a personal preference thing. Really? Yeah, wait, was that advice for kids? Can't remember now. But look, this shot of Amami-senpai. She's not exactly giving a puppy-eyed look or anything, but she's gazing a little upward and Oki-kun. No, it's just hang on. Was this photo of Amami-senpai taken by Kataki-san? Am I just that tired from all of Fuka's unexpected comments? My eyes are totally out of focus, like the camera itself is malfunctioning. I can't even see Ryo's picture clearly. He rubbed his eyes, but it didn't help. Everything in the editing software looked clear, so it wasn't a display issue. Amami-senpai looks kind of skinnier. Oki-kun, are you okay? You don't look so good. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, your color's back. Suddenly, Fuka leaned in, very close, and Yukyuto's eyes focused sharply on her beautiful face. I think I just overfocused and got tired. I'm done for today. Without looking at Ryo's photo again, Yukyuto closed the editing software and shut down the PC. Yeah, we still haven't had that important talk either. You should take a break. Hey, how about you take a bath too, Oki-kun? Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, Watanabe-san, are you going to brush your teeth right away? If you are, I'll wait a bit. Thanks, but it's okay. I already brushed after my bath. Got it. I'll hop in real quick then. You can wait here if you want, or hang out in my room. Okay, I'm fine either way. Take your time. Yukyuto nodded, then made sure to bring clean underwear and fresh sleepwear to the bathroom to avoid walking around in his underwear like a fool. And out of a subconscious bit of teenage modesty, he purposely chose a t-shirt and shorts combo instead of an actual matching set of pajamas, especially with Fuka around. As he entered the washroom, he could faintly hear the sound of light footsteps going up the stairs. It sounded like Fuka had decided to wait in his room. Ah, right. Where is Watanabe-san supposed to sleep anyway? They did have guest futons, but they hadn't been aired out in ages. As he undressed, he instinctively folded his laundry with extra care, guessing Fuka might use the washroom first thing the next morning. This is bad. And then, despite nothing actually happening, Yukyuto found himself crouched down in the changing room, holding his head. Why the hell does it smell so good in here? That citrus scent from the hair oil, some cosmetic he'd never encountered once in his life, was now lingering in the washroom as the unmistakable trace of Watanabe Fuka. Guess I'd better run the ventilation fan 24/7. If that scent was still around when his mom came home, he didn't even want to imagine what she might say. Staggering slightly, Yukyuto stepped into the bath. After washing himself, he sank into the tub, then the realization hit him that Fuka had been in this very space just minutes ago. And once again, he was left writhing alone in agony. Section. Oki-kun, are you okay? You look kinda woozy. Think I got a bit overheated. For someone overheated, your face is super pale. To crush the flood of indecent thoughts that had erupted in the bathroom, he'd ended with a blast of cold water. But there was no need to mention that. I'm not sick or anything. More importantly, we need to figure out where you'll be sleeping. He'd tried his best to clear his mind, even with a girl in pajamas in his room, but his voice was already starting to crack. Don't worry about it, I'll just sleep on the floor. Knew you'd say that, but there's no way I'm letting that happen. But still, suddenly sleeping in your bed is kind of a mental hurdle for me too, you know. Please don't say your bed while blushing. I'll die. And no, that's not what I meant. I've got a guest futon. It hasn't been aired out in a while, so it might be a little stiff, but it should be fine. No worries. Didn't I say I came prepared? With a triumphant smile, Fuka pulled her school bag closer and began dragging something large and puffy from it with enthusiasm. I brought a summer sleeping bag. It even comes with a pillow. Pretty handy, right? That's not what I expected at all. Yeah, I hadn't used it in ages, but it's made for hot weather. It even has a built-in fan. A fan? Wait, they make ones like that. Watanabe-san, are you into camping or something? Actually, I've only used it once. Oki-kun, do you know the flower queen of the night? Oh yeah, that one that only blooms for a single night during a full moon, right? That's the one. Though to be exact, the Earth version of it doesn't strictly bloom only on full moons, and depending on the conditions, it can bloom several times a year. But there's a flower just like it in Nash Riviera. In their language, it's called Night of the Night's Blade. I really wanted to see it, so I saved up my allowance to buy this. That's a pretty epic name for a flower. Were you able to see it? Yeah, it was gorgeous. But I didn't want to risk missing it, so I ended up staying up all night in the sleeping bag, which kind of defeated the point of using it. Smiling fondly, Fuka gleefully wriggled herself into the sleeping bag. They say some sleeping bags let you walk around in them, but hers was a standard cocoon type, aside from the built-in fan. She was now a fully cocooned, smug-faced worm, and something about her complete transformation lifted a bit of the tension Yukyuto had been feeling. Speaking of which, Watanabe-san, the barrier. I said it while you were in the bath. It's already past 9. If anyone tries to break in now, they'll be caught in it and be completely paralyzed, won't be able to move a muscle. What should have been the main concern of the day was now being treated, like she'd just installed a new bug-repellent device. So, even if it's a little early, let's go to bed. You seem tired too, and if a burglar does show up, I'll totally chase them off. I'd rather that didn't happen at all. Are you seriously going to sleep on the floor? Yeah. You know I don't have a bed in my room, right? I always sleep on a futon. This is just a sleeping bag version of that. It's not that different. True to her word, the cocooned Watanabe Fuka rolled right onto the wooden floor of his room without a shred of hesitation. You look like you're enjoying this. It's practically my first real time sleeping in this thing. Oh, I see. Well, if you're fine with it, then I won't stop you. Oh, but one thing. Like a spring-loaded inchworm, she shot upright at lightning speed. Even if I am your personal model, taking pictures of me while I sleep is so guilty. I wouldn't do that. The camera's acting up anyway. You sound like you'd do it if the camera was working. I said I wouldn't. Hee, then it's fine. Good night, Oki-kun. She collapsed back onto the floor like a tipped-over post. Her giddy energy was like a kid at their first sleepover. And as Yukito adjusted to the ever-present scent of her hair oil, the tension in the room finally began to ease. I'm turning the lights off. Want me to leave the nightlight on? I can sleep in total darkness or with a little light. Whichever works for you, Oki-kun. Okay, I'll leave just the nightlight on. Normally, Yukito preferred complete darkness when he slept. But just in case he woke up needing the bathroom, he didn't want to risk accidentally kicking Fuka. As Yukito turned off the light and got into bed, a voice called out from the floor. Good night, Oki-kun. Yeah, good night, Watanabe-san. It felt strange, having someone else in his room when going to sleep. And the fact that it was Fuka, an elf, only made it feel even stranger. A few quiet minutes passed. Wait, no. Yukito sprang upright and turned the light back on. Defeating the Demon King, Watanabe-san. What did you mean studying is the same as defeating the Demon Kai? You're asleep. Even though barely a few minutes had passed, Fuka was already sound asleep, a peaceful smile on her face and her breath steady and quiet. Without even twitching in response to his outburst, the elf slumbered on, and Yukito could only sigh. So elves can sleep on their sides, huh? Completely drained, he gave up, turned the light off again, and crawled back into bed. Lying on the edge of the bed on his side, Yukito stared at Fuka's back as she slept soundly, her quiet breaths uninterrupted. I wonder if I can ask her tomorrow. But no, she's probably not going to school from here. She'll head home first, and that means leaving early, so it might be impossible. And I'm sure she hasn't told Kataki-san about today either. Yukito rolled over and turned his back to Fuka, finally settling into a proper sleeping position. Maybe it was the visual presence of the sleeping bag, or maybe just the fact that her breathing was gentle and nearby. But it wasn't nearly as nerve-wracking as he'd expected. In fact, the faint scent of citrus in the air had a calming effect, and after everything that happened today, his energy was drained, sleep came swiftly. The only sounds were the distant hum of cars and the soft rustle of the sleeping bag's tiny fan. Defeating the Demon King, huh? He pulled the thin summer blanket over himself a little more and let out a deep breath. I don't have the right or the power to stop Watanabe-san, but if she disappeared somewhere, I wouldn't like that. And then he closed his eyes more tightly. A little time passed. Silently, the sleeping bag cocoon stirred and sat upright. Fuka twisted her upper body to glance toward Yukito's back and whispered, Did you know I was awake, Oki-kun? No reply came from Yukito, just the sound of steady breathing. Even with the summer version, it's still hot in here. The fan barely helps, ha. Carefully, so as not to wake him, Fuka slipped just her upper half out of the sleeping bag and slowly stood. She knelt quietly beside Yukito's bed, reached out with her right hand toward his head, and stopped just before touching his face. You were a little nervous, right? Her lips curled into a slightly bashful smile. Was that because it's me? Or would you feel that way with any girl? His only response was continued breathing. Fuka drew her hand back and gently rested her head on the mattress beside him. You smell like Oki-kun. Ha. Then she looked at the back of his head with just her eyes. I'm sorry for making you worry, but I'm not going anywhere. Because I'm Oki-kun's exclusive model, and I want you to fall for me again. She quickly pulled herself away from the bed and slipped back into her sleeping bag. Though she soon began breathing like she was asleep again, The soft rustling of down fabric filled the room as her feet lightly kicked inside the bag for a while. The moment he opened his eyes, Yukito could tell it wasn't a time he usually woke up. The light coming through the curtains was pale, still tinged with faint purple. A glance at his phone on the charger by his pillow showed it wasn't even 5 a.m. yet. It was far too early to be up, but considering when he went to bed, it wasn't entirely strange to wake now. He looked to his side. Thankfully, Fuka hadn't crawled into bed with him in a sleepy daze. She was lying slightly closer than he remembered, peacefully breathing in her sleeping bag. So, nothing happened during the night. Waking her would be rude, but it's still too early to be up. Maybe I'll go back to sleep. Funny how you can't fall asleep when you want to, but the moment it's time to actually get moving, you get hit with the urge to nap again. Nope, not happening. Yukito sat up and reached for the club's DSLR next to his PC on the desk. He flicked it into standby mode. Still got some battery, but if the autofocus messes up again, I'm in trouble. If it breaks while I'm still in the club, I'd feel bad toward the upperclassmen. He peeked through the viewfinder, casually scanning the room. So far, everything, the bookshelves, small items, was focusing just fine. So what was that about yesterday? Like when the AC magically works again once the repair guy shows up. Spy. What is that breathing sound? Ah. Right then, the sound of Fuka's breathing overlapped perfectly with a bird's chirp. Probably a sparrow outside. And Yukito, still looking through the viewfinder, instinctively turned toward her. That's when he remembered. Wait, she told me not to take sleeping photos. He quickly looked away and noticed something odd. He couldn't get the camera to focus on Fuka. Or rather, her face wouldn't focus. What the hell? The sleeping bag was in focus, but not Fuka's face. No, wait, this is weird. Through a modern DSLR viewfinder, you see a digitally processed image. That means what he should be seeing was the Japanese version of Watanabe Fuka. But now, inside the finder, even though it was blurry and layered with digital noise, the face looked unmistakably like Elf Watanabe Fuka. Wait, what? Why? With that old film camera, the one with just a basic viewfinder, it was fine if she looked elven in the shot. It wasn't digital. But if I use my phone? Panicking, he quickly opened the camera app and aimed it at her. The face that appeared, breathing softly, was unmistakably the Japanese version of Fuka. He took a picture, apologizing in his heart, and sure enough, the photo saved was also the Japanese Fuka. But when he looked back through the DSLR's finder, only her face was once again buried in noise. There was no solid proof, no clear evidence. But Yukito, who had more DSLR experience than most, lowered the camera, pointed it at Fuka again, and glanced at the monitor. A screen with clearly lower resolution than today's standard. Then, for the first time since he started using the camera, he switched eyes and peered through the viewfinder with his left eye. He focused the lens on Fuka and snapped a single photo. He lowered the camera to his lap with a sigh. What the hell? An emotion he couldn't name, part thrill, part fear of the unknown, washed over him. And this time, fear won out. All trace of sleepiness vanished from his mind. Camera in left hand, Yukito rubbed his now fully awake eyes with his right. When suddenly, a shriek unlike anything he'd ever heard, yet as familiar as Fuka's soft snoring, pierced through the window and slammed into his ears. What the hell? At that moment, Fuka shot up with a sleepy voice, and perhaps forgetting she was still wrapped in a sleeping bag, she toppled forward and nearly slammed her face into the floor. Watch out! Yukito leapt from the bed with acrobatic reflexes, catching her from below just in time to prevent a tragic fall. Good morning, Oki-kun. Sorry for the commotion. Glad you're okay. Wait, that scream just now. Someone triggered the barrier. Sorry, Oki-kun. Could you unzip the sleeping bag for me? I can't get my arms out. This zipper's jammed. Why'd you bundle up so tight in the middle of summer? I was hot at first, but it got chilly later. Why am I helping a girl out of her pajamas? And there's absolutely no thrill. What's wrong with me? Puha, thanks Oki-kun, I'm going out. Wait through the window. I'm an elf, it's fine. If you've got time, get some proof shots with that camera. Still in her pajamas, Fuka climbed over Yukito's bed and grabbed the window frame, leaping right outside. Watanabe-san. Yukito leaned out after her and saw Fuka land in the garden, Whether it was bedhead or magical wind, her hair was wildly tousled. In her hand, she held a sword, one born from the vine-like plant they had once seen in Nash Riviera. That's someone, presumably the intruder caught in the barrier, was collapsed in the yard. Fuka advanced toward them, sword at the ready and her guard up. Hey, Watanabe-san, stop right there. The person was face down, so their identity wasn't visible. But anyone trespassing in someone's yard at this hour clearly wasn't there for anything good. Yukito quickly raised the camera, carefully framing the scene to include the intruder, the garden trees and flower pots for context, while keeping Fuka out of the shot. Damn my eyes. Whether from the adrenaline or the sleep still fogging his brain, his vision felt strangely hazy. From above, he could make out the intruder wearing a black knit cap, a tight black long-sleeve shirt, and matching pants, textbook shady outfit. He assumed it was a man, given the height, but W8 The rapid-fire shots he took betrayed that assumption. What? A woman. The display showed a body unmistakably shaped like a woman. Oki-kun. Call the police. Ah, why yeah. Yukito ducked away from the window and scrambled for his phone, hands shaking as he struggled to pull up his contacts. Damn it, where's that detective's number? What? No way. Of course, the intruder wasn't going to stay conveniently unconscious forever. At Fuka's sharp voice, Yukito looked outside again, just in time to see the figure in black rising shakily to their knees. Oki-kun. Stay inside, this person isn't from here. What? Someone from this world couldn't just stand up after hitting that barrier. That thing can put a normal human out of commission for a week. There's no way they're okay. You should have told me the trap was that dangerous in the first place. If the intruder had been a regular Earthling, we might have ended up being accused of using excessive force. Who are you? You're from Nash Riviera, aren't you? If you're with the audit squad sent to monitor me, this is way beyond what's acceptable. What were you thinking, endangering the person I care about and his family? The intruder remained silent, clearly not foolish enough to answer. But the barrier's effects, which should have left them immobilized, seemed to be wearing off, and the figure now stood, cautiously but fully upright. Don't think you can run. The barrier can't be escaped from the inside unless the caster disables it. And unless why am I not surprised? If the intruder really was from Nash Riviera, they could very well have powers Earthlings didn't. I didn't eat enough, so that hit just broke the barrier. Apparently not. The real reason had nothing to do with magical strength or otherworldly skill. Anticipating that the intruder might try to flee, Yukito dashed down the stairs and out the front door almost on reflex. Oki-kun. Ga. With the camera still in hand, he threw himself in front of the figure in black. Fuka's scream, Yukito's grunt, and the intruder's gasp all overlapped. Yukito, smaller in build, was blown aside by sheer momentum. As Fuka rushed to his side, the intruder vaulted the wall with ease and escaped. Oki-kun, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why did you do something so reckless? And your eye, did you get punched? She had every right to be upset. The area around Yukito's right eye had turned red. Oh, damn, this is totally going to bruise. He winced, touching his right eye, only to recoil like he'd touched an open flame. Don't touch it, I'll heal you. Fuka, her face on the verge of tears, placed her hand gently over Yukito's injured eye. A faint warmth seeped in, and with it, the scent of the forest. How's that? Is the pain gone? Can you see? Yeah, thanks, I'm okay. It wasn't a punch, I just slammed the viewfinder into my eye really hard. You hit it with the camera, why'd you even go outside? I told you it was dangerous, and you had your camera. Did you even call the police? That was so reckless. You don't know what that person might have done. What were you thinking? Watanabe-san. Don't scare me like that. If anything had happened to you, Still in her pajamas, her hair a complete mess, clutching a sword made of vines. Watanabe Fuka, the elf with tears like gemstones welling in her beautiful eyes, clung to Yukito's head, sobbing softly. Strangely enough, Yukito's heart wasn't racing. There was no sense of panic. The only thing anchoring his thoughts was the realization that he had made Fuka upset with his reckless actions, and that alone helped keep his head cool. Why would you do something so reckless? I'm kind of mad, you know. Unless you have a really good reason, I'm not letting you off the hook. I had to make sure of something. And to do that, I needed a photo of the intruder from the front. Will you take a look? As Yukito shifted slightly, Fuka naturally released her arms from around him and looked at what he held. In his right hand was the DSLR. In his left, his smartphone. You couldn't take a photo of that burglar from the room. It was too far. The DSLR might have been fine, but I didn't think the phone would capture it well. In the end, I think it was worth the risk. I caught just a little bit of the intruder's voice. Their voice. Yeah, but before I explain, let's go back inside. It's a little chilly out here in pajamas. As Yukito stood, Fuka dismissed the plant blade using her magic and got to her feet as well. They sat side by side in the dim early morning light of the living room, just like the day before. Yukito switched the DSLR to file browsing mode and handed it over to Fuka. Here. Fuka looked puzzled. As expected given the chaos of the situation, the image on the screen was out of focus and badly blurred. The face was completely indecipherable. Only the general shape suggested the figure was a woman. It was a woman. You couldn't tell when you were face to face. Not at all. The scream was high-pitched, but I couldn't be sure either way. When we faced each other, they were way taller than me and had a solid build, so I just assumed it was a man. Fuka looked surprised, her eyes fixed seriously on the screen. Yukito tapped through to the next photos. Just like the first, they were all blurry and unsteady, and none showed the face clearly. But the shape, even through the blur, was undeniably feminine in certain parts. There was no doubt. The intruder had been a woman. So that means our theory from the other day in the clubroom was totally off. Theory? You know, when I was with Izumi-chan, and we guessed Amami-senpai or Hasegawa-san might be part of the audit squad. But Amami-senpai's a guy, and Hasegawa-san's about the same height as me, right? Oki-kun. Fuka looked at him curiously, but Yukito didn't answer. Instead, he checked the time on his phone. Watanabe-san. I'd like to get to school a bit early today. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. I was planning to go early anyway to check on the flower bed. Thanks. Also, after 6 can you call Kataki-san? Izumi-chan. Wait, are you asking her to come early too? Not Kataki-san herself, exactly, just something I left in her care. Fuka drew a sharp breath. What do you mean? That's not supposed to be used yet. If we wait too long, they might start countermeasures. It's fine. I won't do anything dangerous. But before we head to school, I need you to do something too. Okay, if it's something I can do. Good. Well, it's a bit early, but I'll start breakfast. Fuka eyed him suspiciously. Yukito was unusually confident. But as soon as he said breakfast, her stomach gave an audible growl and her face turned red. You used your magic to heal my eye, right? Thanks. I made sure to cook extra rice yesterday so we can have a hearty meal this morning. Don't worry. So glad to hear that. Fuka mumbled in broken Japanese and looked away. And hey, after breakfast, can I ask you to do it again? It didn't heal completely. Is it still hurting? No, it's not that. Yukito shook his head and rubbed his right eye as if shaking off the drowsiness, then said in a low voice, I want to take a really good photo. For you, Watanabe-san. A photo for me. Yeah, and if I can get a good one today, then I want you to finally tell me about your defeating the Demon King. Fuka blinked rapidly, unable to keep up with the sudden leap in topic. Final chapter, Watanabe Fuka resolves to defeat the Demon King. Oi, Oki Yukito, what's up? You doing a photo shoot today? It was 7 a.m. The field and gymnasium of Minami Itabashi High School were already bustling with morning practice sessions for many of the sports clubs. The boys' volleyball team was no exception. Using one half of the gym, the members, led by Tetsuya, were each doing their warm-ups in their usual spots. Watanabe-san's already like a full member of the photography club, huh? Am I right? Tetsuya, who openly called himself a low-key Watanabe fan, said this with what felt like a trace of jealousy in his voice. But maybe because it was early and he was about to exercise, he didn't press the topic further. And honestly, it wasn't surprising he'd say that. I guess I do kinda look like I'm part of the photography club today. Not only were Oki Yukito and Izumi present, but Fuka herself had a DSLR camera case hanging from her neck. But today, I'm just here to carry stuff for the photography club. See, you know how the camera was acting up when we took the photos for the club directory last time? Oh yeah, I remember you saying something like that. So the one you're carrying is the backup camera. That's supposed to be the case, but... Hi. Fuka glanced down at the camera case hanging from her neck, a complicated expression on her face. He said he hadn't gotten a chance to go over the photos with the teacher or Amami-senpai yet. So honestly, I'm not really sure why we had to rush here so early for morning practice either. Hi. Tetsuya glanced toward Izumi and Yukito, who were having some kind of discussion with Yui and the rest of the team before practice started. Even though you weren't sure what was going on, you still came in this early. You two talked about it yesterday. No, actually, it was this morning. No, I meant last night. Oki-kun messaged me online. And I was planning to wake up early for gardening club work anyway. Ahem. Though Tetsuya gave her a suspicious look, he only glanced at the camera hanging around Fuka's neck and didn't press further. I almost said before breakfast this morning. That was way too close. Fuka shivered slightly at her own carelessness. So hey, Kamiyama-kun, is Amami-senpai not coming to morning practice today either? Yeah, no sign of him. I heard he jammed his finger and went to the hospital yesterday, but I haven't heard anything about today. I see, but it's not just Amami-senpai, right? Isn't Sato-senpai, and Sato-kun all missing too? Wow, Watanabe-san. You notice stuff way more than I do. I feel like you're picking up on things I completely miss. Tetsuya grimaced slightly, but quickly recovered. In our club, morning practice isn't mandatory or anything. Really? Dunno about the other clubs, but we don't even have practice every day. There's no penalty if you don't show up, and you don't even need to let anyone know. But even so, it's impressive how many of you still show up. Exactly. Like the coach and club president said before, our club right now is a place where the people who want to get better push each other hard. So when someone skips practice, it usually means something serious is up. Everyone's really passionate about volleyball, Right. We're pretty cool, don't you think? You would be cool if you just stopped there. Brushed off with a quip, Tetsuya gave a wry laugh, but his face soon clouded over. But yeah, that's why Amami-butchu being absent feels off. He said it was just a jammed finger yesterday, but what if it's actually something worse? Fuka hadn't spent much time around the boys' volleyball team, but she had no doubt about their unity, their drive to win, and the respect Amami Ryo commanded. She couldn't bring herself to offer empty reassurance to Tetsuya, who looked genuinely concerned. And then, all right, let's start. You're warmed up, right? Same as always, pair up and shuttle run. Gotta go. Make sure to get my good side. With Yui's call to action, Tetsuya joined the other members, and Fuka waved lightly as she saw him off. I'm not the one taking the pictures, though. Near Yui, Yukito pulled out the photography club's DSLR, but handed it to Izumi. Izumi-chan's standing a little too close to Oki-kun, isn't she? Hey, senpai, this one's got a lot of motion to it, right? I think it turned out pretty good. Izumi showed Yukito the preview on the screen, after snapping a burst of shots. It captured 3 volleyball members' mid-shuttle run with energetic movement. Yeah, not bad, but it's not going to work for this. No matter how much the times change, I still think there are certain faces and sounds girls should never make publicly. Think back to the volleyball club's request. They wanted shots for the roster, off shots, and action shots during practice. This is clearly a great action photo. But you can't see the faces. The faces aren't visible. Sure, it's a cool action shot during practice, but if you can't tell whose cool shot it doesn't work. Izumi's photo captured the motion of 3 players well, but because it was taken from a diagonal rear angle, their faces weren't visible. Amami-senpai asked for cool shots that would boost the players' confidence when they looked back on them later. You might be able to tell who's who today, but a month from now you won't be so sure. I guess that makes sense. There was a hint of resistance in her voice, but it faded quickly. She understood his point. Still, getting their faces in frame is really hard. I mean, with a shuttle run. They were running back and forth across the short side of the gym floor. To get a good shot of their faces, the photographer would have to be in front of them. You'll get run over. There's no room. That's what makes sports photography so tough. Most of the best angles are from within the athlete's line of sight, but if you're in their line of sight, as the shuttle run ended, they moved on to spike practice, with everyone helping set up the net. Izumi moved to take photos again. Abe! And immediately yelped and jumped back as a spike flew right at her feet, nearly hitting her. That's what I mean. It's easy to get in the player's way. That's what I mean. I could literally get launched trying to take photos here. In professional sports settings, external photographers usually shoot games from designated areas using lenses appropriate for the distance and subject. Even so, in sports like soccer or rugby, it's not uncommon for balls to fly into the camera area. Being a sports photographer comes with a certain level of risk. Especially for a high school photography club without high-end telephoto lenses, getting shots of the players' faces means carefully positioning yourself without disrupting the practice. But we're not shooting an official match. It's just practice. So we can find a safe spot that still shows faces. For spike practice, that be over there. Yukuto pointed to the opposite side of where the players lined up for spike practice, just outside the sideline. On the right side beyond the net, club members like Yui were watching practice and retrieving balls, so Yukuto brought Izumi to a spot inside the attack line on the left side, where the front and back rows divide. If it's not a drill where they're spiking toward this side, the ball shouldn't come this way. Spikes usually go beyond this attack line. Yeah, but it is coming this way. Right as she spoke, a ball landed with a thud just to Yukuto's left, right on the attack line. It's fine. They're doing open spike practice right now. Balls don't usually come this way. But it just did. That's just because first years still struggle with control. As long as you watch out for their turns, you'll be fine until we get to quick attacks. I don't even know what open spikes or quick attacks are. Nervously following Yukuto's directions, Izumi stood at her designated spot, trying her best to track the players leaping around according to rules and movements she didn't fully understand. Kataki-san, after you've taken a few shots, try standing on the chair and photographing from net height. You want me to get on this rickety chair, where the balls are flying everywhere. Izumi scowled at the rusty pipe chair Yukuto had brought. The beauty of volleyball is the contest between spikes and blocks at their highest points. If you shoot from the same eye level, the images are more dynamic. You've got this. Seriously. Eek. Nothing had flown at her this time, but just standing on the chair made the impact sounds of each spike that much sharper in her ears. She instinctively flinched again. Okay, next, quick attack. Rotating blockers, get ready. With Yui's command, the practice routine changed. Kataki-san, move the chair a little closer to the net. Keep shooting from that angle. I'll cover the opposite side. Didn't you say balls would come this way during quick attacks? It's fine. If you're close to the net, you can get both the attacker and the blocker in the shot. I'm saying I'm scared of balls flying at me. What if one bounces off a block and comes this way? If you stay close to the net, that won't happen. Once you watch a few, you'll get a feel for how blocks move. Hang in there. Fine. Grumbling under her breath, Izumi followed Yukuto's instructions and continued shooting from her designated and perilous position, cold sweat forming on her brow. Satisfied, Yukuto made his way to the opposite sideline, where Yui was watching practice. Is it okay to leave Kataki-san alone? Yui, who had been occasionally glancing at Izumi and Yukuto, turned to him in surprise as he suddenly stood beside her. It's practice today. I wanted her to feel the intensity of live sports photography from a safe spot. There are things you can't see from behind a screen or in the audience. I guess that's true. Still, I have to say, being an ex-volleyball player, you really know where balls are likely to go. Honestly, I always assumed people into photography didn't pay attention to things like that. That's a bit of a prejudice, don't you think? I wasn't too welcoming when you two started showing up at club, right? There are people who think carrying a fancy camera gives them a pass to do whatever they want in the name of getting a good shot. Yeah, I won't deny those people exist. Yukuto gave a wry smile. It was a well-known fact that not all photographers followed rules or had common courtesy. My dad, though not a big name, was a professional. I try to take photos I wouldn't be ashamed to show him. Most pros, besides knowing their cameras, have deep knowledge about what they shoot. For me, volleyball's one of those things. Just as he finished speaking, Yukuto raised his camera and clicked the shutter. Tetsuya had just leapt for an A-quick spike, perfectly timed with a set from a first-year setter. Tetsuya can move that fast, huh? And that setter, he's a first-year, right? He's good. I wish I could have done that. Kamiyama-kun's a solid regular. I just wish he wasn't so much of a clown. What position did you play in middle school? Oki-kun. I admired the op position, but I didn't have the size or skill. I was often filling in as setter during practice. I wasn't a regular, so I just got rotated wherever they needed an extra. Rotated? We had a lot of players. And we weren't very strong as a team, so the gap between regulars and non-regulars was huge. Honestly, I was bottom tier, so I never really got much attention. Maybe that's why now, I just genuinely admire good players. Smiling with a sense of acceptance for his bittersweet past, Yukito asked, "Is Amami-senpai out again today?" Yui turned her gaze away from him and back toward the court. "To be honest, I don't know. Morning practice isn't mandatory, so it's not unusual to skip. But Amami-bachu's never missed before, so I don't know what's going on. It would have been great for Kataki-san to see Amami-senpai play. It would have made for a good experience." "You think so?" I never got very good at volleyball myself, but seeing someone give it their all, fully committed to something, that's always cool. As he spoke, Yukito snapped a photo. Not of a spike, but of Izumi, her face locked in fierce concentration as she pointed her camera at a third year smashing through a block. "Did you just take a picture of Kataki-san?" "Yeah, she still doesn't really understand what kind of photos she should be taking here. I figured if she gets photographed in that same position, it might help her get it." "Isn't she going to get mad about that?" "I mean, she doesn't seem to respect you much as a senpai." "You'd be surprised. She might act like that, but she does respect my photography skills. By the way, Hasegawa-san." "Hi." "Wow, wait, what are you doing?" Yui suddenly shouted, and the nearby students turned their gazes toward her and Yukito. Sorry, it's nothing. Keep practicing, everyone." "Hey, Oki-kun, I told you not to take my picture. The one the other day was just for the roster. I only agreed because of that." What prompted Yui's outburst was Yukito suddenly pointing his lens at her. She immediately hid her face behind a notebook, and Yukito lowered the camera just as quickly. "You really don't want me taking your picture?" What? That's not it. It's not like that, I just don't like being in photos, that's all." "Then, why are you letting Kataki-san take pictures of you?" Huh. Her eyes, behind her glasses, narrowed in flustered confusion. "She's been shooting from an angle that puts us in the frame for a while now, and you haven't moved out of the way or acted like you mind. If you really didn't want to be in photos, you could have asked me to tell her not to include you." Well, I figured it's far away, so it's fine. And this is the best spot to watch practice from. So it's okay if I take your picture from a distance too. I won't make you the main subject or anything, and I'll only show the photo privately." Yui stammered, looking at the DSLR display Yukito had turned toward her. Sorry, I actually took one just now. But I'll delete it. Your face was covered suddenly, so the focus is off and it's all blurry anyway." Despite how loudly she had refused just a moment ago, Yui visibly relaxed when she saw the badly blurred image. "All right, as long as you delete it, that's fine. Just try not to distract me too much, okay? I am trying to observe everyone's practice." "Got it, sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Any pictures with you in them, I'll properly share with the teacher and Amami-senpai later." "Okay then, all right. Next is serving and receiving. First years move to the receiving side." "Hey senpai, got a sec?" Before they knew it, Izumi was standing nearby, wearing a troubled expression. "I think this camera is still acting up." "What's wrong? Autofocus still not working?" "I'm not sure, it could just be me, but can you take a look?" "Sure, let's see." Yukito peered through the viewfinder of the camera Izumi handed him. He scanned over Izumi, then the volleyball players moving to their new positions per Yui's instructions. Lastly, he glanced toward Yui. "Hey, I'm not taking your picture, I'm just checking the autofocus. Wait. Kataki-san, this SD card's full." Oh wow, you're right. It fills up that fast with burst shots. Modern sports photography usually relies on the camera's burst mode to maximize the chances of capturing the perfect moment. That means it eats up memory fast, and to get the most out of burst mode, you need fast, high-end SD cards, which are expensive. This one's just a cheap 64 GB card. We can't afford premium high-speed cards on the club budget. Well, we'll make do. Hasegawa-san, how much time is left in morning practice? With changing and showers, maybe 15 minutes at most. Thanks. In that case. Yukito nodded, satisfied with her answer, then gestured toward the other camera bag Izumi had slung over her shoulder. Since we've got it with us, feel free to use that one. It's not good for burst shots like a digital camera, so treat this like practice for catching the perfect shot with focus and timing. Since it's basic serve and receive drills, if you're on the serving side, the ball won't really come your way. Just be mindful not to get in anyone's way and make sure you capture their faces. Don't forget the receiving side either. Got it. Izumi nodded honestly, gave a quick glance at Yui, then handed the digital camera to Yukito and moved back toward the shooting area. But it was Yui who sucked in a sharp breath when she saw the camera Izumi pulled from the bag. W8 is that. You recognize it. That's the film camera I used when I won that contest the other day. A bead of sweat formed on Yui's forehead. Alright, I thought it might be. The design looks kind of old, and compared to the digital one, it's thinner, so I figured. Unlike a DSLR, Yukito's film camera had a louder, higher-pitched shutter click. Just as Tetsuya launched into a jump serve, Izumi clicked the shutter, and Yui visibly flinched at the sound. You okay? You look pale. Why yeah, I'm fine. All right, Kataki-san, film isn't cheap, you know. Don't burn through it like you do with digital. Despite his complaint, Yukito didn't move. He just turned his camera and snapped a shot of Tetsuya striking a post-serve pose, clearly showing off. Izumi, despite realizing she had been baited into taking the shot, lowered her camera with a sigh and couldn't help but smile at Tetsuya's typical antics. Kataki-san, don't forget the receiving side, too. We only brought one spare roll of film. I know, but senpai, real quick. Izumi jogged over toward Yukito and Yui, prompting a nervous stir from Yui, while Yukito walked over to meet her halfway. How do I switch the film again? Make sure the roll's fully wound, then unlock the rewind knob on the left. After that, pull out the old roll, put it back in its case, and load the new film into the spool here. I gave it to you earlier, right? I might have left it in my school bag. Hang on, I'll grab it. Izumi handed the camera back to Yukito and ran toward the edge of the gym, where her school bag sat. He gently closed the camera's back cover and, still looking through the viewfinder, scanned the surroundings. Soon, Izumi returned. Don't leave the back open like that, dust can get in. Okay, sorry. Though clearly not that remorseful, she took the newly reloaded camera from Yukito, and he returned to Yui's side. Looks like practice is wrapping up. Why yeah, but Oki-kun, you barely took any pictures today. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I just wanted to see what practice in the gym was like today. And besides, Yukito continued without looking at Yui. I figured, maybe Hasegawa-san didn't want me to take her picture today. Even though he could feel Yui watching him, Yukito just kept his eyes on the practice court. What do you mean by that? It's not like I need to take your picture. But if you keep brushing everything off, then it starts to feel like I have to. There was a hint 2 days ago. I didn't realize it was a hint until this morning. Wanna see it? Yukito held out a photo with a timestamp from 2 days prior. In the photo were Tetsuya, Fuka, and Yui. It was one of the test shots Yukito took when his camera started acting up while trying to photograph Ryo. Only Tetsuya, centered in the frame, was clearly visible. Fuka and Yui on either side appeared warped, as if pixelated or censored. What is this supposed to be? When I look through the viewfinder with my right eye, there are 3 people I can't focus on properly. One is Amami-senpai, another is Watanabe-san, and the last is you, Hasegawa-san. That's probably just a coincidence. I hope it is. Really. If it is, then would you let me take your picture? If it turns out to be nothing, I'll respect your wishes and delete it right away. We've talked about this before, but this also ties into the security issue at my house. If you won't let me, then. Yukito looked across the court. There stood Izumi, holding his film camera with the lens pointed their way, and beside her, Fuka was stuffing her face with 2 giant rice balls. Then I'll just ask Kataki-san to take it instead. W8. Yui suddenly let out a sharp cry, causing the gym to freeze. Hey Hasegawa, what's wrong? Tetsuya called out, seeing her hiding behind her notebook, clearly shaken. At the same time Yui snapped back to her senses, the school chime echoed through the gym, 30 minutes before homeroom, signaling the end of morning club activities. Well. Yui glanced sideways at Yukito, but he said nothing more. Izumi lowered her camera and shook her head. Since the chimes rung, that's all for today's practice. Oh yeah, okay, let's take the net down. First year's ball collection. Though Tetsuya tilted his head in confusion at Yui's sudden shift, he nodded and gave the call to the younger members. Haya. As Yui lowered the notebook from her face, she swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. You okay? Yukito reached out and caught her. You're more of a jerk than I thought, Oki-kun. Straightening up, Yui gave him a bitter glare. Well, considering someone broke into my house and shattered a window, and on top of that, one of my club's key helpers is getting dragged into trouble, I figure I've earned the right to be a little forceful. So, as the sound of students packing up echoed through the gym, Yukito spoke low, letting the noise mask his words. Hey Skawa-san, which is it? Which what? She took off her glasses, wiped the cold sweat off the lenses with a handkerchief, and sighed. Are you part of the inspection squad sent to investigate the camera that broke the Lost Paths magic, or were you the one who tried to break into Oki-kun's house? If that's what you're asking, then the answer is both and neither. That's not the answer I expected, but I don't think that's the main point. Yukito stared at her, torn between suspicion and reluctant understanding. Then, he handed her 2 photos. One was taken from the second floor of his house, showing the intruder without capturing Fuka. The other was the frontal shot he managed to take when standing face-to-face with the intruder who broke the barrier. In both, the figure was clearly a much larger woman than Yui. At the very least, you weren't the one who broke into my house this morning. The build is way too different. From what I understand, concealment magic doesn't change your body size. And when I got that frontal shot, I heard the intruder's voice. But I still don't really believe what I heard. I see, but I think your gut feeling is probably right, Oki-kun. What I really want to know is, hey Skawa-san, are you an ally or an enemy of Sanalf? That too is both and neither. Ah Yamamoto-kun, that ball looks deflated. Set it aside, I'll check it later. Having come to terms with something, Yui's face softened just a bit as she calmly issued instructions, noticing a detail even in this state. When Yukito looked at her with surprise, she scowled slightly. I take this job seriously, you know. I'm genuinely invested in being the volleyball team's manager, and I really do want the captain to succeed with their demon lord subjugation. You look surprised. I'm just not sure what you mean by demon lord subjugation. Are you talking about Mamabuchi Sakura from Dei Fuzoku? Or the actual demon lord? Both. You keep saying both, but I still don't know what the real demon lord subjugation even is. Watanabe-san. Yukito looked over at Fuka and Izumi. For some reason, Fuka, her cheeks bulging with rice, was glaring at him with fire in her eyes, while Izumi sighed beside her in exasperation. Watanabe-san says she's serious about it now, but she won't tell me exactly what it means. Just out of curiosity, what has she actually done since getting serious? Study her weakest subjects, I guess. So she really is serious about it then. Even from your position, it seems serious. So Watanabe-san really hasn't told you anything. Well, with the break-in and everything, it wasn't exactly the right time, then. About the intruder who broke into my house, do you know anything about that? That, too, ends up being half my fault, I guess. Yui's answers had been frustratingly vague all morning, but Yukito didn't get the sense that she was lying, so he decided to push one step further. You've figured it out by now, haven't you, Oki-kun, who the intruder was? I really only put the pieces together this morning, but there's still one thing I don't understand. This. Yukito pulled out the photo he took from the second floor that morning, showing the intruder below. The image showed a woman, blurry but clearly feminine in build. Based on what Watanabe-san and I know, this photo's weird in a bunch of ways. Do you know anything about it, Heisugawa-san? I do, but wouldn't it be better to ask the person in question? Yui looked toward the gym entrance, where the volleyball team, having just finished cleanup, were now standing at attention and bowing. Good morning, Captain. Backlit by the morning sun, tall and broad-shouldered, Amami Ryo had arrived right on time for the end of morning practice, and on his head was a familiar black knit cap. Hey, morning, everyone. Sorry for missing 2 days in a row. Didn't mean to worry you. No problem, Captain, but what's with the hat? You asked, Kamaitsu. Well, the thing is. Ryo removed his hat with a sheepish grin, revealing a head of tightly curled, frizzy hair. Whoa, what the heck? Yeah, see, I got struck by lightning yesterday. He dodged the question with a blatant lie and then turned toward Yukito, Yui, Fuka, and Izumi. Had a little situation. But hey, it suits me right. Well, yeah, handsome guys look good no matter what they do, huh? Kamaitsu, you little never mind. Finish up cleanup, okay. Got it. Chuckling at Tetsuya's cheeky comment, Ryo made his way over to Yukito with heavy steps. Yo. Good morning, Amami-senpai. I've got a lot of questions, but first, see that film camera Kataki-san's holding? It's the one I used to shoot the photo of Watanabe-san that won the contest. Want me to take your picture? No thanks, not right now. After glancing warily at Izumi's expression, Ryo simply shook his head. Oki-kun, you've got a bit of a mean streak. When did you start getting suspicious of us? Confirmed it this morning. But even before that, I had a hunch the core of the problem surrounding Watanabe-san's home was my camera. That's why I had Kataki-san keep it at her place, figured it'd be safer that way. It's my late father's keepsake. I don't want anyone messing with it unless I trust them completely. Makes sense. Can't blame you. So if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me why you showed up at my house 2 days in a row at such an ungodly hour, Amami-senpai? Ryo glanced at Yui, then turned to look behind him, where Fuka had silently appeared. Shoulders slumping, he sighed. Before I answer that, let me ask you something first. What is it? Are you sure you didn't make the starting lineup in middle school? You blocked me like you were doing a basketball screen-out. Seriously, your interception game is tight. Just because I've built up a bit of muscle doesn't mean my technique's any better. Coming from the current ace, that was not comforting. For the record, I still haven't forgiven you for the trouble you caused Oki-kun and his family. And then Fuka, with a rice grain stuck to her cheek, stared daggers at Ryo and Yui with a stern expression. During lunch today, both Amami-senpai and Hasegawa-san come to the gardening club room. You're going to tell us everything you've been doing and why. If you refuse, I might have no choice but to report your crimes to the Estadarin governor's office. All right. I'm not running from this. I understand, I'll be there. Ryo agreed without hesitation, and Yui lowered her head, seemingly resigned. But then, as if something had suddenly occurred to her, Yui looked straight at Yukito. But I'm guessing, you still can't trust us, can you? In that case, if it's okay with you, would you take a picture of me and Amami-senpai? Hasegawa. Even Ryo turned to her in surprise. You were the one who took that photo of Watanabe-san in Iliff, weren't you? From what I heard, it was supposed to require a special camera. But you seemed to notice something with a regular digital one too, didn't you? I'm not entirely sure myself yet, but the only time I've been able to photograph Watanabe-san's true form was when I used that film camera, same one Kataki-san has now. Please, use it to take a photo of Amami-senpai. That's what he needs most right now, to defeat Mamabuchi Sakura, to complete the Demon Lord subjugation. Yui's tone was sincere. She didn't seem to be lying. Yukito glanced at Fuka, who looked skeptical but made no move to stop Yui. With a small sigh, he took the camera from Izumi and stepped back to frame both Yui and Ryo. Also, something I'd like Watanabe-san to hear. This Demon Lord subjugation talk is getting way too casual. I want a proper explanation of what everyone actually means when they say it. Yukito raised the camera toward them. In the viewfinder, Yui and Ryo stood side by side, glowing like a perfect couple. The camera told Yukito they were a good subject, just like when he photographed Watanabe and her mother. Somehow that made him feel a little disappointed. Around them, the volleyball team, now done cleaning, watched curiously from a distance. Senpai, are you okay with this? Everyone's staring. Without turning to face her, Yukito answered Izumi's whispered concern that using the camera capable of breaking elven magic out in public might be dangerous. Sorry, but it'll be fine. I bet it'll just make that usual loud sound. The shutter snapped with a crack, like crystal shattering. The sudden sharp sound startled the nearby volleyball members, including Tetsuya, who all began glancing around in confusion. But finding nothing out of the ordinary, they just exchanged puzzled looks. Meanwhile, both Ryo and Yui stared at their own hands and bodies, confirming that nothing had changed. Their expressions, relieved, disappointed, and a bit complicated, reflected the strange ambiguity of the moment. I'll have the film developed by lunch break. Let's talk in detail then, in the gardening club room. Yeah, got it. Right. Thank you. Even so, by the end, the expressions on Ryo and Yui's faces had brightened, just a little. Section. Inside the dimly lit gardening club room, Izumi stared at the developed photos from that morning's practice. Her eyes darted between Rio, who sat in front of her, and the photo in her hands. Again and again, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then finally burst out. "Amami-senpai, you're an elf." "Yeah, that's right." "And a girl." "Yeah, that's right." "You're the second one." Then she collapsed, face down on the table with her hands on her head. What even is this? What the hell's going on? I don't get it. The elf part I can deal with, I get that. But a girl? How? It was only natural that Izumi was overwhelmed, and even Fuka was rendered speechless by what she saw. In the photo was an elf girl, her ears slightly shorter than Fuka's, with short silver hair. Fuka's transformation involved only her head, whether as a human or an elf, her build stayed the same. But in Rio's case, while the height remained, the body had completely shifted, the difference between male and female clearly apparent. What's confusing about it? It's exactly what it looks like. Just like Watanabe-san, I've been living as a boy because of a concealment spell. What's the human rights situation like in Nash Rivera, exactly? Izumi gave Yui, seated beside Rio, a clammy glare. In the photo, Yui's appearance had changed, yes, but only her hair and eyes were a noticeably brighter shade of red. She was the first non-elf from Nash Rivera that Yukito or Izumi had ever seen. Please don't misunderstand. Amami Bachu's transformation was unexpected even for those of us overseeing the elves. But regardless, all elves must be monitored for the sake of the Demon Lord subjugation plan. That's why I was dispatched to Japan as Amami Bachu's overseer. Monitored, huh? Sounds like the kind of thing that'll cause major issues down the line, even if the subjugation is successful. Humanity's inability to use history wisely hasn't changed, no matter the world. And complaining to a grunt like me isn't going to change anything. With a weary tone, Yui lowered her gaze. What you call humans here on Earth, we call Sannamo. My clan has historically worked closely with the elves. I came to Japan when I turned 15 and took over the surveillance of Amami Bachu from my predecessor. Honestly, Minami Itabashi High was right on the borderline, but I managed to pass on grit alone. Wait, so it's not like you had a guaranteed spot set aside for you through some secret backdoor or whatever. Having officially designated Yui as the enemy, Izumi now spoke to her with unchecked bluntness. If the humans make no effort but still demand effort from the elves, that just breeds resentment, and resentment becomes the seed of future rebellion. I can't tell if that's arrogant or just logically sound. To go back to Oki-kun's original question, if you're asking whether I'm an ally or enemy of Sanalf, then by position, I'm the enemy. But if you're asking whether I want to help Amami Bachu achieve her dream, then I want to be on her side. So that's why it was half and half. And because I want to support Amami Bachu, I absolutely want to defeat Mamabuchi Sakura. That's what the Demon Lord subjugation means for me. And if I can do that, then I'll also be contributing to the broader Demon Lord subjugation that all humanity in Nash Rivera is aiming for. That's why, when I say Demon Lord subjugation, I mean both. That's it. Wo-senpai, your voice is loud. Yukito, who had been quietly listening until now, suddenly leaned forward. What exactly is this Demon Lord subjugation from the Nash Rivera perspective? From what I've heard, it's not some kind of quest where you grab a sword and level up to go fight the Demon Lord, right? That's not entirely wrong, but it's a pretty outdated concept. Wait, didn't Watanabe-san explain this? I mean, you and Kataki-san have both been to Nash Rivera already, haven't you? The clubroom's usual owner, Fuka, had been uncharacteristically quiet up to this point. She glanced bitterly at Yui, then muttered in a sulky tone. You're part of the audit team, right? Then I assume you know my Demon Lord subjugation isn't going very well. I'd heard as much vaguely. Wait, isn't going well. What's with that live commentary tone? Yukito looked at Fuka with confusion, and she averted her eyes, embarrassed. I told you before, didn't I? About how I totally bombed the last midterms. Yeah, you mentioned things didn't go great. Well, that's why. That's why my Demon Lord subjugation isn't going well. Okay, but how does that connect? I still don't get it. What do bad grades have to do with subjugating the Demon Lord? I mean, the Demon Lord's the one who caused a ton of damage in Nash Rivera, then escaped to Earth, right? And no one knows where they are. You've basically answered your own question. Yui cut in, stopping Yukito mid-rant. Huh. No one knows where the Demon Lord is. But since there's no proof they're dead, the elves who came to Earth have to close in the net to prevent the Demon Lord from committing the same atrocities as before in Nash Riviera. That's why. Yui glanced between Rio and Fuka. Every elf living on Earth is obligated to achieve social success. Yukito and Izumi both stared wide-eyed. Obligated to achieve social success. Exactly. For example, if Rio defeats Mabuchi Sakurayaka and qualifies for nationals, he'll get media attention. If he becomes a nationally ranked player, maybe even gets picked up by a corporate team and represents Japan, he'll become a household name, possibly even appear on TV. Yeah, okay. Hey, Oki-kun, you know the comedy duo, Caffeine Addiction. The one doing the straight man role is actually an elf. What? And the president of the steel company sponsoring that MMA event in Kobe, also an elf. Why? There's more. You might not know them in Japan, but Arjun Shashika from India's Pro Cricket League and Jack Bronson in the NHL, both elves. And that woman who did clay shooting in the Tokyo Olympics from the UK. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? Wow, those are all sports no one in Japan really follows. Kataki-san, you should apologize to everyone involved in those sports. But that's not the point. What I want to know is, wait, so you're saying. Yukito reeled, trying to process everything. All the elves are becoming famous on Earth to appear in the media and apply pressure on the Demon Lord, who could be anywhere. That's the modern version of Demon Lord subjugation. Exactly, took you long enough. I thought you were sharper than this, Oki-kun. Like anyone could guess that. Yukito yelled, clutching his head. Wait, so when Watanabe-san said studying was her Demon Lord subjugation. If I end up repeating a year, and my entry into society gets delayed, I'll be viewed as a failure in elf society. It'd be a pretty big blow, Demon Lord subjugation-wise. Fuka's voice was barely above a whisper, as if she were confessing her life's deepest shame. Elf students have to report their grades to their home village. So, after those midterm scores, my mom scolded me, and even the village rep was mad at me. Yukito gasped, horrified by a system that felt like a double-layered hell for students. It was bad enough when your parents found out your grades dropped. Being publicly scolded on top of that was unthinkable. When word got out that the Watanabe family had broken their concealment magic, there was actually a proposal to return Fuka Watanabe to Iliff and put her through a re-education program. What? They were considering that. Fuka paled, clearly shocked by what might have awaited her. So then, since I was already assigned to monitor Captain Amami full-time, I was given the additional directive to audit Watanabe-san as well. Honestly, the division that supervises elves is chronically understaffed. It's not unusual for a single officer to handle multiple assignments. Since we just happened to attend the same school, I was told to oversee Watanabe-san too. And if she seemed too indifferent toward Demon Lord subjugation, I was to report her activity and prepare deportation paperwork. No way, if that had really happened, what would have become of Fuka-chan? Depends on the situation. She could have been pulled back temporarily as a leave of absence, or had every trace of her existence here erased. You're kidding, no way. Yukito and Izumi, both deeply fond of Fuka, exchanged pale looks. And so, I'd appreciate it if you two, with those looks on your faces, thank me a little. You really are something else, Heisugawa. Rio gave Yui a half-exasperated smirk. I was swamped. Managing the volleyball team during their last summer season under Captain Amami. I didn't have a second to spare on unnecessary distractions. So instead, I fabricated a report that Watanabe-san was contributing to the photography club and gaining enough merits there to count as Demon Lord subjugation. That way, I only had to mark her for passive observation. The merits she gained through our club. Wait, you mean that picture of Fuka-chan that got posted to the message board? That was you. Izumi pointed an accusing finger at Yui, who nodded in satisfaction. To be blunt, modern Demon Lord subjugation for elves is all about gaining visibility, even a tiny chance to catch the Demon Lord's attention. This might be an exaggeration, but it's not impossible that the Demon Lord is hiding in Itabashi Ward or even right here in Minami Itabashi High School. Just spreading the idea that a warrior elf could be anywhere is part of the battle. Still, leaking someone's photo without permission. So you're saying deportation would have been better. Just so you know, my report was formally accepted and deemed credible. To be honest, Yukito and Izumi weren't entirely convinced the elf oversight authorities were in the right. But neither of them wanted Fuka to disappear, so they swallowed their words. But hang on. Then why did Captain Amami try to break into our house? I know it might be too late to ask, but your goal was this, right? Yeah, when Hasegawa told me about that camera and about Watanabe-san, I honestly couldn't believe it. Never would have guessed Kataki-san was the one holding onto it. Ryo nodded as he looked at the film camera in Yukito's hands. You might not believe me, but I swear I didn't steal anything from your house. And the broken window, I probably can't do it publicly, but I'll make sure it gets compensated. That depends on what you say from here on out. Still, Hasegawa-san and Captain Amami, you both knew each other's circumstances, right? Then you must have known about my connection to Watanabe-san too. If you just talked to me about it, I might have lent you the camera. So why go to such extremes? That's the answer to the last question you asked me. Personally, I side with the captain, but at the same time, he's someone I'm tasked with monitoring. I couldn't officially allow an elf to use something like a magic-breaking camera. I couldn't let him use it himself, nor could I allow him to ask you to use it. It might not seem like a big deal, but as someone in auditing, even the chance of me being seen as having overlooked something like that would be a disaster. So the only loophole was, if I somehow obtained the camera without Hasegawa's involvement, or if you found out my true identity from someone other than me, and then chose to photograph me of your own volition. That's so roundabout. Neither Captain Amami nor Watanabe-san could be seen officially using your camera, or asking you to use it. But if you, a human from this side, chose to take pictures with your own camera, I can't say anything about that, and neither can the higher-ups in Nash Riviera. As for the photo of the Watanabe mother and daughter, right now it's being treated as a borderline case, so they're letting it slide. Since it was submitted as part of a photo contest, we've officially categorized it as an accidental byproduct of your entry. That's why I was at least able to tell the captain about the camera's existence. But if... Yui looked toward Fuka. If it was Watanabe-san or her mother who asked you to take the photo, just so they could see their true forms, then it'd be a different story entirely. Please keep that in mind. The truth was, the photograph of the Watanabe mother and daughter in their elven forms had been taken at the request of Ryoka Watanabe, who had deduced what the camera could do. Yui had probably figured that out too, but without evidence, she was letting it slide for now. So the break-in at your house, Hasegawa wasn't involved. That was my own decision. If you can't forgive me for that, I'll accept whatever punishment you see fit, even if that means going to the police. Wait, Captain Amami, I never intended for you to go that far. It is true that my failing grades and me saying something careless to Oki-kun indirectly led to this, so I can't really scold you too harshly. But why would you act so recklessly? Hasegawa-san said what she said, but if you knew I was an elf, there had to have been another way. Fuka's question was met with a weary, hollow look from Ryo as he responded. I panicked because I was running out of time. The tournament's coming up, and since the start of the year, my physical abilities, without relying on magic, haven't been improving. Without relying on magic. You know this already, Watanabe-san. If you want to gain recognition in human society, using magic or mana is a major no-no. Even someone as delicate and graceful as Fuka had the strength to jump from a second-story window without hesitation. If elves with human appearances could pull off feats like that, it would upend the sports world completely. But my real body is female. Even back in my first year, no matter how much I trained, I couldn't match the strength of my peers. It's getting harder and harder to cover for it with technique alone. So I just wanted to confirm, at the very least, what my real body looked like, whether all the strength training had actually made a difference, whether my body had actually developed the way I'd hoped. A single photo wouldn't tell me everything, but the fear of not being able to see anything was just overwhelming. So that's what it was. I really wanted to win the summer tournament. I don't blame you. But then, if so many elves are active here already, isn't there some kind of secret hospital run by Nash Riviera people? Somewhere safe to get those answers. Izumi's question was perfectly reasonable, but Yui was already shaking her head. If there were, things would be a lot easier. And besides, gender transformation due to concealment magic is unprecedented. It's never happened before. Oki-kun, Kataki-san, you both know this, but usually the only changes are to facial features and hair color. Body type, bone structure, they don't change. Is there any idea what could have caused it? There are a few theories, but I can't talk about them in front of Watanabe-san. The details of concealment magic aren't meant to be shared with elves themselves. Right, I guess that makes sense. Yukito took several deep breaths, trying to sort through the flood of answers and revelations. Each action wasn't part of some grand conspiracy between Ryo and Yui. They'd each acted according to their beliefs while trying to respect the other's position. Sure, the break-in was serious. But the fact that this had brought him and Fuka face-to-face with another hidden secret of Nash Rivera made it hard to hold onto that anger. Just one last thing, if I may. Captain Amami, Hasegawa-san. What is it? Yes. Why are you so devoted to volleyball? I mean, strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with your mission from Nash Rivera. But from what I've seen, you treat it with the same weight, if not more. Ryo and Yui looked at each other for a moment, then answered without hesitation. Because we love it. I don't know if I'll be able to make a living through volleyball in the future. But I love it. I give it everything I've got. It's a huge part of my life and youth. I may not be a player, but I take pride in managing our training and supporting the team from behind the scenes. Beating Mabuchi Sakurayaka and making it to nationals. Then, without saying who moved first, Ryo and Yui reached out and joined hands. It's our shared dream. Understood. Yukito nodded deeply, then turned to Fuka and Izumi. I'm satisfied. What about you two? Well, a lot of this started because of my own carelessness, anyway. I'm fine with it, as long as it doesn't put Fuka-chan at a disadvantage. So you're forgiving me. Realizing the tension in the air had eased, Ryo asked cautiously. I mean, I do want the window fixed, but my mom's the one who's going to pay for that, and more than likely it'll go through fire insurance. So even if I wanted you to pay me back, it's not that simple. I'm originally from that side, after all. If you promise not to bother Fuka-chan anymore. Still holding hands, Ryo and Yui exchanged glances, their tension easing just a little. But on one condition, Amami-senpai, I have a favor to ask. What is it? If it's something I can do, I'll do anything. The photography club is currently working on photos to submit for a new contest. It doesn't have to be often, but could you stop by sometimes and model for us? I think it'll be a good break for you, and might even help with your demon lord subjugation efforts. Ryo took a moment to process Yui's words before turning to her in realization. If the club president has time, then it's fine, right? As long as it doesn't interfere with our practice, I have nothing to say. Yui responded coldly, almost deliberately. Ryo let out a deep breath, then looked at Yukito. Thank you. I'm really glad I reached out to the photography club, to President Oki. With Ryo, Yui, and Yukito leaving to discuss the photos taken that morning with their volleyball club advisor, Mr. Gajima, Fuka quietly ate the rest of her lunch alone during the short lunch break that remained. Fuka-chan, you still don't seem totally convinced, huh? Izumi asked, and Fuka replied without stopping her hand. I think it was a fair compromise. I've had some guilt over my poor grades, and in the end, this helps protect my mom's position. And the reason Oki-kun gave for photographing Amami-senpai, basically, as long as he's taking pictures of her somewhere in Japan that Nagatani-senpai doesn't know about, it doesn't matter what the intent is. It's none of her business. And I suppose it's better for Amami-senpai to be able to monitor her body's status more accurately that way. Then what's bothering you? You've been sulking ever since they left. I don't want to say it. Huh. I should be saying this complaint directly to Oki-kun, but I don't want him thinking I'm some selfish girl. You didn't really want to forgive the volleyball girls. I mean, it did feel like the senpai kind of wrapped the whole thing up on her own. No, it's not that, just I feel a little unsettled. You're being so vague. And maybe that's understandable. Even from Fuka's point of view, Yukito's handling of the situation earlier was probably the best approach anyone could take. That's why. I was supposed to be Oki-kun's only model. What you say? Nothing. Just thinking, no use crying over spilled milk. Maybe if I'd taken the demon lord subjugation more seriously, things would have turned out differently. What are you hinting at, Fuka-chan? Do you want me to listen to your grumbling or not? I'm not hinting at anything. Geez, oh, but yeah, there was something in that whole talk that caught my attention. Nagatani-senpai's explanation about the demon lord subjugation. What about it? The idea is that pretending to be human and becoming famous here on Earth puts pressure on the demon lord, right? But doesn't that seem kind of weird? What part? Well, look. Izumi pulled out her phone from the table, opened the camera, and pointed it at Fuka. Reflected in the lens was not an elf, but the image of Watanabe Fuka, a Japanese girl. Photos and videos, any records we make only show our human forms. Even the demon lord wouldn't be able to tell who the elf is, right? Oh, that. I guess I never explained that part to you, Izumi-chan. Fuka responded casually, her tone unchanged. Why do you think the demon lord caused such a catastrophic disaster in Nash Riviera that so many people lost their lives? So bad he was called a demon lord. Sure, elves can use magic, but humans in that world can use magic too, you know. Ah, well, I guess if you think about it normally, maybe he had overwhelmingly powerful magic, a body immune to bullets, superhuman martial arts, something like that. Those might have played a part, but the real reason is much simpler. Fuka spoke quietly. The truth is, the demon lord was. What she revealed left Izumi visibly stunned. Wait, that means he was just like us? Or maybe even more so, why would? No one knows why. But that's exactly why it's meaningful for elves to gain social status here on Earth. Just as Fuka said that. Excuse me, is Watanabe-san still here? A knock came at the door and Yui, who had left earlier, returned. Huh. Nagatani-san, is the meeting over already? There wasn't much for me to say. Mr. Gajima approved all of Oki-kun's photos and basically left the rest up to Amami and Oki-kun to sort out between themselves. I see, so what do you need? Well, I was thinking. We really caused a lot of trouble for us, the volleyball team, and I got the feeling that maybe, during that meeting, you still weren't totally satisfied. You looked like it. Hey, Nagatani-senpai, do people ever tell you've got quite the personality? Sometimes, but for what it's worth, I actually get along well with the girls on the team. Anyway, Watanabe-san, I wanted to talk, or rather, make a suggestion. A suggestion? Yes. About what we discussed earlier, regarding your contribution to the demon lord subjugation. I kind of embellished a lot of that part myself. I know it wasn't right of me to leak Oki-kun's photos like that, but if we leave it as it is, it could end up affecting both of our grades again. So, I want to properly back up your accomplishments. What are you getting at? You want me to do something? To put it simply, yes. But I think it'll benefit you, Oki-kun, and the photography club too. It's not a bad deal. Yui's confident demeanor left Fuka and Izumi exchanging skeptical glances. Section, what do you think? Not bad, right? Well, I mean, if you're asking whether it's bad or not, I'd say it's not bad, but... Yukito couldn't hide his confusion in the face of Yui's absolute confidence. What exactly is going on here? Standing before him was Watanabe Fuka, wearing gym clothes and a numbered bib, holding a volleyball. That alone would have been fine. The problem was that this wasn't school, it was a rental photo studio in the ward. Yukito had heard of this place by name. With natural lighting from skylights and white walls, floors, and furniture, the studio was well known for being on the pricier side. The volleyball club shoot had been going well, and they were almost done collecting all the photos they needed. Then, Yukito and Izumi had each been called separately to this studio by Yui, and upon arriving, found an extremely embarrassed elf in volleyball gear waiting for them. Yukito had seen Fuka in her gym uniform countless times. Normally, she wouldn't act this shy about it. The issue was that the outfit she'd been made to wear was clearly too small, highlighting her waist and thighs with an obviously gravure-style look. Fuka-chan, this is great. Nagatani-senpai, does this mean I can take pictures of Fuka-chan like this? Wait, Kataki-san, Nagatani-san, what is going on here? Izumi was already practically vibrating with excitement, but Yukito was still completely thrown off. Clearly, Fuka wasn't mentally prepared for a photo shoot. This is Demon Lord subjugation. You can't just say, Demon Lord subjugation, and expect me to go along with it. I'm not lying. It's supplemental documentation for her school record. Watanabe-san's Demon Lord subjugation achievements won't suddenly improve on paper. Since there's no telling when the auditors might raise objections, The more we can do to prove she's actively subjugating the demon lord, the better. Oh, and don't worry about the money. Today's studio fees are all on me. That doesn't explain why we're doing this in some high-end studio. You're really slow on the uptake, Oki-kun. She's already been praised once as a proper contest model. So if we just say she's aiming to be a model, that gives us a legitimate reason for the demon lord subjugation angle. Oh, what? I've heard what the photography club is going for in the next contest. Something about uniforms being the theme, right? Yeah, that's true, but then this is perfect. We can put Watanabe-san in any kind of uniform here. W8 Nagatani-san, that's not how it works. You're misunderstanding. The next contest isn't about polished studio shots like this. It encourages more natural, student-like scenes. You're the one misunderstanding. I'm not saying to shoot the contest photos here. I'm saying Watanabe-san should use this as training to become a model. H-ha. I'll be blunt. The audit for Watanabe and her mother is technically over. But the camera you're using, it's still under review. There've been other cases where people on Earth have accidentally gotten their hands on magical items from Nash Rivera. But your camera has the potential to spark rebellion against San Namu in San Alf. That's not. No, it's not an exaggeration. The fact that you continue to photograph Watanabe-san with that camera needs to be framed as something vital. Something that contributes to your growth as a photographer and to her demon lord subjugation. That's the impression we need to create, starting now. There's no guarantee you'll win the next contest, right? So we have to protect your situation and hers. That's why Watanabe-san agreed to come today. Is that true, Watanabe-san? Why, yeah, that's right, Oki-kun. I steeled myself for today. But her trembling voice and unfocused eyes said otherwise, and Yukito let out a sigh. Okay, I get it, but can we at least change the outfit? Why? Yukito silenced the objecting Izumi with just a look. If we're going to have Watanabe-san train as a model, then I want to photograph her the way she usually is. That'll help her more in the long run. Really? Even Yui voiced her dissatisfaction this time, but Yukito ignored her. Watanabe-san, go ahead and change into your uniform. Then stand in front of that white wall, with no windows or furniture in the frame. See change, is that okay? Yeah, please. As it is now, it's kind of hard to look at you directly. Oki-kun, got it. I'll go change. Fuka hurried into the changing room, quickly swapped into her uniform and returned. Yeah, this is much better. Watanabe-san, I'd like a full-body shot. Can you stand against the wall? Like this. Step forward a bit. If the shadow climbs too much on the wall, it flattens the image. Good, right there. Now, stand in a way that feels natural for a student. A natural student pose, like this maybe. Given a theme, Fuka posed like a model from a middle school brochure, standing at attention, arms loosely down at her sides, toes pointed out, body angled slightly toward the camera. How's this? Yukito didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at Izumi and Yui. What do you two think? Kinda boring, same here. It wasn't student-like. For a school brochure, sure, perfect score. But if this is training to be a model, it's a whole different story. Watanabe-san, have you ever seen anyone stand like that at school? Hi, oh. Exactly. When a photographer says they want to capture studentness, they're not talking about the kind of perfectly behaved student image that school boards or parents want. They want to capture the model in a way that brings out their natural charm, the kind of vibrant student only that person could be. So what does that mean? In other words, to put it bluntly, still shy, still clearly flustered, Fuka tried her best to endure the embarrassment with some level of professionalism, and Yukito said, I want a student-like pose that shows Watanabe-san at her cutest. Of course, I don't mean dressing her in skimpy clothes or showing skin or anything like that. Even if you say that, I've never thought of myself as charming or anything. Everyone, at some point in their daily lives, wonders if there's some part of their appearance that might actually be attractive. But even for someone like Fuka, it's hard to believe she's above average, let alone openly claim to be cute or charming in front of others. In reality, a person's charm is often something others recognize more clearly than the person themselves. All right, let's do a little review while we're at it, Kataki-san. Out of nowhere, review of what? A little trick to make a photo of Watanabe Fuka feel more than just a cute girl in a uniform. so even people who don't know her character will find it compelling. Wait, are you talking about? Huh? What's going on? What are you talking about? Fuka and Izumi reacted immediately to Yukuto's words, while Yui tilted her head slightly in confusion, clearly not following. Kataki-san, could you grab the white lily artificial flower on the stool over there and hand it to Watanabe-san? Yeah, that one. Now, Watanabe-san, if you could, Fuka took the artificial lily with a bewildered expression, while Izumi and Yui looked on expectantly, still unsure of its purpose. Yukuto gave the instruction a little nervously. Could you pose like you're offering that lily to me, as if you're about to hand it over? Oh, why yeah, Fuka, flustered, tried to follow his request, giving a flower to Oki-kun. It was a situation completely foreign to her, and she couldn't hide her embarrassment and tension. Her smile turned awkward and stiff, like this. Still, when she looked straight into Yukuto's eyes. Oki-kun. Sorry, let me just take one shot. Momentarily overwhelmed, Yukuto didn't even look through the viewfinder. He used the screen to frame the shot, pressed the shutter, and then showed the photo to Izumi and Yui. So that's what you meant. Izumi said it like she was momentarily in a daze, and Yui silently nodded several times. What is it? What do you mean? Fuka's face turned bright red as she shouted. See, isn't this way better than just copying gravure poses and doing something weird? Yeah, it's good, it's really good. It kind of makes you imagine. Like, maybe it's a confession scene, or maybe it's a flower she raised with care. I don't know how to put it, but it really feels like she's trying her best in this moment. And whoever it's for. Up until just now, Izumi had been completely entranced, but now she turned and glared at Yukuto with the ferocity of a demon statue. The fact that the subject is you, senpai, is a crime, but I'll allow it. Just this once. Izumi-chan. I'm no expert in photography, but even I can tell that's a really good shot. Can't you just use this one for the contest, Oki-kun? The background's clearly a studio, and sure, it's got more depth than just copying gravure poses, but it's still not strong enough to compete in the contest. Still, I think this helped show Kataki-san that just mimicking gravure poses doesn't automatically make for a good photo. It's so frustrating, I've been schooled. What the heck is going on? Can I stop holding this pose already? Fuka, having held her pose for too long, collapsed where she stood, panting as if she'd just run a sprint. Yui crouched beside her with a wicked grin. You really do understand how to bring out a model's charm, Oki-kun. What's that supposed to mean? Just what I said. It's surprising. I thought the way you and those two see Watanabe-san would be completely different. Since Yui couldn't see Fuka's elven form, she only saw her as a Japanese girl. And yet, both Izumi and Yui, who could see her elven form, found her pose genuinely compelling. Yukuto averted his eyes, a bit embarrassed by Yui's observation. When I photograph Watanabe-san, the result always ends up being her human form, but even if it were her elven self, I don't think the quality would be any different. If Fuka-chan offered me a flower with that look on her face, I'd totally pay 10,000 yen for it. Izumi-chan, don't exaggerate. But the fact that it made Kataki-san feel that way means the photo really brought out Watanabe-san's charm as a student, right? I mean, it probably doesn't need to be said, but I'm guessing that pose was also totally your type, Oki-kun. Nagatani-san, can we not say things like that? He couldn't deny it, but being called out like that in front of Fuka left him no place to hide. After all, he'd gotten a girl who once confessed to him to pose exactly to his liking and felt satisfied about it. To some people, that might look like behavior worthy of scorn. Still, as a photographer, he couldn't resist trying to capture the model's charm to its fullest. And it was precisely because this impromptu, unplanned setup existed that he came up with the idea. When I think of Watanabe-san's most charming student-like self, what comes to mind is how she looks when she's working hard in the gardening club. So, if today is training as a model, can I shoot with that image in mind? Why yes, please take care of me. Inside the White Room, there was no way to hide their blushing faces from each other, or from Izumi and Yui, who watched on. Nagatani-senpai, thanks for calling me here. You're welcome, but what brought that on all of a sudden? If I found out afterward that Fuka-chan and senpai had been doing this alone in a closed room, I might have stabbed him in a dark alley. And yet they're not even dating. Can you believe that? Senpai, quit staring dreamily and switch out with me. Now it's my turn to make Fuka-chan pose in her most charming look. And if I have to, I'll kick you out. You perv. Wah. Where did that come from? Izumi clicked her tongue at Yui once before charging at Yukito, clearly shifting gears. Yui watched them go with an amused smile and called out to the trio. I'll wait outside. Show me the results later, okay? Make sure to take some super cute shots of Watanabe-san with all sorts of cameras. Nagatani-san. Fuka's voice called out to Yui just before she stepped out. Thank you. I don't think I did anything worth being thanked for, but sure. You're welcome. Fuka's words carried a complicated but heartfelt gratitude, which Yui accepted with a wave as she exited the studio. Once Yui stepped out, whatever happened inside, whatever camera Yukito used to photograph Fuka was no longer her concern. And yet, she truly felt that Fuka had no reason to thank her either. Some time after Yui had stepped into the hallway, a familiar sound rang out twice, like shattering glass. Most likely, Yukito had used that camera to capture Fuka's true form. Yui chose to ignore it for now, but she knew she couldn't afford to stop observing completely. That was necessary to keep her and Rio's volleyball club lives from being disrupted. A camera that could break through concealment magic and its photographer. At first, she thought the secret lay solely in the camera. But the incident with Rio, where a digital SLR had somehow filtered out the human appearances of her, Yui, and Fuka, exposing Rio's true nature as a female elf, was too dangerous to dismiss. For the sake of both her and Rio's future, Yui felt it was her responsibility to keep tracking the truth behind Yukito, his film camera, and the eyes that could perceive Watanabe Fuka's true self. Oki-kun, the Demon King's eye, the magic eye that nullifies all magic. Could it really be? No one heard Yui's whisper as she stood alone in the air-conditioned studio hallway. Section. Why do you think the Demon Lord caused such a catastrophe in Nash Riviera that people started calling him the Demon Lord? Sure, elves could use magic, but humans in that world could too, you know. Well, if I had to guess, he probably had super powerful magic, a body immune to bullets, insane martial arts skills, something like that. Izumi's answer was exactly what Fuka expected. It was the same question Fuka had once been asked when her mother first taught her about Demon Lord subjugation, and she'd arrived at the same answer back then. That might have been part of it, but the real reason is a lot simpler. Fuka spoke softly. The truth is the Demon Lord. Fuka then revealed something that was so common among elves, no one even bothered to mention it anymore. A fact that left Izumi holding her breath. It said that the Demon Lord had the magic eye, a power that nullifies all magic. That's why concealment magic doesn't work on him. Whether it's face-to-face or in photos or videos, he can see through it. To him, elves still look like elves. That's more than me or senpai, it's the same or even more. Why? No one knows. Section, the Demon Lord fled to Earth over 200 years ago. But even a Demon Lord is still an elf. It's unlikely, but... Yui leaned against the wall of the studio and looked up at the ceiling. There might be a possibility, just maybe, that the Demon Lord's magic eye was passed down to someone here on Earth. Authors afterward, and you. While I was working on this arc, news broke that a major manufacturer would be discontinuing production of both MDs and Blu-ray discs. Back in Wakagahara's high school days, portable music players were a must-have item for young people and the pride of every electronics store. By the time I reached university, they were already starting to fade out of popularity, so the fact they were still being manufactured genuinely surprised me. On the other hand, I had always thought of Blu-rays as a relatively recent form of storage media, so I initially thought, isn't it a bit too soon to end production? But when I looked into it, I learned it's already been nearly 25 years since Blu-rays began gaining popularity. That realization that Blu-rays have been around that long, and that so much time has passed since their debut, was a double shock. And that, in turn, made me a bit uneasy. After all, in the story I'm writing now, the main character is a boy in modern-day Japan who uses a film camera. How long will they keep making film for cameras, I wonder? Fortunately, as of January 2025, there's still no sign of production stopping. But as I mentioned previously, even cameras themselves are becoming less common in today's world. It wouldn't be surprising if companies started phasing out analog media, which are harder to manage at any time. It's been a while since I picked up a proper DSLR, but I've been seriously wondering if I should start using a film camera too, if only to support film manufacturers just a little bit. Though this personal anxiety didn't directly influence the story, here, for a certain reason, the film camera that played a big role in the previous book ends up being overshadowed by a digital SLR. In the real world, when you compare old tools with new ones, the older ones often feel less convenient or capable by comparison. Even so, if you can find something that you still want to keep using despite those drawbacks, then I think that's an incredibly lucky thing. I sincerely hope that this story may help you, dear reader, to encounter such a piece of good fortune, and that we'll meet again soon. Until then, end of Volume 2.